Good morning, namaste to one and all. Welcome to day 2. I hope yesterday evening, yesterday night, similar thoughts of what has been going on throughout the day had come, and discussions within you all were relating to this points only. I feel that there were no other discussions other than this. I hope you all agree. Yes, many of them are nodding their heads. Very nice to hear about it. So we will start the day with few recaps. If anybody has anything to inform us, to tell us, or to share with us, who have been home, and they can also share who have come back. The day scholars we talk about, and people who are in hostel, missing their family, but still they could be with us. You can also share your thoughts, your feelings with us. Who would like to start?
Hello, Namaskar everyone. After one day, what I feel, happiness is very subjective, and how you make yourself happy, then you can spread happiness. So, from my point of view, first we want to make ourselves happy with all the positivity, then we are able to spread happiness. Thank you.
Last venture.
Good morning, all of you. Happiness means after living from separate from your children from 24 hours plus, and when we hear him or when you see him, then we get a big smile on our face. So that is what we can say, that is happiness. So after being more than 2 days away from my child, when I see him today's face, then it was much happy. So that is happiness.
अगर मैं मानूंगा कि सिर्फ फिज़िकल फैसिलिटीज़ ही सिर्फ वही चीज़ मुझे हैप्पीनेस दे सकती है, तो मेरे ज़्यादातर एफर्ट्स फिज़िकल फैसिलिटीज़ को गैदर करने में जाएंगे. ये चीज़ मुझे रियलाइज़ हुई. और एक और चीज़ जो समझ पाया कि जैसे मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग होगी लाइफ को लेके, वैसी फीलिंग्स मुझे आएगी. जैसी फीलिंग्स मेरी होगी वैसे मुझे थॉट्स आएंगे, और थॉट्स पे से मेरा बिहेवियर होगा. तो अगर मेरे अंडरस्टैंडिंग राइट है तो बिहेवियर भी राइट होने वाला है. अंडरस्टैंडिंग में कहीं पर गड़बड़ है तो हार्मोनी भी इनबैलेंस होने वाली है.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. If you're talking about happiness, happiness is truly subjective, and we can't all be happy for the same reason. So yesterday, back in the room, we were discussing about how everyone was sharing different thoughts, and how everyone had like different ways and simple ways of mentioning things. Like right now, I'm amazed by the simple thought Sir shared about seeing your kids after 2 days. So maybe these are the simple joys of life, which for sure most of us will go back and be more grateful and thankful and enjoy more about this. So yeah, looking forward for the day. Thank you.
Realize that why many times I am happy because of not right understanding the things. See, once I understand rightly, then my state of mind, quality of state of mind is good. And I thought that even thoughts also changes according to the state of mind, and quality of life is depend, or happiness is depend on the quality of state of mind. That thing I realized yesterday. Thank you.
कल का एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अच्छा था सबके लिए. सर, एक जो आपने कल एग्जांपल दिया है, वी हैव सो मेनी क्लोथ्स विद अस एंड स्टिल वी वांट मोर. तो कल एक विचार ये भी आया मेरे दिमाग में कि कुछ कपड़े ऐसे होते हैं जो हम साल में 1 या 2 बार पहनते हैं. और जैसा मैं खुद का एक्सपीरियंस है, जैसे आज अगर मैं किसी पार्टी में गया कुछ नए कपड़े पहनकर, और कल भी अगर किसी जगह पार्टी है, तो मेरे दिमाग में पहला ख्याल ये आता है, कल जो पहना था वो आज अगर पहन के जाऊंगा तो कल जो पार्टी में जिन्होंने मुझे देखा शायद वही देख ले तो क्या सोचेंगे. तो ये एक ये प्रैक्टिकल फैक्ट मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है, आई डोंट नो अबाउट द अदर्स। तो छोटी सी बात थी, लेकिन जैसा आपने कल वो एग्जांपल दिया कि आप काउंट कीजिए कितने कपड़े हैं आपके पास। तो कल मैंने मेरी मिसेस से भी बात किया, तो उनको एक एग्जांपल दिया कि हमारे घर पे नए यूटेंसिल्स कितने हैं जो हम साल में एक ही बार यूज़ करते हैं, वेट करते हैं कोई स्पेशल गेस्ट आएगा तो ही निकालेंगे। सो शी वॉज वंडर्ड लाइक व्हाई आई एम टॉकिंग दिस। तो वो एक थोड़ा ख्याल आया, मुझे लगा कि सबसे बात करना चाहिए, भी लड़ाई नहीं होगी। नहीं, सवाल नहीं था, एक दिमाग में
Okay, thank you. We'll start the session. I request Umesh Bhaiya to start the session. Thank you.
Yeah, good to listen to your sharings, and I'm glad yesterday, even in the hostel, almost every single participant was reflecting on what has been discussed for the whole day. So I'll just quickly recap what we discussed yesterday, and then we'll open up our further discussions of the day 2. Yesterday we started our discussions by identifying our basic aspiration. Today is basically we want to achieve many things. Some of those many things are like promotion, own bungalow, own high-end luxurious car, children studying in the IIT, possibly working abroad. So kind of list we have, like wish list. What do I aspire for, my basic aspiration? So we understood that I want to be happy, I want to be prosperous, I want to ensure the continuity of happiness and prosperity. So that is what the basic aspiration. I hope everyone is clear about it. Right? Then what is required for the fulfillment of the basic aspiration? So the one thing is required is the physical facility. Other is relationship with human being. And to understand relationship and how much physical facility is required, why physical facility is required, right understanding is also required. For the fulfillment of our basic aspiration of continuity of happiness and prosperity, these 3 things are required. Okay, so these 3 things are required. Right understanding in the self, relationship with other human being, and physical facility with the rest of the nature. So this is what we have discussed yesterday, right? Okay, so let me see if there is any question based on the discussions which we had yesterday. All right, so we discussed lecture 1 and lecture 2 yesterday. I skipped lecture 3 and lecture 4 because the content of lecture 3 and lecture 4 has already been covered on the board, right? So we are not missing anything. Now lecture number 5 is basically evaluation of the current scenario of happiness. In the morning reflection session, like there was a point that happiness is too subjective. If the happiness is subjective, then can we be happy as a family? If the husband's happiness is different and the wife's happiness is different, the children's happiness is different, then can we be a happy family? It's not possible, right? Because the expectations of every member of the family is different. If the happiness is subjective. So we'll try to understand what is happiness today. Yesterday, I have given you a glimpse of happiness. Happiness is basically having this right understanding, right feeling, and the right thoughts within. So when we say right, it is right for everyone. Is this right? The right is right for everyone, or
No, sir. It's not.
it's not?
Sometimes because people can assume that he is right, but that thing may not be right. But he feels or he assumes that he is right.
Very
एक
good.
बार हम सोच के चल सकते हैं कि that I am correct, but it cannot be correct or sometimes मेरे को सही लगता है तो वही सही है.
Yeah. If it is right, it should be right for everyone, right? Otherwise, it is not right. Relationship is right for you, or it is not right for you?
Right.
Is it right for everyone? Right. It's right for everyone. So when we say right, it is right for everyone. If it is not right for one, which means it is not right. So let us say, if our human population today is 830 crore people, if it is not right for one of these 830 and right for rest of all, which means it is not right. So if my understanding is on the basis of those right, which is right for everyone, then my feeling will be right. My thoughts will be right. And with these three things right, I am in harmony with them. So tell me, right is right for everyone or not?
Feelings के बारे में right thinking, right feeling is the right for everyone. But if a mathematical term is there, like you're talking about the population figure, 2 plus 2 is 4, that will be right. Let anything think about that it is 5 or 3, कोई कुछ भी सोचे, लेकिन that mathematical calculation is right. तो सब वो figures से related या तो कोई concept से related जो कि materialistic या तो mathematical term है, तो वो right ही होगा. लेकिन जो thoughts आते हैं, which is correct thought, which is right feeling, that feelings are different, that will be uniform for all. तो वो right तो right ही रहेगा. लेकिन जो mathematical terms हो या तो कोई figures हो which are recorded or reported, that will be remain same. तो वो तो मानना पड़ेगा क्योंकि वो ही right. लेकिन feelings के बारे में एक feeling सही होना वही ज़रूरी है. सही विचार आना वही जरूरी है.
I think there is a confusion between fact and reality. These are the same or different? A fact cannot be right. There is no fact which is right. Is there any fact which is right?
Some can be right, some can be fictitious.
Yeah, is there any fact which is right?
All facts are true. All facts are true.
Fact and reality.
That is the same
Fact
thing.
and reality are same.
No, sir, both are different. Reality are different. Fact and reality.
Yeah, I'm asking you, give me one example of a right fact. You are saying all the facts are right. I'm asking you one example. Yes? देखिए इससे लेकर तो कितना संभ्रम है ना. When we started understanding the shape of the earth, it was not round, right? It was not round. अंडाकृति कहते थे पृथ्वी को पहले, like an egg. Then oval shaped है. Now the scientists have come on the conclusion that the earth is round. So the fact, see, when we say reality, it means it doesn't change with the time, place and people.
It's universal, sir.
It's universal.
It changes as per time. As per time, place.
What is time now?
It's 9:25.
This is a fact in Pune, Maharashtra, India. But it's not 9:20 in the other part of the world. Fact changed. Facts are based on informations. Facts are based on statistical data. Facts is always based on some reference. As the reference changes, the facts changes. It is a fact that Mumbai is approximately 200 kilometers from Pune. From Pune. If we change the location, the fact will change. It is not approximately 200 kilometers from Kolhapur. Are you able to see that there is a difference between fact and the reality? When I say reality, is human being wants to be happy. Is this reality or it's not reality? So your want of being happiness will not change when you were young, when you were a child. That time also you wanted to be happy. Today also you want to be happy. The wanting of being happy will remain there with you even tomorrow. Whether you are in Mumbai, Pune, Tokyo, New York, you want to be happy. Whether you are with this group of people or other group of people, you want to be happy. Right? So the reality does not change with the time, place and people. Understanding those reality which is there in the existence is right understanding. So now you tell me, when we say the right which means which is based on the reality, can it change? See, whenever, if you have a confusion whether your thought is right or not, just take a simple test. Whatever I am considering to be right, is it right for my all the family members? If I am considering something right for myself, and if my wife would also have the same thought, that will be right or not right? If my children would have the same thought, will be right or not right? If my friends will have the same thoughts, if my relatives will have the same thought, take this test, check your right with 5 people. If the answer is right, it is right. But something which is right for you and may not be right for your wife, so it is not right. It is your perceptions. Right? It is your perception. If your perception, see, this is the reality which is unchanged. And then you have your perception. If your perception does not matches with the reality, will you be happy? No. And this is the whole trouble today. that most of our perception does not matches with the reality. And that is the reason we remain in the state of confusion. These confusions create the contradictions within. You may perceive that there is a struggle, but this is your perception. Correct? This is your perception. Would you want to live with the feeling of relationship or not? Yes, no. Right? Always? Always or sometime? This is what you really want to be. Correct? What you are, this relationship, always you want. But if you look into your current state, sometimes you are able to have this feeling of relationship, and sometimes you have this feeling of opposition. This is what you are, your current state. This is what is your naturally acceptable state. This is the reality. You want to live with the feeling of relationship, and you are able to live with the feeling of relationship. These two states, what you are and what you really want to be, are same or different? Same. When these two states are same, you are in harmony with it. You are happy. Correct? But then you are going through this feeling of opposition in you, the thoughts of opposition in you, but you always want to live with the feeling of relationship. Now these two states are same or different? What you are and what you really want to be are same or different now? Different. This creates contradiction. The contradiction is taking place between what you really want to be and what you are. And this contradiction is basically the disharmony. Now, why this contradiction is taking place? Because my perception and the reality is not matching. So whenever the perceptions matches with the reality, I am in the state of harmony with it. Any question here?
If reality and perception matches, then we are in the state of harmony, right?
Yes.
So that if harmony is achieved, then there is no goal left, something like.
If there is a continuity, then the basic goal is achieved.
Then there is no motivation further, no?
Yeah, living with that continuous happiness is the motivation.
Like it continuously ahead is the motivation.
Correct. Once you reach to that state, then what you will be doing? You will be continue living with it. And that is what you want.
जैसे अभी आपने कहा कि कोई चीज़ अगर आपके लिए राइट है बट आपकी वाइफ के लिए वो चीज़ राइट नहीं है तो दैट मीन्स कि वो चीज़ राइट नहीं है। तो सर ये भी तो हो सकता है कि जैसे मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग के अकॉर्डिंग जो चीज़ राइट है और अगर वाइफ के अंदर या किसी और फैमिली मेम्बर के अंदर वो राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं है और उसकी वजह से वो चीज़ रॉन्ग है, तो मेरी जो है चीज़ वो राइट ही है लेकिन वो उसकी अंडरस्टैंडिंग इतनी डेवलप नहीं हो पाई है कि वो राइट और रॉन्ग समझ पा रही है और उसकी रॉन्ग है। मतलब आप ये कैसे क्लेम कर रहे हैं कि जो चीज़ मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग के अकॉर्डिंग राइट है और वो अगर वाइफ के अंडरस्टैंडिंग के अकॉर्डिंग राइट नहीं है तो वो चीज़ राइट ही नहीं है?
जी, बिल्कुल। हम घर पे जाकर अपने वाइफ से पूछे कि यू वांट टू लिव विद द फीलिंग ऑफ रिलेशनशिप और अपोजिशन, पूछ के तो देखे। यू वांट टू नर्चर योर बॉडी, यू वांट टू हार्म योर बॉडी। लेट अस गेट इनटू द डायलॉग, राइट? You want to protect your body or you want to harm your body? Ask this question. And then you will find whatever is right for you is also right for her.
सर ये कुछ यूनिवर्सल टाइप की बातें हो गई, उसमें सबका आंसर सेम ही आएगा, लेकिन अगर हम थोड़ा सा सिनेरियो चेंज करें तो मे बी डिफर करें।
जैसे कोई एग्जांपल?
Sir, can I add here? Can I give you an example here? What he's trying to mean, if I'm understanding it clearly. Suppose there is, 30,000 amount I have right now, and I want to invest it. On behalf of, if I tell he wants to invest it, and his wife is saying, no, I don't want to invest it right now. I want to purchase something which is very important for our household. But if I think about a long term, if he thinks, okay, 30,000 will generate more money in mutual fund if I put it after 10 years down the line. Now, at this moment, if I say there is contradiction between his wife and him.
one more example.
अभी एक एग्जांपल आ गया, राइट? Ask your wife why and ask this question to yourself why. Then you will find that both are right. Whether you want to invest in real estate, mutual fund, gold, whatever it may be, ask this question why. When it comes to how, there is always variation. This cannot be uniform. But if you start asking on what, you will find that this is always uniform. So this is right. The feeling of respect is right. It's right for you, it's right for me, it's right for wife, it's right for husband, it's right for children. Now, if you say that by touching feet is only right, so touching feet is the expression of the feeling of respect, and in the expression there will be variations. Now, what is happening today? Why do we fight often? We fight often because we don't focus on this part. We just simply focus on this part. In the morning, normally on the breakfast table, there is some sort of conflict takes place between mother and children because the mother prepares poha and the child would like to eat idli. Correct? So conflicts happens there only. But then let's mother have this clarity whether she wants to nurture the body, let the child have this clarity whether want to nurture the body. So what do you want to, you will find that it is right for the mother and it is also right for the child. अभी झगड़े हम क्यों करते रहते हैं कि आपने पैर छुए, आपने हाथ जोड़े, आपने गले मिले. But whether I'm hugging or I'm touching feet, right, I'm having this handshake, this is just an expression of the same feeling. And what that feeling is the respect. It's a feeling of respect. We are trying to bring the uniformity in terms of how, which is not possible. But if you start looking into the core part of it, the essence, you will find the essence is right for everyone. So understanding essence is understanding right. That is the meaning of right understanding.
So now what is right for everyone? That we understood. Now, because how is differing for person to person, is it not that we should give some guidelines about how also? Because see, respect is one aspect, that's fine. But in our culture, Indian culture, touching feet is, what has been observed. Maybe suddenly your son is shaking hand to you, and And again, saying that I am showing respect to my father, that would be, correct in that sense, right?
Yeah. See, this how part will depend on the custom. It depends on the culture. It depends on the tradition. It will always be depend. For example, where is Velu Bhaiya? Velu,
Yes, sir.
how are you?
Fine, sir.
What do you eat every day in Tamil Nadu?
Idli and dosa.
See, in Maharashtra, poha and roti. In Tamil Nadu, idli and dosa. So how we cannot have the uniformity? There is no common culture. When it comes to the culture, it's always depends on the geography. It's always depends on the region. It's always depends on what do you produce in that particular area. So the people in south may eat rice, the people in north may eat wheat. And this variation will be there. But then the people in south also wants to nurture the body, and the people in north also wants to nurture the body. If we have this clarity, then we find that, okay, eating rice, nurturing body, eating wheat, nurturing body. What is happening today, some people say that eating wheat is superior, and some people say that eating rice is superior. This is the whole issue. Why this whole issue is there? Because we are trying to dilute the reality through our perceptions. But if I start looking into the reality, then we find that the reality is same for all. So I'm not saying that don't follow the culture, don't follow the norms of the society. The norms of the society are there, the culture are there. Appreciate it, follow it. Right? Appreciate it, follow it, try to transfer that cultural norms from one generation to the another generation. That is fine. But then I need to have this clarity that touching feet is just an expression of the respect, and it is not the respect if the feeling is missing out. And that is what the whole struggle in the families, right? Many times, every day morning, this daughter-in-law, she goes to the mother-in-law and she touches the feet. But that the mother-in-law is able to see that she is touching the feet, but there is no feeling of relationship. We also observe sort of similar thing, right? Whenever the time comes to give the sessional marks to the students, during that 15 days, 1 month time, 10 days time, you will find that suddenly your fan followers increases. Good morning, ma'am. How are you, ma'am? Like you are walking from parking to the department. Suddenly, some will appear, will take your bag, take it back to the department. Don't you understand that this is just an expression? It's just an expression. And these expressions may vary from place to place, from people to people, from time to time. What we used to express 100 years before, that expression has changed now. Expression has changed. But if you are focusing on the core part, essence part, then you also appreciate the expressions. Otherwise, we keep fighting for the expressions.
सर पहले अभी कम्युनिकेशन इतना बढ़ गया है सर कि अभी 1 मिनट में मेरा कुछ फूड है कहाँ पे भी सेंड कर सकता हूँ, तो ये मेरे एरिया के लिए अच्छा है, वो दूसरे एरिया के लिए अच्छा रहेगा नहीं रहेगा ये नहीं पता। तो पहले कुछ ऐसा होगा कि बहुत लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस पे थे, जो लोग वो कर रहे थे वो अच्छा था उनके लिए, लेकिन अभी साइंस की वजह से सब जितना कम्युनिकेशन बढ़ा है उतना उनमें कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन भी बढ़ा है, और जो हम करते हैं वो दूसरे के ऊपर लाते हैं। तो ये अच्छा है, तो जितना कम्युनिकेशन ज़्यादा हो रहा है उतना कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन ज़्यादा हो रहा है।
Yeah, that's very interesting thing. The communication is increasing or communication is decreasing? Are we really communicating? I mean, are we really talking? Yeah, right? Are we really talking? Are we really communicating? Tell me, in which place there will be more communication? Let us say a house without television, a house with one television, and a house with two televisions. Right? So if there is no television, possibility of talking and communication is more. This is very important questions. Are we really communicating these days? Once me and my friend who lives in Kolhapur, he owns one tractor agency, right? A businessman, and I was talking to him over the telephone. So I always talk about me, I always talk about my family, my children. So he said that, you're talking about Aditya, you're talking about Shiva, but it has been a long time I didn't speak to my children. I don't remember. So this Sunday I'm going to close my office. I'm going to take my Sunday for the children. His wife, she was not there. He has 3 different cars and 3 drivers. But he is very passionate about driving. So most of the time, he drives the car and the driver sits on the next seat. So he planned this Sunday, right? 6 o'clock in the morning, they will start from the home. After 1.5 hours, by 7:30, they will stop for the breakfast. From breakfast, they will drive for another half an hour, and then they will spend the whole day. He will spend the whole day with his children. 12 years daughter and 10 years son. He decided and he did it. Right? He called me after that. He said that, what has happened? I started driving. We reached to the breakfast place. When we reached to the breakfast place, what I realized, my driver and my children, they are talking to each other a lot. But I didn't say even a single word to my children. And he concluded that because he is driving, he was not able to talk to the children. So after the breakfast, he has taken decision to sit with the children. He asked the driver to drive the car. And now see, the conversation has started. The first question was, how are you? Children said, good, Papa. How was the breakfast? Good. When do you have exams? October 13th. How your study going on? Good. And he said, I did not had 5th question to ask to my children. Are we talking to our children? Yeah, I mean, and then suddenly comes on World Cup cricket, who won the match? And then you start saying that it's raining, it's not raining. And then you start talking about politics, right? This party is good, that party is not good. Are you talking to your child? Are you talking to your spouse? We don't have content to talk. So are we really communicating with each other? If the communication is not happening in the family, if the communication is not happening with our friends, with our colleagues, how we understand each other? So he said that, I was perceiving that happiness is physical facilities. Can I remove this? Which one, this or this? Okay.
So can I ask you something?
Yes.
Till now, whatever my experience in life, it's like, communication is good, you are in good terms with people, everything is good. But if you become, too open to people, that is also a disadvantage at times.
Yeah.
Crossing the boundary of the individuality, that is also a problem. And yes, sir, I also want to add something. I mean, we have content to talk, but the same content we don't have. Like what I want to talk, she doesn't want. If she has some content I don't have.
Yeah,
So this is also the problem.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
Individually, we have so much of content.
We'll talk about it now. What should be the content, right? We'll talk about it. What is happiness? Number one, physical facility. Right? Physical facility. So we try to derive happiness from physical facility. Cloth, right? He has given an example. That yesterday I went to a party, I had a kind of a dress. Yesterday, which means last week. And then this week, I want to go to the party, but I'm thinking that, if I wear the same dress, what will happen? So whenever we go to the party, we try to put on an exclusive dress. I want to show my dress to you. You also want to show your dress to me. You will find that none of us has got a time to look at each other's dress. Because I want to show mine, right? Why should I look at your dress? You want to show your dress, so why you would look at my dress? It's a very simple thing. If you observe how the talks goes on in the party, then you will find that, you start interacting with the other person. And the other person has no time to look at your dress. So you make the story. Which has happened. 15 days ago, I went to Delhi to attend a conference. And then evening was free. So I went to this Phoenix Mall of Delhi. From there I bought this. And then the other person said, oh wow, good, beautiful.
It's a DLF Emporium. That's
Right.
one of the costliest malls.
Yes. You are taking the name of Emporium also. Yeah. Why? Because that is one of the costliest. So I want to show that my dress is very costly. It's very exclusive. And then the other person said that, oh yes, good, you are looking good. I got the attention. And I feel happy. I show my cell phone. Right? I show my car. I show my washrooms. Whenever I construct a new house, and if the people come to my house, I take them to my washroom also. See how my washroom is. Look at, from this physical facility, showing this physical facility, I am trying to derive happiness. I show my car. But this example we have given yesterday, right? If you bought a car and giving this switch to everyone, and then one of the persons said that, how much have you spent on this car? 10 lakhs? Oh, in 9.30 lakhs, you could have got a better version of the different brand. Your happiness disappears, right? The moment you get some comment, you will find that your happiness goes. So this is one thing. Number two, can you ensure the continuity of happiness with any kind of physical facility? Yes? No? No. It's not possible. Maybe momentary. But that momentary is also not happiness. It is an excitement. Right? It is not happiness. So when you try to derive happiness from physical facility, there is a dependency.
And if there is a dependency on my happiness on the things outside, I cannot be happy in continuity. And this is the major source of our happiness. That is the reason the gap is there. What that gap? I want to be happy, but I am not able to make myself happy in continuity. This gap is there. The gap is there because my source of happiness is outside and I am dependent on the physical facilities. Is okay? So that, yes.
Can that gap be filled for short duration, long duration?
That is what we are trying to do.
So you give an example of that car. Someone is saying that okay, with less amount you could have got better car. But if I am firm that I have done all my own research and this is best for me and now I am not going to deviate whatever happens. So he cannot judge my happiness or he cannot destroy my happiness.
Yeah, this will happen if you are not trying to derive the happiness from physical facility. If you are able to see the role of the physical facility, which is again definite. What is the role of car? Yes. If you are clear about it, you will not connect your happiness with the car. The cloth is to protect the body. If you are not confused, you will not connect your happiness with the clothes.
My point is not even that. I am convinced car is for transport, that is one thing. I have done my research, it is for luxury also. That's not issue. Someone is saying that with less amount you would have get better luxury than that. But I am confined that okay, this is the luxury what I wanted and I have paid for it. So he is not deriving my happiness in that sense.
Yeah. You are not getting influenced by the opinion of the other. That is fine. But still you are connecting your happiness to the car. Right? So you are connecting your happiness. And as long as you are connecting your happiness with the physical facilities, you cannot ensure the continuity of it. Momentary for a moment you can be. But that's only for a moment. Right? It's only for a moment.
Sir, one statement is there. Suppose if we see the message, salary is credited. Everyone in this room will be happy, definitely happy. So our happiness depends upon that salary, physical facilities. But as per our discussion, if we say okay, we are not going to relate our happiness with the salary. चलो नहीं होगा तो भी चलेगा. तो ऐसा नहीं होगा ना?
See, I'm not saying कि if you don't get that message on your cell phone on that given date, you will be happy, you will be unhappy. I'm not saying it. But I'm saying, can that message makes you happy in continuity? Right? Then you know the other important thing, that you don't want to be happy only on that particular day and the particular time, but you want to be happy every moment. Can you receive that message every moment?
So we can view that message.
And just by reading that message, everything is going to be okay. So those messages are always stored, right?
सर कभी कभी ऐसा होता है जैसे कोई आपके लव्ड वंस हैं, जैसे आपके पेरेंट्स हैं, वो चले गए, एक्सपायर हो गए और जाते जाते आपको कोई अपनी चीज़ दे के गए. तो हालांकि दुनिया में उससे ज़्यादा एडवांस चीज़ें मौजूद हैं, उससे एडवांस मॉडल्स मौजूद हैं, बट क्योंकि वो आपके लव्ड वंस दे के गए जिन्हें आप बहुत चाहते थे, तो वो चीज़ आपके दिल में जगह बना लेती है. फिर आपको उसके अलावा और कुछ नहीं चाहिए और वो आपको कंटिन्यूस हैप्पीनेस देती है जब भी आप उस चीज़ को यूज़.
बहुत बढ़िया. अगर ऐसी कोई एक चीज़ है तो बता दीजिए. अगर आपके पास भी ऐसी कोई एक चीज़ है तो एक्सपेरिमेंट करके देखिए कि जब तक वो चीज़ आपकी जेब में है तब तक आप केवल हैप्पी ही हो। अगर ऐसा होता है तो होता है।
नहीं सर, उस चीज से हैप्पीनेस मिलती है, चाहे
मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, दैट इज व्हाट आई एम सेइंग। इफ यू आर deriving happiness from that particular gift which has been left by your beloved one, that gift is there in your pocket. As long as that gift is there in your pocket, you should be happy because of that gift. If it is happens, it happens. If not, then the physical facility can't make you happy. Do these observations.
So that cannot be just because that physical property. Affection and emotions are attached with that thing.
Yes.
And that's why that happiness may be.
We'll come to that also. Now we are just talking about the physical facilities.
So talking about this, my mother has a lot of things from her parents, like my grandparents, whatever, and she is very, what do I say, possessive about it. Okay, it has to be kept in that manner. It's important, and I'm not as careful about those things. And she keeps telling me, "You spoil the things I give you. You don't keep this properly. मेरे बाद क्या होगा?" So I tell her, "This is not important. I'll dispose of everything. Your memory is important. What you've taught me is important. I'm teaching my children because of you is important. Don't expect me to carry on these things. Be it the clothes, that sandu, that almira, those vases."
देखिए छोटा सा, बिल्कुल देखिए छोटा,
नहीं होगा, लेकिन आपकी मदर के लिए आज भी
But they are just things. I say you are important, grandparents are important. What we did together was important. वो वाज जो उन्होंने
see, एक बहुत छोटा सा प्रश्न है ना, a small question. हम लोग इसको थोड़ा सा सोचिए इसके बारे में कि बहुत सारे पेरेंट्स अपनी प्रॉपर्टीज बच्चों को छोड़कर चले जाते हैं। प्रॉपर्टीज जा रहे हैं, मैं तो अभी कोई गिफ्ट की बात नहीं कर रहा। तो प्रॉपर्टीज अगर बच्चों को छोड़ के लिए चले जा रहे हैं, जो फिजिकल फैसिलिटीज है, क्या बच्चे सुखी ही रहते हैं? देखिए, we need to have such sort of questions, because these questions will help us to get into a very detailed observations of our thoughts, and then we'll be able to see that how I'm perceiving the thing and my perceptions are right or they are not right. So this is one of the source of our happiness is physical facility. Okay. The second source of our happiness is the sensation. Okay, we have these 5 sensory organs. And whatever the input comes from these 5 sensory organs, we try to derive the happiness from it. Correct? Let me give one of the example is the test. Right? Test. The test is important for us or not? You will find that 50% of your time you keep talking on the food. 50% of the time. What is the content of talk? Is the food. So the test is so important for us, right? And by this food, we try to derive happiness. By satisfying the test, we try to make ourselves happy. Let us take an example of gulab jamun. Right? Gulab jamun.
सर जिसकी भी बात करें उसे लंच में दिलवा दीजिए।
वो तो सुनीता दीदी होती थी। So gulab jamun, right? You are hungry. You are hungry. You are in a wedding reception. The gulab jamun are prepared by the best halwai using desi ghee and a very organic ingredients. Okay, and lots of gulab jamuns are there. And it is your favorite. Your capacity is, let us say, 10 gulab jamun. Okay. You will find that when you have started eating the gulab jamun number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, it is very tasty. and not only tasty, but it is necessary for you. What happens once you consume the 10th one?
Love diminishing marginal unit.
I was thinking the same. That is diminishing marginal unit. Every extra unit, it decreases.
No. No, that law is not applicable here. Because after consuming 11, you will find that it is not necessary. But till you eat it, the taste is still there, but less tasty. Correct? Why that law is not applicable? Now, you are in the wedding, and many times your dear one also there in the wedding. After consuming 12, now you are done. Actually, you have done on 9th only. But you are eating extra. Why do you eat extra, you know? Do you know why do you eat extra? Because of the taste. You want to be happy. Because you want to be happy, you eat extra. And you already had 12. And then your sister-in-law comes. And with lot of affection, she says, Jijaji, one more. Now you can't say no, right? So you are eating gulab jamun number 13th. Now it has reached to not necessary and tasteless. Hello. The taste is still there in the gulab jamun or not? Taste is there in the gulab jamun. That's the reason law is not applicable. Right? The taste is there in the gulab jamun, but the same gulab jamun has become tasteless to you. Correct? The same gulab jamun has become tasteless to you. And then your brother-in-law comes and says, Jijaji, one more. What will happen? You will vomit it out, right? You will, vomiting stage. नफरत हो जाएगी, फाइट कर देंगे, राइट? और बहुत सारी शादी में आप देखते होंगे कि इसी के चलते झगड़े भी होते हैं। अरे आपको तो सुख दे रहे हैं ना लोग, गुलाब जामुन है, वो आपका सुख है, वो आपको दे रहे हैं, लेकिन फिर आप झगड़े क्यों कर रहे हैं? I have given example of one sensation, and that is taste. And this formula, what this formula? Initially it is tasty and necessary, eventually it becomes intolerable. Now you take any sensation which comes from the sensory organs of the body. Let us say to see. Many times, you try to become happy. You try to get this happiness by seeing the things, by seeing the people. Don't you reach to the same state if you continue seeing it? Let us say touch. If you try to continue with your favorable touch, doesn't it reach to the state of intolerable after 10 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour? Yes? No? Smell. Does it happen with the smell? And this is a major source of our happiness. What is that major source? Which makes the things intolerable to us. If you try to continue the continuous sensation, you will get irritation. And we are trying to make ourselves happy every now and then by fulfilling the sensations.
The satisfaction level is decreasing at this stage.
Yeah, because the sensation has a role to play. And I'm confused. I'm confused with the role of the sensation. What is the role of sensation? Let us say smell, right? Let us say touch. So I'm touching the food by the hand first. So just by touching also, you can sense sometimes the food is fresh or it is rotten. If you are not able to, then you take the smell. By smelling, you understand the food is rotten. If not, then with the taste. So that is the role of the sensation. But if I'm connecting the sensations with my happiness, this is my perceptions. This is the confusion. And with this confusion, I try to continue the sensation and reach to the state of an irritation. So who is making me unhappy? Who is making me unhappy? It's I am making myself unhappy because I'm trying to derive happiness from the sensation. And this is the second major source of my happiness. The third source of my happiness is expecting favorable feelings from the other. So we always expect favorable feelings. We always expect the favorable behavior from the other. If the other is able to do so, I'm happy. If the other is not able to do so, I'm unhappy. So I go to my HOD's cabin. My HOD talks nice to me, I feel happy. But if my HOD is not able to talk nice to me, I feel unhappy. So every now and then I'm trying to get attention, appreciation, compliments from the other. And you know how much we expect from the other? We expect that the other should sit like this. If he's not sitting like this, if his neck is 2 millimeters on the other side, I become unhappy. I expect that the other should walk like this. Other should talk like this. Other should smile like this. Other should wear these clothes. Other should eat this. Other should get up at this time. Other should sleep at this time. Everything we are expecting from the other. Thinking that the other is the puppet. So if my mother-in-law, tell me one thing, if you are disturbed within at that particular point of time, can you interact with the other person happily? And I'm expecting these favorable feelings from the other. There could be a possibility that this other is disturbed with it and may not be able to share that feelings with me. But then there is so much of dependency. This is conditional. If the source of my happiness is conditional, I cannot be happy in continuity. Correct? Now just recall and think about what else you do to make yourself happy. Physical facility, sensations, and expecting favorable feelings from the other. इसके अलावा हम खुद को सुखी होने के लिए क्या करते हैं? सैलरी का मैसेज, गुलाब जामुन,
Doing things I like to do, like generally enjoy doing. Suppose I like to do
sensations.
paint. Yeah, that will it come under sensation?
Right.
Because I like to paint, so if I do some kind of painting, it gives me a sense of happiness.
Correct. So that's sensation. It's satisfying your senses.
But this is also important. If it comes from within, you like to do something. You like to write. Suppose I like to write. If I write, I feel.
Yeah, but then take it as your passion, right? Take it as your hobby. Why are you connecting your happiness with it?
करने के बाद खुशी होती है ना.
मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, अगर ये करने के बाद में खुशी होती है तो हर बार पेंटिंग करने के बाद में आदमी खुश होना चाहिए था। दुनिया की पेंटिंग अगर देखें तो आपको दिखाई देगा कि मैक्सिमम पेंटिंग्स में आक्रोश है, विरोध है, दुख है। दुनिया की बहुत कम पेंटिंग्स आपने दिखाई देगी जिसमें सुख है।
पेंटिंग करने वाले को खुशी
मैं वही कह रहा हूं कि पेंटिंग से अगर सुख, राइट, पेंटिंग से अगर सुख होता तो दुनिया में अधिक से अधिक सुख के पेंटिंग्स निकलते हैं।
The question is, a painter may not be happy before painting that. After painting that, he might have relieved the stress, and now he or she is happy.
Actually, what happens if you see something, it's there in your mind, and you just portray that thing in that imagination that is being physically depicted, kind of.
Yeah, tell me.
There is transferring his feelings on the canvas.
Yeah, tell me all this contradiction. It's going within you or outside you?
Within you.
Within you, right? So you may divert yourself from your contradictions. Escape, right? Let's say alcohol. What is that? Escapism. Drugs. What is that? Escapism. But by drinking alcohol or under the influence of alcohol, do you become happy? What are we doing? We sit in front of the television, correct? You want to watch the TV. Then why can't you remain on one channel for 2 hours? But after 5 minutes, after 10 minutes, you keep changing channel, one channel to the other channel, because we are trying to derive happiness by watching the television. I can't be happy by watching the television. I can't be happy by doing something, right? What is painting? Painting is doing. But I can be happy within and do the painting. This is possible. I can be happy within and do my writing. This is possible. But by writing, I cannot be happy.
Another one example, we take in tea or coffee.
Yeah, taking tea or coffee, right? It's the same thing. Keep drinking tea. If the tea is giving you happiness, keep drinking tea. And see that after 10 cups, after 15 cups, what happens to you?
But then it is going beyond the capacity, no, sir. If you are doing anything for that matter, more than what is required, then it won't give happiness. That is true.
Yeah, if my understanding is right in continuity, I'm happy.
That's what.
If my feelings are right in continuity, I'm happy. If my thoughts are right in continuity, I'm happy. But if any of these three, if I try to do the continuity, I cannot be happy.
Happiness cannot be dependent on one particular thing, for example, physical facility, sensation, or it can be multiple things which can bring happiness to me.
Like?
For example, maybe if we take physical facility, I have a salary in my bank account on a particular day.
Depend on the other factors. Depend on the other factors.
Right, I know you get what you're right.
Depend on the other factor. Means
Yeah.
you go to traveling in the bus, but I am traveling in the train. But traveling in the train, my satisfaction.
That is my satisfaction, but my happiness can be traveling by bus, by eating something, by buying something. So there are different ways I am finding happiness, different modes I am using. Instead of having only one thing.
So here the curiosity is natural acceptance, though we are getting that where there is universal acceptance, everybody should have that. But then do we we are getting the concept theoretically, that when it comes to the other factors, physical facility, sensation or whatsoever, so do we have to stop thinking about these kind of stuffs? Isn't this make our life dull? Like that kind of curiosity we have. Usually what we do, we are accustomed to do such kind of things. So this is
So, in current scenario, the happiness is attached to the physical facilities, happiness is attached to the sensation, happiness is attached to the expectation from the other, and these are not long-lasting things, and that's why we are not in a state of continuous or continuing happiness. So, if you say that we should neglect all these things, so where to find the happiness? I think these three things are also important, but right understanding of how much will lead towards the happiness. Means we should consider these three things. Is it right?
Read the first line which you have written on your notebook yesterday.
We are putting a lot of effort.
सर आई थिंक हमें हैप्पीनेशन का तो
Wait. What is the first line?
Physical
Physical facilities are necessary for human beings.
That's what we. And every now and then, see, that's the reason I asked you to write that physical facilities is necessary. I'm not saying it is not necessary. I'm not saying it is not necessary. It is necessary. Correct? What I'm saying is, can you derive happiness from physical facility? The cloth is necessary, but why?
Protect the body.
Yes. Put on the cloth with the clarity that it will protect my body. The food is necessary. Why? Eat food with this clarity that I am nurturing the body. There is no issue. The problem occurs when I connect my happiness with the food. I'm in a big trouble. Very big trouble. You are expecting the feelings from the other. These expectations are natural. Right? You cannot stop expectations. You cannot. Expectations are natural, but expecting the fulfillment of expectation, that is very unnatural. Very unnatural. So the expectations are there, but then I always keep expecting that my expectation should be fulfilled. It depends on whether the other person has that competence or doesn't have that competence. If the other person has the competence, your expectations will be fulfilled. Correct? What is happening that we are trying to make ourselves happy by these three things. We are trying to make happiness. We are trying to get happiness. Happiness is not making me happy or getting happiness. Happiness is basically being happy. Being in the state of happiness. And I can be in the state of happiness by right understanding, right feeling, and the right thoughts. Tell me, you are posting something on the Instagram and 100 people like your post. Is this happiness or excitement? Excitement. This is not happiness. On your birthday, someone gives you a big gift. Excitement or happiness? Excitement. Someone doesn't wish you. Still it is excitement. That's a negative excitement. Now if you try looking into the whole day, how your moods switch from one to the another, you will find that most of the time you are in the state of an excitement. Excitement is not happiness. It is not harmony. Start observing your feelings when you are in the state of excitement. You will find that you are not in harmony within. Right? Harmony, which means stability. The state of comfort within. I am comfortable within with my thoughts, which means I am happy. But if I am not comfortable with my thoughts, I am unhappy. Correct? हमारे विचार ही हमें दुखी करते या नहीं करते? वो विचार क्यों दुखी कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि जो विचार मुझ में चल रहे हैं उसके साथ मैं सहज नहीं हूं, उसके साथ में आराम में नहीं हूं, कंफर्टेबल नहीं हूं। तो व्हाट इज बेसिकली हैप्पीनेस? इसको अगर देखा जाए तो मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम वी आर इन द स्टेट ऑफ एन एक्साइटमेंट। ठीक, दिस ओवर एक्साइटमेंट takes us into ego. ठीक, नेगेटिव एक्साइटमेंट डिप्रेशन। इसीलिए आप अगर आपके मूड को चेक करेंगे तो आपको दिखाई देगा कि होल डे योर मूड फ्लक्चुएट्स फ्रॉम ईगो टू डिप्रेशन। You know, sometimes you feel that it's you, and because of you only, the whole world, the college, the family is running. Overexcitement, ego. On the next very moment, if some input comes from the other, let us say HOD calls you and say that for the past 15 days I have assigned you a small work, but you are not able to complete your work yet. Immediately you start feeling depression. Someone says that your dress is good, ego. Color is not matching, depression. So this is all excitement state. In the state of an excitement, you are not stable with it. You are not in harmony with it.
So praising for wrong reasons may also lead for unhappiness.
Correct.
Sir, over evaluation also leads to negative.
Correct.
I mean ego.
Correct.
Sir, we are talking about happiness all the time. Why we are not talking about not being sad all the time?
You want to be?
Sir, जैसे आपने एग्जांपल दिया कि जैसे अगर happiness can't be in continuity, हम अगर कंटिन्यूअस अगर गुलाब जामुन खा रहे हैं तो एक टाइम के बाद वो खराब लगने लगेगा। बट ऐसा भी तो हम बोल सकते हैं ना कि अगर हमें गुलाब जामुन खाना पसंद है और मैं 2 गुलाब जामुन खा के रुक जाता हूँ तो मुझे एक टाइम के लिए हैप्पीनेस देता है, then I can find something else which can give me more happiness.
Make a list of the things which you can find in every moment.
Yeah, we can't be, but we can be for it. हम sad नहीं हो सकते, ये तो हमारे हाथ में है।
See, हमारे साथ में प्रॉब्लम क्या है पता है? हमारे साथ में प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हम निरंतर सुखी होने की चाहना है हमारी। कुछ मोमेंट का सुख नहीं चाहिए हमें। तो what you are saying is right. At this moment, I will eat couple of gulab jamun. What about the next moment?
बट हम लोग निरंतर दुखी ना होने का अगर कारण ढूंढ ले तो वो तो ज्यादा अच्छा है ना।
See, that is what we are doing. That is what we are trying to escape, right? ये escapism तो हम कर ही रहे हैं. We are trying to make ourselves happy by sensation. We are trying to make ourselves happy by physical facility. We are trying to make ourselves happy by expecting favorable feelings from each other. ये तो हम कर ही रहे हैं, है ना? हम तो कर ही रहे हैं. मेरा तो सिंपल क्वेश्चन ये है कि इतने सारा एफर्ट्स हम इसके लिए लगा रहे हैं. इस इतने एफर्ट्स लगाने के साथ में क्या हम कंटेंट है, कंप्लीट है या इनकम्प्लीटनेस को फील कर रहे हैं? दैट्स द ओनली क्वेश्चन.
सर, हैप्पीनेस को शायद हमें डेफिनेशन ही गलत समझ रहे हैं हम आज तक. Being peaceful is happiness, you know, and what we have understood, being excited is happiness.
वेरी गुड. एटलीस्ट कुछ कंक्लूजन तो निकल रहे हैं.
अगर ये सारा सब कुछ एक्साइटमेंट है तो दिस इज नॉट हैप्पीनेस. हैप्पीनेस इज समथिंग एल्स व्हिच वी आर सर्चिंग फॉर टिल नाउ.
यस.
If I am not happy, that does not mean I am unhappy.
If you are, see, the lack of happiness is unhappiness.
Not necessarily. I am at peace.
सर जस्ट लाइक
I'm not
अगर
happiness doesn't mean I am not happy.
सर अगर जैसे हम बात कर रहे थे कि अगर हम कार खरीदना चाहते हैं तो जब तक हम कार खरीद लेते हैं तो हमारे अंदर हैप्पीनेस आता है. बट बाद में वो चला जाता है, तो ये एक साइड इफेक्ट इस कंप्लीटली होते हैं। बट जब तक हम कार नहीं खरीद रहे हैं तब तक तुम सैड हो। और अगर हम इस मटेरियल के लिए नहीं जा रहे, इसको परचेज नहीं कर रहे, तो दैट विल मेक मी सैड, दैट विल मेक मी अनहैप्पी। सो इट्स गुड टू बाय दैट
and become unhappy. See, that is what I'm saying, right? Why we carry so much of confusion? If you want to buy a car, buy it. If you want to buy a bungalow, get it. If you want to eat gulab jamun, eat it. Right? But then, observe. Am I in the state of harmony or not? Do this observation. I am in the state of harmony or I am not in the state of harmony. Because what is important for me? Harmony. है ना? What is important for me? Harmony. Then at least I will buy the car, but I will not connect my happiness with the car. What is problem today? We are connecting our happiness with everything, which is not the true happiness. नहीं होंगे ना? Yeah, you are becoming unhappy because there is some sort of contradiction going on in you. You are not able to accept it. Why this acceptance is not there? Think about it.
सर, क्या ये जरूरी है कि हम संबंध और विरोध में एक को चुने, हम बीच में नहीं रह सकते? क्या ये जरूरी है कि हम हैप्पीनेस और सैडनेस में किसी एक को चुने, हम बीच में एक स्टेबल जगह पे नहीं रह सकते?
कोशिश करें, कोशिश करके देखो क्या होता है ना कि संबंध और विरोध की बीच में की जगह क्या है? बीच में की जगह को हम किस बीच में की जगह को हम स्वीकार लेते हैं? ठीक है, ये जो संबंध और विरोध के बीच की जगह हम तलाश करते हैं, तो कौन सी बीच की जगह रहती वो कि दूसरा व्यक्ति अगर यहाँ से आ रहा है सामने से, जैसे बाहर जाएंगे विंग्स में, तो उधर से अगर आ रहा है तो मुझे कोई आवश्यकता नहीं होती, लेकिन फिर भी मैं वॉशरूम में चले जाता हूँ। मैं एक मिनट ना, एक मिनट। एक तो इस तरीके से जगह को हम तलाशते हैं और हमें लगता है कि हम संबंध में भी नहीं है, विरोध में भी नहीं है। ठीक है, देखिए जिस व्यक्ति के बगल से मैं जा रहा हूँ या जिस व्यक्ति के केवल थॉट मुझ में आने से अगर मैं डिस्टर्ब हो रहा हूँ तो विरोध है या संबंध है वो?
State of liking is happiness. State of disliking unhappiness.
State of liking is sensation, is not happiness.
हैप्पीनेस की डेफिनेशन तक हम पहुंचे नहीं।
अभी तो हम इसीलिए इतनी सारी जो डिस्कशंस कर रहे हैं ना, वो डिस्कशंस इसीलिए कर रहे हैं कि हम जिसे हैप्पीनेस मान रहे हैं क्या वो हैप्पीनेस है क्या? पहले ये तो पहले इवैल्यूएशन हो जाए ठीक से।
40 साल में नहीं हुआ सर, 2 दिन में कैसे होगा? वक्त लगेगा और रुकना पड़ेगा।
सर अगर हम हैप्पीनेस स्टेट में नहीं है, इसका मतलब हम अनहैप्पी है। अभी इसी सिचुएशन में मैं सिर्फ सुन रहा हूँ, आई एम नॉट हैप्पी, नेदर आई एम सैड, सिर्फ मैं सुन रहा हूँ, तो ये भी फेज हो सकता है ना लाइफ में। अभी मैं यहाँ पे सिर्फ सुन रहा हूँ।
Yeah, you are listening to me, right? You are listening to me, but at the same time, you start listening to your thoughts. You start listening to your feelings. So these thoughts and feelings are also going in you. If they are in harmony, then you are happy. If they are not in harmony, then by listening to me, you can't be happy.
Materially, we are present over here. But in my thoughts, I am somewhere, I am happy.
Very good. Okay, very good. So this is what generally happening, right? We are trying to run away from the unhappiness. Overeating, oversleeping, right? Consumption of some drugs, alcohol, suicidal thoughts, suicide. This is all escapism. We are trying to run away. From here, we find some source of our happiness. And what that source is? Either physical facility or sensation or expecting favorable feelings from the other. But this is also very momentary, very temporary. The transformation what we have discussed yesterday, transformation from animal consciousness to the human consciousness, the transformation which means the source of happiness is the right understanding, right feeling and the right thought within. If this becomes the source of my happiness, then I am taking a step towards my transformation. Not expecting the happiness from the world outside or the things outside, but taking efforts for the development of this right understanding within. And what is the meaning of right understanding? Which means understanding harmony at individual level, family level, society, nature and existence. So if my understanding is right, with this my feelings are right and my thoughts are right, I remain in a state of harmony with it. So that is what is the meaning of happiness, right? Any question? Now I'm going in the reverse order. After lecture 5, now lecture 4. Because we have enough discussions on what is not the true happiness. With this, I can unfold. This is what we have already discussed. Whenever this contradictions goes in me, I am unhappy with it. And what that contradiction? I want to live with the feeling of relationship and not able to live with the feeling of relationship. But whenever I am able to live with the feeling of relationship, I am happy with it. Correct?
So just now I asked that this for wrong reason can also lead for unhappiness. But then how to tackle that? I want to be in relationship. I am what is been expectation. For example, I take the example of my wife. Suppose she asked me how I am looking on a certain day. Now with my previous experience, I think that she might have visited beauty parlors. That's why she is asking me. So I said, you are looking nice. But then she, which beauty parlor, you are looking nice after beauty parlor. Then she said, it's not about beauty parlor. This is new dress I am wearing. That's why I am asking. So I have praised her, but I have praised her for wrong reason.
Basically, you are praising her, but internally you don't know why you are praising her. Feelings of
I don't want to go in opposition. I am in relationship.
Keep this question open till we discuss on the feeling of respect, maybe on the day 4. So these are the 2 states we go through. What is naturally acceptable to me and what I am. What I am, which means my current desire, my current thought, my current expectation. If these 2 are same, I am in the state of happiness. If there is a contradiction between these 2, I am in the state of unhappiness. Are you able to see to it?
So some of the, if you could just read out.
It's not clear, sir. Just
Okay.
make it more elaborate.
Okay.
Whatever has been written in the arrow, things I'm not reading.
Okay. It's the same thing. Okay. I'll read it again.
Are you able to see that there are these two different states in you? The one state is your natural acceptance, which means what you really want to be, which means your intention, right? This upper state. And there is lower state. What that lower state is your current state. Your current desire, your current thought, your current expectations. Yesterday in the days, session 1, I said the process of value education is the dialogue within. And you find that there is always a dialogue happens between these two states, which is within you. Are you able to observe this dialogue sometimes? There is dialogue goes on in you, right? Internal dialogue. So this internal dialogue always goes on in each one of us. When you look into what you really want to be, what is naturally acceptable to you, is always relations. Is there any moment where you want to live with the feeling of opposition? You don't want, right? There is possibility that you have the desires of opposition in you currently. You have thought of opposition in you currently. But what you want is always relations. You always want these relations, but in the current state, sometimes relations and sometimes opposition. Okay? When your desirable state and the current state matches with each other, you are in the state of harmony. You are happy. But whenever the desirable state and the current state is not matching with each other, that creates a contradiction. You are in disharmony with it. You are unhappy with it. So who is responsible for your happiness? Self. And not the physical facilities. Correct? Not the sensations. Not the other person. Who is responsible for your unhappiness? Self. Yes, harmony is the happiness. To be in a state of harmony is happiness. Okay? So, and there was a question this morning, can we increase the span of our happiness? Right? From 1 moment to the 10 moments, 10 moments to the 1 minute, 1 minute to 10 minutes. Yes, we can. But for that, number one thing, we need to do it continuously from this moment. Every moment, you can explore within yourself what you really want to be. What you really want to be. What is your natural acceptance? And what is your intention? On these 3 points, if you do the continuous exploration, right, you will be able to understand your desirable state. But this exploration is required continuously. Number 2, what is naturally acceptable to you is the relationship. Take it to the step number 2. Verify your thoughts. Do you have the thought of relationship or opposition at this moment? What will happen? You got the clarity about your naturally acceptable state, your intention, and now you are evaluating your current state. This evaluation process helps us to purify, to get purification within. And then the third state, if the feeling of opposition is going on in you, then study relationship, have the clarity of relationship. If you follow these 3 steps rigorously, then the developments happens. These are the keys to transform within our own self. And with the transformation, we can be happy. Any question? Take the mic.
So, few days back, I was wearing a new dress. When you're wearing a new dress, you usually fish for a compliment that everybody will give you some or the other compliment. With that mindset, I was working on my desk, and one of the female faculty, she came on the way. I'm neutral with her, not very close, not very far. And she told me that I want to say you something, I hope you won't mind that. So I said, okay. So she said, my bed sheet, I have a bed sheet like this. So the moment she said this, I took it so positively because I was so okay. It is quite possible to have a bed sheet of this print. So when you are talking about such kind of things, I am recalling. Otherwise, it was totally vanished from my mind. But would that be your this one of these stage? Like I was not even minding that, and I took it positively and told her, yeah, quite possible.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, if you look into the designs of the dress these days and the designs of the bed sheets these days,
that is how to get.
Always there is possibility of matching, right? So if someone says that your dress looks like my bed sheet, okay, fine. Why should I be unhappy for that?
And I was quite confident that it is very suiting on me, so it's okay. But
अगर आपने उनको अनहैप्पी कर दिया कि तो उनको आपको फील कराना था, माइंड कराना था। जब बोलते हैं डोंट माइंड, इसका मतलब माइंड कराना चाहते हैं।
See, वही होता है। See, वही होता है। You know what? See, क्या हो रहा है कि आपने नए कपड़े पहने, आपने नए कपड़े पहनने के बाद में what are you expecting कि सारी दुनिया आपको कहे कि आप तो हीरो दिख रहे हैं, राइट? आपका ड्रेस सबसे बढ़िया है, आपका कलर सबसे अच्छा है, आपका डिजाइन सबसे अच्छा है. दिस इज व्हाट यू आर एक्सपेक्टिंग नाउ, एक्सपेक्टिंग फेवरेबल फीलिंग फ्रॉम द अदर, एंड दिस इज द बिग सोर्स ऑफ आवर हैप्पीनेस. बट इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल, क्योंकि दूसरे की स्टेट क्या है उस पर डिपेंड करेगा. अब सिंपल सी बात है ना, उनके पास में बेडशीट होगा, इनका ड्रेस भी बेडशीट की तरह है, उन्होंने सीधी सीधी बता दिया कि ठीक है आपका ड्रेस मेरे बेडशीट की तरह दिख रहा है. I don't know.
Not happy. Why only may not be?
May not be, or maybe.
Maybe that she has just shared her observation. Maybe you cannot say that whether it is happy or unhappy. But just
See,
observation, she is just voicing what I don't know.
Whether happy or unhappy वो क्या डिसाइड करेगा? Whether was she happy or unhappy वो किस बात से डिसाइड करेगा? This is happiness. क्या है happiness? A state or a situation in which I live. Are you living? Are you living? Yes, no. Are you living? Yes. Very good. You are living. You are living in your state. And you are living in the situation. Correct? So I live in my state and I live in the situation. Situation which means environment. Right? The people around me, the things around me. If there is harmony, synergy in it, then it is naturally acceptable to me to be in the state of the situation. I want to continue the same state. This is what is called happiness. ठीक है, let me define the unhappiness first, so that we can see the happiness in the contrast. If there is a state or situation in which I live, if there is disharmony, contradiction. Let us say a situation. You are sitting in a nice air-conditioned, comfortable hall. Luxurious sofa set, television. So how the situation is? Situation is comfortable. But you are going through some sort of disturbance. Do you enjoy the situation? Don't you want to go out of that hall? But you have been forced to be in that situation. You are not able to come out of that situation. So whenever the thoughts of opposition goes in me, I don't want to continue that thought of opposition in me. But I have been forced to be in that state because I do not know how to come out of the state. And I always try to come out of that state. I don't want to carry that state or the situation to the next moment. This is unhappiness. Opposite is happiness. If I want to continue, and the continuity is the possible, that is the state of happiness. Now you just start observing it. Whether the situation is responsible for your happiness or your own state is responsible for your happiness. छोटे छोटे चीजों का ऑब्जर्वेशन करना शुरू कर दीजिए कि व्हेन यू आर कंफर्टेबल विद इन, राइट, जब भी आप अपने में स्टेबल होते, स्थिर होते, कंफर्टेबल होते, सहज होते, क्या उस वक्त आप में शिकायतें आती हैं? कोई शिकायत नहीं आती। 40 डिग्री 45 डिग्री भी अगर टेम्परेचर रहा तो उस 40-45 डिग्री टेम्परेचर में ये भी पॉसिबल हो सकता है कि आप सड़क की किसी किनारे, पेड़ भी नहीं है, आराम से बैठे हो। क्यों? You are in harmony. Take the other seat, you are sitting in the air conditioner hall, कंफर्टेबल सोफे के ऊपर बैठे हैं, लेकिन फिर भी शिकायतें शुरू हो सकती है कि बाहर कितनी गर्मी है। अब तो बाहर की गर्मी तो आपको परेशानी नहीं कर रही ना, अब तो एसी हॉल में है, लेकिन फिर भी बाहर की गर्मी की शिकायतें क्यों शुरू हो रही है? यू आर इन द डिसहार्मनी विद इट।
सर अगर इस तरह से सोचेंगे तो हम तो कुछ बात करना ही बंद कर देंगे।
मैं तो कल से बात कर ही रहा हूं, राइट, कल से बात कर ही रहे हम लोग, और अगले 6-7 दिन तो कंटिन्यूस हम लोग बात करते रहेंगे। So happiness is to be in the state of harmony with it. जिसकी मैं कंटिन्यूटी चाहता हूं और जिसकी कंटिन्यूटी पॉसिबल है वो है सुख। Now you tell me, is there any dependency on the people outside or the physical facility or the sensations? So this is happiness. This happiness we are talking about, and not that temporary happiness. Any question?
So can I just request, can you just read out the sentences?
Yeah, the state or situation in which I live. If there is harmony, synergy in it, then it is naturally acceptable to me to be in the state situation. And I want to be continue to be in the same state of the situation. To be in a state of harmony, synergy is happiness. Happiness is equal to be in harmony. सुख का अर्थ क्या है? व्यवस्था में होना। हार्मनी का अर्थ क्या होता है? व्यवस्था, राइट, व्यवस्था में होना। व्यवस्था में होने का अर्थ क्या है? कि मेरी समझ, मेरे भाव और मेरे विचार व्यवस्था में है, तो मैं सुखी हूं। जब भी मेरी समझ, मेरे भाव और मेरे विचार अव्यवस्थित होते हैं तो मैं दुखी हो जाता हूं। लेकिन मैं दुख को कंटिन्यू नहीं करना चाहता। I have been forced to be in the state of contradiction with it. So this is unhappiness. To be forced to be in the state of disharmony, contradiction, is unhappiness. So unhappiness is equal to disharmony. Happiness is equal to be in the state of harmony.
Sir, किसी को अगर harmony में रहना है, so can these parameters, whatever are surrounding, the amount of those parameters vary with person to getting harmony?
I mean, that is what we are going to discuss now, right? Now we are going to discuss all the parameters. So we'll start from our own self, individual, then the family, society, nature, existence, and we'll check that whether these parameters or the situations around me can affect my harmony or not. So we'll talk about it. कल से तो हम लोग समय इसीलिए लगाया अभी तक लेक्चर 5 तक, यानी 6 और 7 चल रहा है अभी। इसमें हम केवल समय इसीलिए लगाए कि हमारा नेचुरल एक्सेप्टेंस क्या है वो समझने के लिए। So for the continuity of happiness, I need to understand harmony at individual level, family, society, nature and existence. इस हार्मनी के साथ में मैं अपने में निरंतर सुखपूर्वक जी सकता हूँ। Let me define prosperity also, and then tomorrow we will do the detailing of prosperity. So the feeling of prosperity is having or producing more than required physical facility. कल कोई बता रहा था ना कि चद्दर, तो जितने पैर उतनी चद्दर अगर रही तो मैं समृद्ध नहीं रह सकता, तो पैर से बड़ी चद्दर होनी चाहिए, वरना ठंड के दिनों में मुश्किल हो जाएगी। So more than required physical facility. If you have enough, you won't feel prosperous. How many of you have counted the clothes yesterday? Counted the clothes. Has anyone tried? Those 3 hands were there. Anyone counted the clothes?
Sir, I counted my ethnic wear. I got 18 kurtas with me. I didn't count my western wear.
Ethnic only. Okay, so she has counted her ethnic. Can I?
Yeah.
Okay. She has counted her ethnic wear and 18 pairs of ethnic. Now the formal, functional, all those things counting is yet to be done. So what do you think? This 18 ethnic is enough, less or more?
I'm okay with that, whatever I have.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you, right? Are you okay with that? I'm okay with it, which means still that little deprivation is there.
I'm content. I'm replacing okay.
If I'm feeling that I have more than my requirement, more, see, this feeling of more is basically prosperity. It means I have it.
But then, sir, this feeling will never be there, no?
Let us see. Many of you are going to have this feeling in next couple of days.
How can we decide for someone else?
No, but you only. You can decide for yourself. You can decide for yourself how many saris you want. Can't you?
No, but sir, what is required that I can say? And if I do have more than required, okay, then that feeling will be more. But somehow nobody will have that feeling, I have more than what is required.
Let's keep it open, whether can we have that feeling or not. But as I said, in next couple of days, some of you are going to have that feeling. Yeah, he has that feeling. She has that feeling. Right? Sudita Didi has that feeling. Michelle has that feeling.
It could be that I require 10 pairs of clothing.
See, what is the meaning of more? Right? What is the meaning of more? What is the meaning of I have? Right? I have sari, which means by looking any other sari, I don't get tempted. Then only I have it. Then only I have it. Else, if I am getting temptation by looking other sari, which means I do not have it. I have car. What does it mean? By looking any other model of the car, I am not having this feeling of deprivation. I should have this, which means I do not have it. Correct? By looking at someone's house, if that feeling is getting generated in me that I should have similar house, which means I do not have my own house now. So not having, I want to have, this is basically the feeling of deprivation. I have it is the feeling of prosperity, right? So having or producing more than required physical facility is prosperity.
In this sense, nobody will can a person be continuous in prosperity?
Yes. That's what I said. We'll do the detailing tomorrow. I'm just opening up the definition.
In this sense, nobody will be prosperous because when we purchase anything, that means we require. So nobody purchase the things that is more.
Yeah, you know, we can reach to the conclusion. Let us count the clothes first and see that whether have you purchased more or not. Let's count it.
Sir, I think the definition of more practically depends on our bank account. If it's full, we want more. If it's empty, we want nothing.
No, why do we want that more? Why do you want that more?
If we have that feeling, okay, I have one cloth, I want the other one. If
No,
I have
wait. Why do you want to have the more?
General
Not for the accumulation. The more is not for the accumulation. The more is not for the accumulation. With accumulation, you cannot be prosperous. Can I ask you a simple question? From where your clothes has come? From where your clothes has come from? Nature, right? Don't have this misconception that the cloth has come from the shopping malls. The cloth has come from the nature. Every single physical facility that we are producing, manufacturing in our manufacturing units, the raw material is coming from the nature. If I have more than my required clothes, if I'm wearing my clothes once in a year or twice in a year, am I doing the right utilization of the natural resources? So when I'm asking you to count the clothes, see, this is a small exercise to begin with. But then slowly and gradually you will see that how many pairs of clothes you are doing the right utilization of it. Right utilization, which means at least once in a week or at least twice in a month. Even if you are using a dress twice in a month, which means 28 days that pairs of clothes is remain unattended in the wardrobe. 28 days. If I am doing it, you are doing it, if we all are doing it, then who is responsible for the depletions of all these resources? The feeling of prosperity, which means not only I am having this feeling of prosperity, I have more than my requirement, but my participation in the preservations and the enrichment of the nature. This is the whole meaning of feeling of prosperity. Then we understand the meaning of more. What is the meaning of more? More than required. If I have enough, or if you have enough physical facility to nurture the bodies of your relatives in the family, I come to your home and you do not have tea or food to offer to me. So why do you want more? More is not for the accumulation, but more is for the fulfillment of our relationship. More is to nurture the body of our relatives. More is to protect the body of our relatives. Anyway, we will continue these discussions and the questions after the break. Individual, family, society, nature, existence, कहाँ से शुरू करें? Individual. So we'll try to understand human beings. What is the meaning of human being? This will help us to check our own perceptions about the human being. That whatever I have been perceiving about the human being, my perceptions and the reality is the same or different. So it's the process is the same, the process of exploration. And through these discussions, we'll try to understand these two things. Number one, who am I? And number two, what is my role? Okay? Who am I and what is my role? So it's a proposal that the human being is the coexistence of self and body. Which means there are two distinct realities, separate reality. The one reality is the body and the other reality is the self. So now you can check within yourself. Are you only the body? Are you only the self? So I am not only the self, I am not only the body, but when I look into myself as a human being, I am able to see that I am the coexistence of self and the body. These are two things, right? Self is there and the body is also there. Are you able to see that you are there? Are you able to see that the body is also there?
Yes.
So you are there and the body is there, right? You are also there and the body is also there. So these are the two different realities. We'll do a very systematic study on this, very systematic study of this proposal. We'll try to understand the need of the body and the need of the self. So need of the body is physical facilities. For example, shoes, food, clothes, shelter. These are needs of the body. The need of the self is happiness. For example, respect, trust, affection, love. What do you think? Both these needs are same or different? Different? Only different or very different? Very different. And you have both of these needs, right? You have need of happiness and you also have need of physical facilities. You need respect, you also need food. Let us try to look into both of these needs in time. The need of the physical facility is temporary in time. But the need of happiness is continuous in time. Is there any moment in which you don't want to be happy? Continuously. Is there any moment in which you don't need food? Right? So you don't need food continuously. Or do you need food continuously? You need water continuously? Yes, no? No. You need food continuously? No. So in time, the need of the physical facility is temporary. But in time, the need of the self is continuous.
What's the need for oxygen is all the time.
Oxygen is continuous.
That is continuous.
How do you get oxygen? Yeah. How do you get oxygen?
That's in nature. That is in nature.
Yeah, but how do you get oxygen?
Oh my God. Inhale and exhale process.
Sorry?
Inhaling.
Respiration.
Inhaling, right? Inhaling, you get oxygen. Is your inhaling continuous? Keep inhaling. Don't exhale.
Exhale is also there.
Yeah. What does it mean? It means the inhaling is also not continuous and the exhaling is also not continuous. But while inhaling, I want to be happy. And even while exhaling, I want to be happy. So this is the meaning of continuous. Can you only inhale? So continuity is breaking. What is the meaning of continuous?
Non-stop.
Continuous. Nirantar. So check for yourself. Is there any need of physical facility which is continuous in time? Let us look in terms of quantity. The need of the physical facility is quantitative, which means you can count in some unit, kilogram, liter, 500 milliliter of milk, 2 roti, 5 idlis, correct? So all these need of the physical facility which is there for your body, you required it in a limited quantity or unlimited quantity? Is there any physical facility you can utilize or consume unlimitedly? What do you think? Can you eat food unlimited? Can you drink water unlimited? Can you wear unlimited pairs of clothes? Can you wear unlimited pairs of shoes? Can you have unlimited number of phones? You may have 100 phones, right? Maybe 200 phones. But the 200 is quantifiable. You are counting it. If you look into the need of the self, is not quantifiable. It is not quantitative. It is qualitative. What is the meaning of qualitative? You have it. Or the lack of it, you do not have it. You are happy. What does it mean? No happiness. No unhappiness. At that very moment. At this very moment, you have trust, which means there is no mistrust. So are you able to see that the need of the body is physical facility which is temporary in time and quantitative, required in limited quantity? Correct? What do you think? These needs are different types or the same types? Both of these needs are important?
Yes.
Are you fulfilling both types of needs?
Yes.
Are you working to fulfill both the types of needs?
Yes.
What is the priority between these two? Body. What does it mean? That the temporary is my priority number 1 and the continuous is my priority number 2. So I am putting a lot of efforts for the physical facility, but less investment for happiness. And I want to be happy in continuity. Are you able to see why we are not able to ensure that continuity of happiness? Because my efforts itself are going for the body more and the selfless. But both the types of needs are important and both are required. Can you fulfill the need of the self just by fulfilling the need of the body alone?
Both the needs are different.
Both the needs are different, right? But can you fulfill the need of the self just by fulfilling the need of the body alone? That is our whole problem. What is our problem? We are trying to fulfill the need of the body, thinking that, assuming that the need of the self will get automatically fulfilled. If I give 3 pairs of clothes to my child, his need of happiness will be fulfilled. This is the confusion. If I prepared food, breakfast, lunch and dinner every day delicious, then my family member will be happy. Is there any relations, correlation between the food and the happiness? But they can't be happy, right?
But there can be peace. But there can be peace.
There can be peace. Yeah, it depends on the state again. If my state is disturbed, then I may not eat the food. कभी ऐसा होता ही नहीं होता है? आप ही लोग है ना बहुत मेहनत करके खाना बनाते हो, अच्छा खाना बनाते हो, जो आपको अच्छा लगता है. लेकिन ये खाना बनाने की प्रोसेस में या खाना बनाने की इमीडिएट बाद कुछ पति के साथ में झगड़ा हो गया, आपका मन होता है खाने का? So are you able to see this physical facility and the self, the body and the self are different. They are very different. अगर आप मेरे घर पे आ गए, ठीक, कभी आ गए तो आ जाइए संभाजी नगर, आसपास अजंता एलोरा है, अच्छी जगह है, घूम भी सकते. आप मेरे घर पे आ जाइए, 2-4 दिन आप रह सकते हैं, रुक सकते हैं. ये 2-4 दिनों में मैं और मेरा परिवार आपको हर 1-1 घंटे में कुछ ना कुछ खाने पीने के लिए देते रहेंगे, अच्छी तरह से बनाते देते रहेंगे. लेकिन जब भी बनाएंगे, जब भी आपको देंगे, तब यही कहेंगे, लीजिए, मुंबई में नहीं मिलता होगा. Did it work? दूसरा काम करते फिर, अगर ये काम नहीं होगा तो. Me and my family will live with you with lots of affection, trust, feeling of relationship, but will not ask for the food and the water. ये चलेगा? ये भी नहीं चलेगा. Right? ये भी नहीं चलेगा. Both the needs are important. So the need of the physical facility is also there, and the need of the happiness is also there. And both the needs need to be fulfilled separately. Now, अभी क्या हो जाता है ना, बहुत सारा हमारा जो confusions होता है, we think that just by fulfilling the need of the body, the need of the self will get automatically fulfilled. ना बहुत रिसेंटली मैं एक शादी में गया था, और इस शादी में जाने के बाद वो गिफ्ट वगैरह देते लोग, गिफ्ट देने के बाद में नीचे आके बैठ जाते, एक दूसरे के साथ में डिस्कशन शुरू हो जाते. So this is a gentleman, right, who has given his gift to that bride, and he came and he just sat next to me. और वो बताने लग गए थे कि ये शादी में सबसे बड़ा गिफ्ट मैंने दिया है. बहुत अच्छी बात है, लोग बताते भी है ना कि सबसे बड़ा गिफ्ट मैंने दिया है, उसका कीमत भी बताने लग गए. मैंने कहा अच्छी बात है, लेकिन पता है ये जिनको मैंने गिफ्ट दिया वो बिल्कुल इस लायक नहीं हो. And then for the next 5 minutes he start criticizing, blaming, complaining about this family. हमें क्या लगता है, मैंने शादी में तो बड़ा गिफ्ट दे दिया है, अब तो हो गया सब कुछ. शादी में बड़ा गिफ्ट देने से अधिक आप क्या कर रहे हो, कोई फिजिकल फैसिलिटी को दे रहे हो, लेकिन अगर वो नीड ऑफ सेल्फ फुलफिल नहीं हो गई तो वो तो अनफुलफिल्ड ही रहती है. We have a lot of complaints about the other people, that I do so many things for the other. What do you do? List it down. you'll find that most of the things what you have done or doing for the other is for the body. Giving 1 lakh rupees, 10 lakh rupees, 1 crore rupees, giving party on every weekend, giving clothes, this is all physical facilities. With this physical facility, you may be able to fulfill the need of the body of the others. But how about the need of the self? So what do you think? ये दोनों भी needs important है? Let us try and understand their fulfillment. The need of the body gets fulfilled by physiochemical things, भौतिक रासायनिक वस्तुएं, products. But the need of the self gets fulfilled by right understanding and right feelings. What is happiness? Is a feeling. What is trust? Is a feeling. What is respect? Is a feeling. And this feeling can be established by understanding that particular feeling. So to be happy, what do you want? How the need of your happiness will be fulfilled by? आप कैसे सुखी होंगे? By ensuring right understanding and right feelings within. So the need of the body gets fulfilled by physiochemical things, and the need of the self gets fulfilled by right understanding and right feeling.
What will be the sequence? Because if body is at discomfort, then also I will not be in the happiness or mode of happiness. So body also has to be in comfort, then only I can think of happiness and other.
Yeah, then only, or even the body is in comfort, I may not be happy.
Fine, I may not be happy. But if body is at discomfort, definitely I am not happy.
Keep it open. Right? Keep it open. We'll talk about it. Whether the body is comfort and not comfortable, can I be happy or not, happy? If my source of happiness is the body, if the source of happiness is the physical facility, then what you are saying is absolutely right. I may not be happy. But if I am having this clarity that the need of the body is physical facility, the body is different, and the source of happiness is the right understanding and right feeling, then I can be. Even the body at a discomfort level, I can be in harmony with it. I can be in harmony. Are you able to see that the needs of the body cannot be fulfilled by right understanding alone? And the need of the self cannot be fulfilled by physical facility alone? So both the needs need to be fulfilled separately. The need of the happiness also and the need of the physical facility also. Any question here?
Small doubt, sir. Now in need for self we have written happiness, for while the need for body is physical facility. But yesterday we have taken physical facility as one of the parameter of happiness. So don't you see that happiness is a broader idea and physical facility is one of the aspects for that?
Yeah, yesterday what we have said that physical facility is one of the parameter for the prosperity. With right understanding and right feeling, I can be happy. Right understanding and physical facility, I can be prosperous. So happiness and the prosperity are the two different things. When it comes to the prosperity is the body, the physical facility. Happiness is the self. So these are two different things.
सर आपने लिखा है द नीड ऑफ द बॉडी कैन नॉट बी फुलफिल्ड बाय राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग, तो सर जो नीड ऑफ बॉडी है वो राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग उसमें भी चाहिए ना। अगर हम खाली फिजिकल फैसिलिटी से नीड ऑफ बॉडी भरेंगे तो हम लोग अलग अलग तरह की बीमारी कर सकते हैं, फैट गेन कर सकते हैं, शुगर बढ़ा सकते हैं। तो उसमें भी राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग चाहिए ना कि कितना बॉडी को रिक्वायर्ड है, सिर्फ उतना ही इनटेक अगर करें तो बॉडी भी हेल्दी रहेगी।
Yeah, the need of the body, you can check it. The need of the body, can it be fulfilled by right understanding alone? तो समझ तो चाहिए क्या खाना है, ये तो चाहिए, लेकिन खाना भी चाहिए। केवल समझ से काम नहीं होगा, खाना भी चाहिए।
सर इसमें हैप्पीनेस ब्रैकेट में लिखा है इजी रिस्पेक्ट, इसका मतलब रिस्पेक्ट इज हैप्पीनेस।
One of the example. One of the example.
One of the part of happiness is respect.
Correct. Like food, है ना? Physical facility जैसे भोजन। तो एक एग्जाम्पल दिया है फिजिकल फैसिलिटी का, वैसे ही the example of happiness is given is respect.
Now my concept is not clear about happiness. One is that harmony is happiness. Another, I think these values, respect, etc., 7 values, they are part of happiness.
Yeah, I mean we can check within ourselves. If I have the respect within me, I'm in harmony or disharmony.
They are forming harmony.
So harmony is basically the right understanding and right feelings, both. Happiness is both, right? I can be happy by ensuring this right understanding and right feelings within me. So the need of the self gets fulfilled by right understanding and right feelings. The need of the body gets fulfilled by physiochemical things. Correct? That is the reason happiness is not available in any supermarket. Do you have any mall in Pune? I have heard that there are lots of big malls in Pune. Is there any mall sells respect, trust, happiness? Yes, no. Do you know what is the conclusion of it? It means for the fulfillment of the need of the self, money is not required. For the fulfillment of the need of the self, money is not required. With money, you can buy something from the supermarket, but it is not available in the supermarket, so you can't buy it with the money. So this fulfillment of the self, happiness, it is possible with this right understanding and right feeling. I need money for the body. And both the needs are required. You know, both the needs are there. I'm not saying that there is no need of money. There is a need of money, but the need of money can fulfill only the needs of body, which is temporary and limited. So tell me, the need of the body is limited or unlimited? Will it be possible for you to do the quantification of how much food do you eat at one meal? You can do the approx quantification? That how much food is required for your family for 1 month? For 1 year? Will it be possible to do the correct assessment of how many pairs of clothes you require to protect the body? It's possible or not possible? If I do this in the light of understanding human being, that the physical facility is the need of the body, I can be prosperous very easily. And it will be possible for every single human being and every single family to work on the prosperity.
सर अभी तक का कंटेंट सुन के ऐसा लग रहा है कि मतलब हम लोग इस चीज़ की टेंशन ही नहीं लें या इस चीज़ के लिए कंपटीशन ही नहीं करें कि लोअर क्लास से मिडिल क्लास की तरफ जाना है, मिडिल क्लास से अपर क्लास की तरफ जाना है। जो कंपटीशन है, रेस है, उसमें हम लोग पार्टिसिपेट ही नहीं करें। जहाँ पे हैं गरीब हैं तो गरीब बने रहें, अमीर हैं तो अमीर बने रहें। मतलब स्विच करने वाली जो वो फीलिंग है वो ख़त्म होती हुई दिख रही है सर कंटेंट से।
This physical facility is required today and tomorrow. The food is required only today. So you will be working for that, right?
बट सर जो एक
ज़्यादा जो चीज़ होती है ना, जो आप कह रहे हैं मोर देन रिक्वायर्ड से ज़्यादा नहीं एफर्ट करो, तो जैसे लोअर से मिडिल क्लास, मिडिल से अपर क्लास, अपनी क्लास को, फाइनेंशियल स्टेटस को चेंज करना, वो चीज़ जो स्प्रिट है वो ख़त्म होते हुए दिख रही है कंटेंट से सर.
हाँ, I will be, at least I will not be in the rat race. Because what is happening today, that I am following few people. मेरे आगे 10-12 लोग दौड़ रहे हैं या 100 लोग दौड़ रहे हैं, उनके पीछे मैं दौड़ रहा हूँ. कभी आप ना थोड़ा सा टाइम लेके जो आपके आगे दौड़ रहे हैं ना, जिनको आप फॉलो कर रहे हैं, उनको रोकिए और उनको पूछिए कि कहाँ दौड़ रहे हैं. नो क्लैरिटी. अगर वो दौड़ का डेस्टिनेशन ही क्लियर नहीं है तो जितने भी दौड़ेंगे, इसीलिए तो दैट इज व्हाई इट इज कॉल्ड इट एज रैट रेस, राइट. लेकिन कम से कम ये मुझ में क्लैरिटी हो जाए. क्या क्लैरिटी हो जाए कि मुझे दौड़ना है, क्यों दौड़ना है, ये सुविधा को शरीर के लिए. तो जितनी भी दौड़ लगानी उतनी मैं दौड़ लगाऊंगा और वो लगाते ही रहूंगा, है ना. आज भी लगाऊंगा, कल भी लगाऊंगा, बिकॉज द नीड ऑफ द क्लोथ इज टुडे एंड इवन टुमारो. The need of the food is today and even tomorrow. But I will be able to decide upon that how much physical facility is required for myself and for my family. And not the other will decide for me. What is happening today, the others are deciding for me. They say whenever we think of constructing a house, सबसे पहले थॉट क्या आता है कि my house should be at least 1 centimeter bigger than my neighbor. Right?
1 centimeter higher than
1 centimeter higher than my neighbor. So 1 centimeter higher or bigger than my neighbor, which means my neighbor is deciding the size of my house. I am not deciding. Correct?
सर, फिज़िकल फैसिलिटी की जो रिक्वायरमेंट है आपके लिए और आपकी फैमिली के लिए, हम कैसे फाइंड आउट कर सकते हैं जबकि हमने फ्यूचर नहीं देख रखा. हमें नहीं पता हमारी फैमिली को कौन सी बीमारी लगने वाली है, कौन सी डिजीज़ आने वाली है उन्हें, और उसके इलाज में कितना खर्चा जाएगा. हमारा जो चाइल्ड है वो कल अपना कैरियर बना पाएगा या नहीं बना पाएगा, या हम ही को उसका कुछ बिजनेस सेट करना पड़ेगा. ये फ्यूचर हमने नहीं देख रखा है, तो हम कैसे मतलब उसे क्वान्टिफाई कर सकते हैं कि मुझे इतनी फिजिकल रिक्वायरमेंट है.
इसीलिए मैंने कहा कि आज प्रॉस्पेरिटी से लेकर कुछ इनपुट्स दे रहा हूँ, कल डिटेल में चर्चा करेंगे. क्योंकि जितनी ह्यूमन बींग से लेकर हमारी डिटेल स्टडी होंगी, उसके साथ ही विल बी एबल टू डू द करेक्ट असेसमेंट ऑफ आवर नीड. सो विल टॉक अबाउट इट टुमारो.
बॉडी में जो थर्ड पैरामीटर लिखा है हम लोगों ने, क्वांटिटेटिव तो समझ में आ गया, बट व्हाई क्वालिटेटिव इज आल्सो नॉट देयर. क्योंकि जो फूड हम खाने वाले हैं या जो भी चीज़ हम फिजिकल फैसिलिटी हम खरीदने वाले हैं, वी विल सी क्वालिटी ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर थिंग आल्सो.
Yeah, I mean the food is required, right? And the food is required to nourish the body. So it is like assume that nourishing food.
It is inherent in quantity.
Inherent. That's inherent in quantity, because that is the reason you need the physical facility.
No, because we have categorically mentioned qualitative in self.
Correct.
That's why I asked. So
Yeah.
qualitative is there in both them.
Yeah, this qualitative, which means गुणात्मक. राइट. ये क्वालिटेटिव का अर्थ होता है गुणात्मक. गुणात्मक का अर्थ क्या होता है कि है या उसका अभाव है. इस सेंस में कहा गया है क्वालिटेटिव. जैसे अभी मैं सुखी हूं, इसका अर्थ क्या है कि इस क्षण में दुख नहीं है, नेक्स्ट मोमेंट का पता नहीं, लेकिन इस मोमेंट में अगर मैं हैप्पी हूं तो अनहैप्पीनेस नहीं है. दिस मीन्स क्वालिटेटिव. ये हुआ गुणात्मक. यहाँ तक ठीक है. This question, the last question is very important for us. We can keep pondering upon it. Then in my living, what is my priority? How much time and efforts I'm investing for the fulfillment of need of body, and how much time and efforts I'm investing for the fulfillment of need of self. ये दोनों आवश्यक है.
सर इम्पोर्टेंट तो दोनों ही है, लेकिन ज़्यादा एफर्ट फिजिकल फैसिलिटीज पे जाता है।
जी बिल्कुल ठीक, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं हमने ये मान के रखा है, क्या मान के रखा है, दैट फिजिकल फैसिलिटी एंड द सेंसेशन इज द हैप्पीनेस. So it is so deeply rooted preconditioning. Under this preconditioning, I take the efforts for the accumulation of more and more physical facility.
सर इसमें ये है कि जैसे आप कह रहे हो फिजिकल फैसिलिटीज के लिए मोर एंड मोर, काफ़ी पब्लिक ऐसी भी है जिनसे वो पूरा नहीं होता, तो उनके लिए वो कंपेरिजन या उसका मैटर नहीं है, दे जस्ट वांट टू complete it, like they are not having food or not having shelter or not having proper clothing, they are starving for it. So they are not comparing, they are just doing more and more work for getting it.
Very
They
correct.
are not getting opportunity or they are not getting proper things.
Very correct. Very correct.
So that is another segment of people.
Yes, very correct. But you know, what's the fact? Is if you refer to the WHO reports, then you will find that the production today is 6 times more than the requirement. 6 times. Okay. The amount of wastage we are doing is enough to feed 1,300 crore people for 1 year. Only wastage. So the wastage is enough to feed double the population of the human being for 1 year, just with wastage. Now tell me, is this the problem of production? Is this the problem of distribution? Is this the problem of distribution? I'll tell you, you know, you would find very interesting news at least 3 to 4 times in a year. On the same newspaper, on the same page, the one news will be, let us say people are dying out of hunger. The next news on the same newspaper will be, thousands tons of grains are getting rotten in the storehouses. And now we have, you know, proper infrastructure to distribute. From one corner of the world, we can transport the things to the other corner of the world in maximum 24 hours. So distribution is the issue. Is this the issue of relationship? Is this the issue of relationship? I'll just give you a small example. Whenever there is a new construction site is going to develop, a huge society, right? Let us say 100, 200 apartments. You will find that the first thing which comes before the constructions begin is the slum. The slums comes and get settled around that area. You know why? ऐसा क्यों होता है? बिल्कुल, ये बिल्डिंग कौन कंस्ट्रक्ट करने वाला है, राइट? ये बिल्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन के लिए लोग हैं, तो लोगों को कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट के पास में आके सेटल हो जाते हैं. फिर उसके बाद में आपको ये भी दिखाई देगा कि कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट्स कंप्लीशंस के बाद में भी वो स्लम वही बना रहता है. क्यों? सही बात है, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग में रहने वाले लोग अपना काम नहीं करते, तो उनका काम कौन करेगा? उनका काम कौन करेगा? If I have this feeling of relationship, then I can share my extra with these people. अभी क्या हो रहा है? As you said, yes, there is some population which does not have enough to nurture the body or to protect the body. But then if you look into the accumulation, you will find that there is a huge population have accumulated a whole. If I'm able to see that relationship with the people who are working for me, then at least I can share something extra with them. Is this the problem of education? So this is the problem of education. Education is not able to develop the right mindset. Education is not able to develop the feeling of relationship. And that is the, the cause such things are happening. Are we understanding human being in our education? If I'm not able to understand human being in my education, then there is possibility that I may pursue something different and I may pursue other person as different and not the human being. Let me complete it. Let me just give a small example. Am I identifying other human being as a human being, or am I recognizing other human being on the basis of the post?
Recognizing on the basis of.
Just recognizing and not identifying. So mother-in-law is recognizing her as a daughter-in-law. So mother-in-law is also post and the daughter-in-law is also post. HOD is also post and the faculty is also post. Now if these two posts, two designation, if they interact with each other, tell me, is there any possibility of human-human interaction?
Yes.
There is no possibility, because the mother-in-law has got a whole lot of preconditioning towards the daughter-in-law. I'll tell you a small example. Once we happened to be in a wedding. I have lot many stories of weddings. So me and my family, in the morning around 11 o'clock, we went to a group in this wedding, and this group of 60 plus old ladies. So just had namaste, when did you come? And just in the next 2 minutes, they jumped on their topic of discussion which was happening before we, enter into the discussion. And you know what was the topic? Daughter-in-law. All these mother-in-law group, they were talking very goody about their daughter-in-law. And then after the lunch, around 3 o'clock, we happened to be in a young ladies group, 30, 35, 40. And do you know what was their topic? All those young girls and the ladies, they were talking goody about their daughter-in-law, about their mother-in-law. And a very interesting thing I'll tell you. There was a girl, of our relative. She is only 14 years. And when her mother and her auntie, they were talking on the mother-in-law topic, this 14-year girl, she also said, yes, the mother-in-law is like this only. You are not married yet.
She was getting training.
You have no idea about what is mother-in-law, right? But look at sort of preconditioning you are carrying about the mother-in-law. And if this girl, when she will marry, she will go with that sort of preconditioning. That the mother-in-law is like this only. And the mother-in-law is also having a preconditioning for the daughter-in-law. Now tell me, if these two preconditionings are interacting with each other, is there any possibility of human-human interaction? It's the same case is happening, right? If I recognize my HOD as a HOD and I'm a faculty, I had gone through both these stages. I was a faculty. So when I was a faculty, me and my friends, we used to talk quite a good thing about our HOD. And then I got promoted as a HOD. And then me and my HOD friend, we started talking good things about our faculty members. Just imagine, in a one cabin, these two people are sitting. The one is HOD and the other is faculty members with so much of preconditioning, with so much of opposition for each other. With that opposition, they will try to interact, not with the clarity. Okay? So, this is the problem of education. if we impart human education, that human education will help us to understand the human values. And with this human values, we'll be able to live, we'll be able to fulfill the need of the self and also the need of the body. Any question here? Yes, Mr. Pinto, you wanted to share.
I was talking about giving something that we have extra. So giving something that I have extra has a different connotation based on charity. Problem today that we face in the society, be it India or otherwise, is not about not giving or giving. It is about the rights of people who are not having that. That we are not acknowledging. That they have the right to earn as good as what we are earning. They are also working more than what we are working. So we are giving designation and important certain type of jobs, hierarchy of jobs. So certain jobs if you do, for example, I am a doctor, and I do a surgery. Okay? So I get paid 1 lakh, 1.5 lakh rupees per hour for 2 years of operation. Okay? Can I fit the plumbing? I may not do. Can I fit the electrical messing? No, I cannot. So the person who is doing a plumbing work or electrical problem solving is also equally good at something. No? So not recognizing that these jobs have to be also recognized somewhat similarly. The difference in the two income, if you look at in India, we are having the most unequal society in terms of income. Why is it so? Because we are paying something like 200, 300 rupees per day for a laborer. Whereas someone gets crores of salary per month, per year. And this difference is too big, and that is because we do not understand or appreciate the right of a person. And we are trying to cover it up by giving some charity. I give some old used clothes, I give some money, I donate some books to make myself feel good about myself. कि मैं कुछ बहुत बड़ा काम किया दूसरों को देके, जबकि मैं मेरी कमियां छुपा रहा हूँ. मैं जो गलती कर रहा हूँ काम में, मैं जो गलती कर रहा हूँ, by oppressing other people, taking the rights of other people, उसको ढकने के लिए मैं चैरिटी कर रहा हूँ. चैरिटी करने का इरादा अलग है सर. हमको राइट बेस पे जाना चाहिए. 1948 का यूएन चार्टर देखोगे ना, it talks about rights of all human beings to be equal. I mean 1948 अभी we are talking about 2040 years, and we still have the same amount of inequality which was there in 1948. ज़्यादा कुछ बदलाव हुआ नहीं, क्योंकि हमारी सोच ये है कि कुछ लोगों को हम कुछ देगा ना तो हमने बहुत बड़ा काम किया. ठीक,
बिल्कुल ठीक है ना. ज़्यादा कुछ बदलाव नहीं हो पाया क्योंकि एजुकेशन में हम नहीं ला पाए. एजुकेशन क्या फोकस कर रहा है बॉडी के ऊपर.
अभी जो एक अंबानी साहब की शादी हो रही है, I don't know how much amount of money is being spent. People say it is 3,000 crore, 5,000 crore. ऐसा सुना मैंने. I'm not a chartered accountant auditing, but some amount of money is being spent, and everyone is talking about it. Everyone is celebrating about it. There are news and everything. There is someone far richer guy called Warren Buffett. He stays in the same house, drives around the same car. 35 years or 40 years, he is living in the same old house, and he still happy. उसके लड़की का कभी शादी हो गया वो पता भी नहीं चला. Different perspective. If you are able to bring that right-based perspective, every human being has the same amount of rights, and if you can do the same thing to the job.
ये कैसे होगा? कैसे आएगा बदलाव?
स्किल सेट का भी इम्पोर्टेंस आएगा ना.
कैसे आएगा बदलाव? वही बात बोली है.
तो 1 करोड़ रुपया कमा रहा है, तो जो 1 करोड़ कमा रहा है उसके बाद भी एक पर्टिकुलर स्किल सेट है
हम ये सोच रहे हैं ना, ये स्किल सेट को हम ज्यादा भाव दे रहे हैं. आई एम गिविंग इट एज सोसाइटी.
ओके, उसको 1 करोड़ की जगह उसके पास इतना स्किल सेट है कि वो 10,000 या
300
चलिए देखिए एक सेकेंड ऐसा डिस्कशन कभी भी कंक्लूड नहीं होगा. ऐसा करें, राइट, ऐसा करें. देखिए ऐसा करने के बाद में क्या पता चलेगा कि whether that number is 5 digit, 10 digit, 20 digit, it is going to be contribute to the body.
Mentality of entitlement. I am worth 1,000.
It's going to be it's going to be contribute only to the level of body. Correct? Because what you can buy at the max is physical facility with the money. That is the need of the body, but the need of the self is also there. If both the needs are getting fulfilled, then fine. But if both the needs are not getting fulfilled, then there is the whole trouble. Let us look into the activity. The activity of the body is like eating, walking, sleeping, talking. This activity of the body is also temporarily inside. Can you continue any activity of the body? Is there any possibility to continue any activity of the body? It's not possible. Why? Because the basic functions of the body itself works on the expansions and the contractions of the cells. So neither the cell is continuously expanding nor it is continuously in contraction. Which means the activity of the body cannot be continued. It is temporary in time. But if you look into the activity of the self, like imagination, what is the imagination? Imagination, which means the desire, thoughts and expectations. This is continuous. Can you stop thinking? Can you stop breathing? Can you stop breathing? Stop it. Do it. Don't say no. Stop it. Do it. Try to hold your breath. And see that whether it's possible or it's not possible. For a while, right? Which means you can. For a while, if you are able to hold your breath, which means you can stop your breath. Can you stop your thinking?
Sir, in meditation.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you. Can you stop thinking?
Yes, sir. Meditation में थोड़ी देर से
क्या मतलब क्या होता है?
नहीं कर सकते सर थिंकिंग. इवन नींद में भी हम थिंकिंग करते हैं.
That is also possible, but you have to be empty.
मैं वही कह रहा हूँ कि आप कोशिश करें. जैसे ब्रीदिंग का तो किया आपने, और क्या देखा कि हाँ आप चाहे तो स्टॉप कर सकते हैं ब्रीदिंग. वैसे ही आप कम से कम ऑब्जर्व करें, कोशिश करें आपके थॉट्स को स्टॉप करने की.
वही थॉट चल रहा है कि थॉट को स्टॉप करना है.
वेरी गुड. आपको ये दिखाई देगा कि आपने कुछ ना कुछ डिजायर, आपने कुछ ना कुछ थॉट, आपने कुछ ना कुछ एक्सपेक्टेशंस, ये कंटिन्यूअस चल रहा है. राइट? ये कंटिन्यूअस चल रहा है या नहीं चल रहा? एटलीस्ट जब भी आप अवेयर हुए उसके प्रति, तो आपको कुछ दिख रहा है या नहीं दिख रहा है? There could be a possibility that you are not aware of your imagination and you may conclude that nothing is going on.
There can be some outlier for these things, no sir. Now you have taken example of breathing, that is fine. But the heart is continuously going on.
Yeah, but
if it stops, then it's over.
Yeah, but what we are saying, what we say that there is a beating happening in the heart.
So if you open up every activity of the heart, then you can say it is not continuous. It is contracting and then again expanding. That's fine. But that complete activity is one activity. No? Systolic and diastolic combinedly is one activity. And it is going continuously. So it may be outlier for what we are talking.
ठीक है. इसको भी थोड़ी देर के लिए खुला रखा है, क्योंकि और एक नीचे का जो ब्लॉक है उसको ओपन होना है. ठीक. इसको भी थोड़ी देर के लिए खुला रखें. अभी तो कम से कम ये देखें कि क्या मेरी जो सेल्फ की एक्टिविटी है ये कंटिन्यूस है या नहीं है. ठीक. जो आप में ये जो सब कुछ चलता है, ये बेस है आपके बिहेवियर का और आपके पार्टिसिपेशन का इनटू द लार्जर ऑर्डर इन द फॉर्म ऑफ वर्क. ये जो है ये आप में कंटिन्यूस चल रहा है. दिस डिजायर, थॉट्स एंड एक्सपेक्टेशंस ये कंटिन्यूस चल रहा है.
Now from this moment onwards, each one of us can try to be aware of our imagination. Every moment. How much happiness you want? Every moment. So if you want to be happy every moment, then you need to be aware of your imagination every moment. क्या लगता है roughly 24 घंटे में कितने घंटे आप अपने प्रति सजग होते हो? सजगता का अर्थ है कि मुझ में जो कुछ इच्छा चल रही है, विचार चल रही है, आशा चल रही है, उसको मैं स्पष्ट रूप से देख पाता हूं। चलिए उसको थोड़ा सा कम लेते हैं, शॉर्ट में लेते हैं। In 1 hour, there are 60 minutes. Out of this 60 minutes, how many minutes I am aware of myself? चलिए ठीक है, उसको और छोटे से लेवल पे लेते हैं ताकि बहुत जल्दी ऑब्जर्वेशन होगा। In 1 minute, there are 60 seconds. So how many seconds I am aware of myself? And how many seconds I am not aware of myself? क्या लगता है? How many seconds? How many minutes? कुछ तो बोलो, आगे चलना है। बहुत कम समय, चलो उसको कोई सेकंड में बता दीजिए।
सेकंड में होता है, मेरे को अभी ब्रेकफास्ट का डिटेल जाना है, तो अभी मेरे ख्याल में था ब्रेकफास्ट में निकलता तो ख्याल निकल जाता है क्योंकि मैं चल रहा हूँ अभी।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। तो लगभग कितने सेकंड हम लोग अवेयर होते हैं 1 मिनट में? चलिए ठीक है, फ्यू सेकंड्स की बात हो रही है। 5 सेकंड्स, 10 सेकंड्स, 10 10 सेकंड्स को लेके चलते हैं, है ना। किस कोई 60 सेकंड भी हो सकता है पूरे के पूरे, कोई हो सकता है कि 5 सेकंड भी, कोई हो सकता है 30 सेकंड्स, कोई हो सकता है 40 सेकंड्स, लेकिन एक आगे चलते 10 सेकंड्स को लेकर। इसका मतलब क्या है कि 50 सेकंड्स आई एम नॉट अवेयर, 50 seconds I am not aware. 80% of the time I am not aware. So 80% of the time, whatever is happening in me, at the level of my desire, at the level of my thought, at the level of my expectations, I am not aware of it. वहां पर अगर क्या हो रहा है उसके प्रति अवेयर नहीं हूं, तो वहां पर इरिटेशन भी चलता होगा तो मैं अवेयर नहीं हूं। You see, many times we say, right, I didn't want to get an angry. Is it possible? If you didn't want it, can you get angry?
कई बार इनवॉलंटरीली हो जाता है, इनवॉलंटरीली हो जाता है कई बार,
क्योंकि गुस्सा मुझ में चल रहा है, लेकिन उसके प्रति मैं सजग नहीं था, उसके प्रति मैं सजग नहीं था। दूसरे व्यक्ति ने कुछ तो बोल दिया या दूसरे व्यक्ति ने केवल मेरे तरफ देखा और मैं गुस्सा हो गया, क्योंकि वो मुझ में चल रहा था, लेकिन मैं उसके प्रति अवेयर नहीं हूं, इसलिए देख नहीं पाया। ये विरोध का भाव मुझ में चल रहा है, लेकिन उसके प्रति अगर मैं अवेयर नहीं हूं तो मैं देख नहीं पाऊंगा। अगर मैं अपने में जो कुछ चल रहा उसके प्रति अगर अवेयर नहीं हूं तो क्या मैं सुन पाता हूं? सुन पाते? नहीं सुन पाते, है ना। इसका मतलब क्या है? 80% हम सुन नहीं पा रहे, लगभग 20% 30% हमारी लिसनिंग हो पा रही। करेक्ट? तो आप में से कुछ लोग सोच रहे होंगे कि मैं इतना स्लो कुछ क्यों चल रहा हूं कल से, या फिर वो जो लिखा है ना बोर्ड पे लिख वैसे ही रहने देता, उसको निकालने से पहले आपसे पूछता ऐसा क्यों कर रहा हूँ। एक स्लाइड लगा दी, यहाँ पर लगी रहती है 15 मिनट 20 मिनट, कभी कभी पूरा सेशन निकल गया, लेकिन वो स्लाइड वैसी की वैसी है। ऐसा क्यों कर रहा हूँ पता है? क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि इफ आई एम नॉट अवेयर ऑफ माई सेल्फ, देन एज यू सेड इन द मॉर्निंग दैट बॉडीली आई रिमेन सीटेड इन दिस क्लासरूम, बट आई एम नॉट इन द क्लासरूम। तो आप टेक ऑफ कर लेते हो। जैसे मैंने कहा शॉपिंग मॉल, तो आप में से बहुत सारे लोग जाकर शॉपिंग भी करके आए होंगे।
शरीर कहाँ बैठा है, आप कहाँ हो, वहाँ जाकर शॉपिंग कर रहे हो, राइट। इसके बीच में कुछ मैं किस्सा सुनाता हूँ, कहानी सुनाता हूँ, यहाँ पर कुछ है क्या कंटेंट में, किस्सा कहानी जोक नहीं है। लेकिन मैं क्यों बताता हूँ ये बातें, क्योंकि जब मैं कोई कहानी बताता हूँ, किस्सा बताता हूँ, तो आप में से कुछ लोग हंसते हैं, हंसते या नहीं हंसते। जैसे आप में से कुछ लोग हंसते, तो जो लोगों ने टेक ऑफ किया है कभी कभी आते हैं, है ना। ये भी पूरी गारंटी नहीं कि वो आ ही जाते, राइट। ये भी कोई गारंटी नहीं कि वो आ जाते, लेकिन कुछ ना कुछ लोग आ जाते हैं। तो जब भी आ जाते तो आपकी लैंडिंग सेफ हो जाए, वो क्रैश न हो, इसलिए वो स्लाइड लगा के रखिए, इसलिए ये सारी बातें रखिए। जब भी मैं कभी कभी आपके तरफ देखता हूँ, देखिए मैंने अभी उनके तरफ देखा, तो शी इज नोडिंग योर हेड, बट इफ यू आर नोडिंग योर हेड, मुझ में तो क्लैरिटी है, इट डजंट मीन्स दैट यू आर लिसनिंग टू मी। आई एम वेरी क्लियर अबाउट इट, you know, because we have been trained from our childhood that someone standing on this side, if looks at me, then I should do like this. So I nod my head, but it doesn't mean that I'm listening to the other. If we get this clarity, then you would live life very peacefully and relaxed. अभी क्या होता है पता है? अभी हमें लगता है कि दूसरे ने मेरी बात को सुनना ही चाहिए। अगर वो दूसरा अवेयर नहीं है तो कैसे सुन पाएगा? सुन पाएगा? नहीं सुन पाएगा। हमें लगता है कि वो दूसरे ने मेरे तरफ अटेंशन देना ही चाहिए। अगर वो दूसरे का अपने ही प्रति अटेंशन नहीं है तो क्या मेरे तरफ अटेंशन दे सकता है क्या? नहीं दे सकता। लेकिन हम कितने प्रॉब्लम में आ जाते हैं ना, जैसे क्लासरूम में चले गए, क्लासरूम में जाने के बाद में उस कॉर्नर का बच्चा वो अटेंशन नहीं दे पा रहा है, वो कैसे निकालते हैं आप अंदाज? वो इधर उधर देखते रहता है, राइट। तो जैसे वो इधर उधर देखना शुरू कर देता तो आप वो कंक्लूजन पर आ जाते। क्या कंक्लूजन पर आते? कि ही इज नॉट एबल टू पे द अटेंशन। देन व्हाट डू यू डू? क्या करते हैं आप? हाँ, वेरी गुड, है ना। वो अटेंशन ऑलरेडी दे नहीं पा रहा और आप उसको पूछेंगे कि व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ ह्यूमन बीइंग। करेक्ट। जनरली क्या होता है मैं बताता हूँ आपको। व्हाट यू आर डूइंग, आई एम नॉट सेइंग दैट, यू मे नॉट बी डूइंग इट, राइट। जनरली क्या होता है कि ही इज नॉट एबल टू पे द अटेंशन, and then you ask the question, what is the meaning of human being? Because you are teaching, right? तो वो आंसर नहीं दे पाता, तो आप उसको और डांट डपट करते कि आप ध्यान नहीं देते, पता नहीं क्यों पढ़ाई करने के लिए यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं, इधर उधर देखने के लिए आ रहे हैं। आप मुझे बताइए, अगर मैंने आपको डांट डपटना शुरू कर दिया तो आप मुझे सुन पाएंगे? नहीं, आप मुझे बिल्कुल सुन नहीं पाएंगे। क्यों नहीं सुन पाएंगे? क्योंकि डांट डपटना ये विरोध है, और विरोध हमें नेचुरली एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं है। द फीलिंग ऑफ रिलेशनशिप इज नेचुरली एक्सेप्टेबल। तो वो बेचारा पहले ही ध्यान नहीं दे पा रहा था, अब मैंने डांट डपट करके पूरी तरह से आई मेड इट श्योर कि ही विल नॉट बी लिसनिंग एनी सिंगल वर्ड इन द क्लास। I mean, this is not only in the classroom, but even at our home. जब भी हम ये डांट डपट करते हैं तो दूसरा व्यक्ति सुनता है, तो हम क्यों डांट डपट कर रहे थे? हम तो ये चाहते हैं ना कि वो सुने।
If it is good for him, then why we should not?
Yeah, if it is good for him, then why you should not? If you think that you should do it. But then, when you are becoming angry, just check, are you in harmony? You want to be in harmony or disharmony?
In that state, we can't think, whether we want to be in harmony.
Yeah, you can check.
But हम डांट डपट क्यों करेंगे? डांट डपट करने के लिए we are just bringing him back to the class.
मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, है ना, ये जो एंगर है ना, एंगर की बात है, डांट डपट करने की बात है, रेजिंग वॉइस की बात है, ये सारी जो बातें हैं, तो ये सारी जब बातें मैं करता हूँ, उस समय मैं अपने में स्थिर होता हूँ या अस्थिर होता हूँ? अगर अस्थिर हो तो डिसहार्मनी है, और हम हार्मनी में जीना चाहते हैं या डिसहार्मनी में? तो मैं तो चाहता हूँ हार्मनी में, लेकिन जी कैसे रहा हूँ, ये मेरी अपनी इनएबिलिटी है। एक छोटी सी बात पूछ देता हूँ, जैसे बच्चा है ना, एग्जाम्पल है, तुरंत समझ में आ जाएगा। जब तक आप इस बच्चे को हैंडल कर पाते हैं, डू यू गेट एंग्री? नहीं। So when do you get angry? When you are not able to, which means anger is an expression of your inabilities. You are not able to ensure that harmony within, that is your inability. You are not able to handle the situation of the people around you, that is your inability. And whenever you see that your inability is increasing, you get angry. Whenever you are able to handle the people, you are okay. See? So from this moment, each one of us will try to be aware of our imagination, every moment. See? When you will try to be aware of your imagination, then only you will be able to see that what sort of feelings you are having for your child, what sort of thoughts you are having for your child. If the feelings and the thoughts which you are having for your child are putting you into the irritation, are creating an anger within you, this is an indicator that I may having this feeling of opposition towards my child. This irritation, anger are an indicator of the lack of feeling of relationships. So from this moment, each one of us will try to be aware of our imagination. What is going in me at the level of my desire? What is going in me at the level of my thoughts? What is going on in me at the level of my expectations? कुछ देर के बाद में we'll take a break for the lunch. लंच में क्या करेंगे हम? खाना खाएंगे। किसके लिए खाएंगे? शरीर के लिए। Do this observation. Am I becoming happy, unhappy by the quality of the food? If I'm becoming happy by the quality of the food, which means that confusion is there. If I'm getting unhappy by the quality of the food, which means again that confusion is there. चार चीजें कम से कम तो होगी ही, दाल, राइस, एक सब्जी और रोटी। उसमें से कोई एक पर्टिकुलर चीज को क्या मैं ज्यादा कंज्यूम कर रहा हूँ? If I'm trying to consume, if I'm consuming one of those things more, so then look into it, whether I'm going with the sensation or that one particular food item I'm consuming more is really nurturing my body. It is nurturing my body, that is the reason I'm consuming more, that's fine. But I'm consuming more because it is tasty and because it is satisfying my sensations of the taste. Then I am mixing these two things up. I'm mixing the body with the self. Okay? Now let us look into the response. If you see the response of the body, it's always definite. ठीक है? जैसे आपका सर दीवार के ऊपर टकरा गया, क्या होगा? स्वेलिंग होगा, बहुत जोर से टकराएगा तो फट जाएगा, खून निकल आएगा। यही होगा या नहीं होगा?
That will be a definite action.
है ना? ये डेफिनेट है या इनडेफिनेट है? कभी ऐसा हुआ है क्या कि आपका सर दीवार के ऊपर टकरा गया जोर से और आपको बिल्कुल ठंडा लगने लग गया? ऐसा कभी हुआ है? या बर्फ के ऊपर आपका हाथ है और आपको गर्म लगने लग गया? ऐसा कभी हुआ है? नहीं हुआ है। इसका मतलब क्या है? The response of the body is very definite. If your body will come in contact with the fire, definitely. If the body is coming in contact with the water, definitely. If your body is coming in contact with the cold, definitely. The response is definite. ये उंगली के ऊपर अगर 10 किलो का लोहा गिर जाए, डेफिनेट है? डेफिनेट है या इंडेफिनेट है? अगर बॉडी में कोई सीलिंग चले जाए तो डेफिनेट रिस्पॉन्स है या इंडेफिनेट रिस्पॉन्स है? If that needle is hard and sharp, will it pierce through the body or not? It is definite. Whether that injection, the needle, is being handled by a medical profession or non-medical profession. शरीर के ऊपर कुछ उसका फर्क होगा?
नहीं हो सकता, तो उतना नहीं हो सकता।
क्या होगा?
Trained persons.
एक इंजेक्शन लगाता है, 2 डॉक्टर अलग-अलग, एक से सूज जाता है, एक से नहीं जाता।
मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ, वो शरीर में सिरिंज जाएगी या नहीं जाएगी? जाएगी। क्यों जाएगी? क्योंकि एक बेसिक रूल, क्या रूल है? नीडल अगर शार्प और हार्ड है तो शरीर में जाएगी, भले वो मेडिकल प्रोफेशनल्स ने दे या इंजीनियर ने दे, वो शरीर में जाएगी। ठीक? तो बॉडी के रूप में अगर देखा जाए तो बॉडी का नीड इज ऑल, द बॉडी का रिस्पॉन्स इज ऑलवेज डेफिनेट, करेक्ट? बट लुक एट द नीड ऑफ द सेल, sorry, the response of the cell. This response of the cell is always definite or it changes? जैसे अब जब हॉस्पिटल में हो, एक आदमी आ गया एप्रन स्टेथोस्कोप के साथ में, हाथ में सिरिंज को कैरी कर रहा है, and says that you need to take an injection. Will you cooperate? He says that I need to take some blood out for the blood test. Will you cooperate? You are cooperating a person who is taking out blood from your body. Imagine. Right? अभी क्या हुआ? सेम सिचुएशन, वो आ रहा है, स्टेथोस्कोप है, एप्रन है, इंजेक्शन है, और वो कह रहा है इंजेक्शन आपको लगवानी होगी। उतने भी आपका फोन बजा, राइट? इंपॉर्टेंट कॉल, तो आप कहते कि डॉक्टर को 1 सेकंड केवल, बहुत अर्जेंट दिखता है, आप उठा लेते हो, तो आपका फ्रेंड पूछता है कहाँ है आप बोलते कि हॉस्पिटल XYZ। वो कहता है क्या कर रहा है? आप कहते बीमार है, बच के रहना। अभी अभी टेलीविजन पे न्यूज चल रही है कि पागल खाने से 10 पागल उस हॉस्पिटल में जाकर डॉक्टर का एप्रन पहनकर घूम रहे हैं। अब क्या करोगे आप? What will you do? Assumption changed. With the body, the recognitions and the fulfillment is always definite. With the self, as the assumption change, your recognizing and fulfillment is also changed. ऐसा होता है ना बहुत बार, like many times you go to the college and you start assuming, you know, this fellow, he is a very nice person. Then immediately you take that person to the coffee cafe. कैफेटेरिया में जाके आराम से बैठकर, you know, you take the tea or coffee with that person. But in the afternoon, there's a department meeting, and this same fellow is there in that department meeting, who share a different opinions than your opinion. Now what happens? You start assuming. You may start assuming that he is not a good fellow. So at 4 o'clock when you will go to the tea, you will try to avoid that person. What is happening? Your assumption changed. as your assumption change, your recognizing and fulfilling is also changed. So, the response of the self is not always definite. It depends on assuming. But every self has got the potential of knowing. Knowing the realities which are definite. So if I know the reality which are definite, then my assumptions will remain guided by the reality. So my assumptions will also get set right. So as my recognizing and fulfilling. Now what is happening today, most of the time, we keep operating on the basis of our assumptions, our perceptions. Correct? यहाँ पर अगर मैंने assume कर लिया कि दुनिया में कोई संबंध नहीं है, there is no relations. Will I be able to recognize my relationship with the other? No. I won't take efforts for the fulfillment of my relationship with the other. Because what I have assumed, there is no relationship. So this is the block of problem. It's because of the preconditioning. This preconditioning without knowing. That my assumptions keep changes. As my assumption change, my conduct also changes. So this leads to a very indefinite conduct. So this is the block of problem. If you look into the block of resolution, that knowing before accepting, which means before assuming. So when I say no, knowing the reality, in the morning we have written here, right? The reality. The reality is always same. If I know the reality, then my assumptions will remain guided by the knowing part. So my assumptions will also get set right. If my assumptions are right, then my conduct will also be right. So yesterday when we said transformation from animal consciousness to the human consciousness, what does it mean? Transforming from the block of acceptance to the block of knowing. तो जितना भी हमने मान के रखा है उसे खुद में जांच परख करके जानना है कि जो मैंने माना है वो सही है या सही नहीं है। अगर मेरा मानना ही सही नहीं तो इसका मतलब क्या होगा? मेरे आचरण में निश्चितता नहीं होगी। लेकिन अगर मेरा मानना जानने के आधार पर है तो जानना हमेशा ही सही होता है। तो सही के आधार पर ही मानूंगा मैं, तो मेरे जीने में कैसे आएगी? निश्चितता आएगी। ठीक है, जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर आपको किसी ने खाना दिया और आपको भूख लगी है तो आप क्या करोगे? भूख लगी है और किसी ने खाना दिया तो क्या करोगे आप? स्वीकार करोगे, खाओगे, राइट? लेकिन जो खाना दे रहा है उसके प्रति अगर आप में विरोध है तो देखिए मैं तो मेरे एक फ्रेंड के है ना घर पे हम लोग डिनर के लिए गए थे, तब का एक इंसिडेंस है। उस इंसिडेंस को आपके साथ भी शेयर करता हूँ। काफ़ी अच्छी तरह से खाना भी बना दिया था। तो बहुत क्लोज फ्रेंड है, तो हम लोग जो भी हमारे इमेजिनेशन में चलता है उसमें से बहुत सारी बातें खुल के एक दूसरे के साथ में बात करते हैं। ऐसी इतनी क्लोज फ्रेंड है, राइट? तो वहाँ पर जब हम उनके घर पे गए और खाने के लिए टेबल पर बैठ गए और पति पत्नी के बीच में कुछ ना कुछ नोक झोंक चल रही थी। ठीक, वो तो हम लोगों ने भी सेंस कर दिया। नोक झोंक कुछ चल रही है, डिस्कशंस भी वही चल रहे थे, नोक झोंक के ऊपर ही। वो उनके बारे में कंप्लेंट कर रही थी, वो उनके बारे में कंप्लेंट कर रहे थे। फाइनली वो थोड़ी सी डिस्कशंस हो गए, सेटल हो गए, फिर खाने के लिए बैठे। फिर खाने के लिए बैठते वक्त फिर वो दोनों में कुछ ना कुछ हो गया। पत्नी ने कुछ तो कह दिया, फिर वो पति टेबल पे खाना सर्व किया था, उन्होंने सीधा वो प्लेट को उठाया, फेंक दिया, वहां से दूसरे रूम में निकल गए। ये निश्चित व्यवहार है या अनिश्चित व्यवहार है? अनिश्चित है। आपको भूख लगी तो आप खाएंगे, राइट? ये हुआ डेफिनेट कॉन्डक्ट। लेकिन आपको भूख भी लगी है और जिसने खाना भी दिया, वो खाने को स्वीकारने की जगह पर आप अगर उस खाने को फेंक दे रहे हैं, राइट? ये अनिश्चित व्यवहार है। यह अनिश्चित व्यवहार क्यों हो रहा है? क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं ये मैंने मान लिया है, what I have accepted that my wife doesn't want to make me happy. She doesn't want to live good with me. But what is the clarity? What is the knowing part? That every human being wants to live with the feeling of relationship. Do you want to live with the feeling of relationship or not? Are you able to live with the feeling of relationship every moment? No. So I'm able to see this with a very clarity that I want to live with the feeling of relationship. My wife also wants to live with the feeling of relationship. So this is knowing. My assumptions always remain guided by it, that she wants to live with the feeling of relationship. So I would always have an acceptance towards her. With continuous acceptance, I will recognize and fulfill my relationship. So this is the block of resolution. And this is the role of education and sanskar, to develop every single child the capacity to solve the problems and live with the resolution. Right? This is the role of education. Otherwise, हम education क्यों ले रहे हैं? To earn the physical facility, what is required is the skill. Education is not required for that.
सर उसने फिर खाना खाया कि नहीं खाया?
हाँ, बाद में तो खा लिए थे, काफी समझाना पड़ा। हाँ, मान गए। भूखा रहता आदमी कितने दिन तक भूखा रहेगा? एक दिन, 2 दिन, उसके बाद में चुपचाप पीछे के कमरे में जाकर खा लेता है, दूसरों को बोलता है कि मैंने खाना नहीं खाया।
उसने जो बोला वो तो सुन लिया, जो उसने किचन में खड़े हो गए, गर्मी में बनाया, वो उसने देखा नहीं कि उसने उसके लिए प्रयास किया, काम किया। इतनी देर तक आदमी ऑफिस से जाने के बाद 2 मिनट कहीं खड़ा हुआ काम करके देखे तब पता लगेगा और उसके किचन में इतना टाइम लगेगा।
वेरी ट्रू, वेरी ट्रू।
उसके सब मेहनत प्रयास
कोई नहीं, एक ही बात है, सबके घर में
दोनों चीज भी देखनी चाहिए ना।
वेरी ट्रू, वेरी ट्रू। वो अगर हम देख पाए तो इसका मतलब we are operating with the knowing. What he said that उन्होंने बाद में खाना खाया या नहीं खाया, तो मैंने कहा खाया। तो फिर वो कहने लगे कि अगर वो देख पाते कि उनकी पत्नी ने इतनी मेहनत की है, कोई परिवार में अगर कोई खाने के लिए आए और पत्नी अगर खाना बना रही है, तो इसका मतलब कम से कम वो 4-5 आवर्स इन्वेस्ट करती है वो उस वक्त की प्रिपरेशन की। लेकिन उसके पहले दिन भी कुछ भिगो के रखना पड़ता है, राइट? उससे पहले की प्लानिंग भी होती है कि मंडे के दिन आ रहे, कोई संडे के दिन आ रहे, हम क्या खाने बनाएंगे, क्या नहीं। तो इतनी सारी मेहनत की है। वह आदमी अगर उस बात को अगर देख पाते कि ठीक है, इतनी सारी मेहनत की है, कुछ ना कुछ बोल दिया है, कोई इशू नहीं है, तो इतना बखेड़ा तो होता ही नहीं। वो तो बात बिल्कुल ठीक है। लेकिन ये कब नहीं हो पाता? इफ आई एम अवेयर ऑफ माई सेल्फ। लेकिन मेरे में ही सजग अगर नहीं हूं, तो अपने में इतना सारा गुस्सा चल ही रहा है, विरोध चल ही रहा है, एक रिएक्शन के रूप में तो बाहर निकल के आता है। फिर बाद में हमें पता चलता कि मैंने क्या कर दिया।
दोबारा गए सर आप उसके पास?
हाँ जी,
आप दोबारा विजिट किया तो
क्या? हम तो लगातार विजिट करते हैं, लगातार। वो भी हमारे घर में आते हैं लगातार, हम भी उनके घर में आते हैं लगातार।
सुधरे या नहीं सुधरे?
काफी चेंजेस है
Sir, here I want to say something. That this kind of behavior I have never heard from a woman's side. I have never heard a woman left her food on the plate and she's not happy, then she went away.
There are lot of Didi, there are lots of examples. If look at couple of hands have already been reason.
He's working as बोल भी देता हूँ TPO इंचार्ज इन KIIT भुवनेश्वर.
कॉलेज भी बोल दिया.
एक दिन घर पे गए, उनकी मिसेस ने चिकन बनाया हुआ था, थोड़ा खाया, तो कैसे कोई चिकन बनाता है कैसे बोल दिया. मैडम ने पूरा चिकन उठाया, डस्टबिन में फेंक दिया, पूरा फेंक दिया. बोले खाओ क्या खाओगे?
I understand your point, but what I'm saying, serving plate, leaving it as it is and leaving the place completely, I have never experienced it on my own till now. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. See,
you are living in much harmony,
okay. So, what we are discussing, human being is the coexistence of self and body. See? If you look into the need of the body, physical facility, which is temporary in time, in terms of quality, it is qualitative, required in limited quantity, it gets fulfilled by physiochemical things. The activity of the body is eating, walking, which is also temporary in time. And the response of the self, body, is also definite, limited to recognizing and fulfilling only. If you look into the self, the need of the self is happiness, continuous in time. It is qualitative. It gets fulfilled by right understanding and right feelings. The activity of the self, desired thoughts and expectations are also continuous, and the self has a potential of knowing. Assumptions are also going on. With this, I am naming this block. I am naming the block of material, the body as a material, and self as a consciousness. So human being is the coexistence of consciousness unit and the material unit. Okay? So the need of the consciousness and the need of the material. Both these needs are important. The need of the consciousness cannot be fulfilled by the need of material alone. And the need of the material cannot be fulfilled by the need of consciousness alone. This is my diagram, my chart on the screen. If I ask you to draw your chart, will it be same or different? Same? Right? Female, the chart will be same or different? Male, the chart will be same or different? Same. Mr. Pinto?
Yes, sir.
Same chart or different?
Absolutely same, sir.
Mr. Iqbal?
Yes, sir.
Same or different? Mr. Sunil? Same or different? Do you know the conclusion of this question? Mr. Velu? Same or different? Look at Tamil Nadu is also same and the Maharashtra is also same. Karnataka is also same. Male is also same. The female is also same. We are following different philosophies, but yet when we study human beings, we are able to see that every human being is similar to me. If the male is similar to the female and the female is similar to the male, with such clarity only, there is possibility of gender equality. If this quality is not there, then no matter how many workshops you conduct on gender equality, the discriminations will always be there. Why the discrimination is there? Because you are looking at human being as a gender, not as a human being. No matter how hard you try to minimize that generation gap between father and son, will not be possible. Why? Because you are identifying son as your child, young, and you are identify yourself as father, big. But when we have this clarity that the chart of my son and my chart is also same, which means my son is similar to me, my wife is similar to me, my HOD is similar, my being is similar, every other human being is similar to me. Without this clarity, it is not possible to identify my relationship with the other human being. Otherwise, I may keep assuming about the other human being. So I may assume the human being as a gender, I may assuming the other human being as an age, as a physical strength, as position, designation, educational qualification, the amount of wealth he has possessed. But this will be all discrimination. So what do you think? When we study the human being so systematically, is there any discrimination? So the discrimination is there in my imagination, and that makes me unhappy. Because whenever I discriminate between me and the other, whenever I differentiate between me and the other, that feeling and the thoughts of differentiation itself makes me unhappy. Correct? So I'm not able to see the reality. So seeing the reality is happiness, is harmony. So what is the reality? That the human being is the coexistence of self and body. It's 2 minutes. Now look at the evaluation of the current situation. What is the gross misunderstanding? I assume that I am the body. Under this assumption, I use this physical facility to fulfill the need of the self. So for example, cloth for the respect. Now the need of the respect is continuous. So I may need unlimited clothes to have this continuous respect, right? So this is how the need of the physical facility becomes unlimited. With this, I try to accumulate more and more physical facility, more and more clothes. Why? Because I want to have this continuous feeling of respect. No matter how many clothes I have, how many accumulation I have, but still there is a deprivation. Why there is a deprivation? Because the cloth and the respect has no connections. But I'm trying to do it. Despite of lots of accumulation, still there is a feeling of deprivation. I work more. Right? Instead of working for 8 hours, I start working for 10 hours. I start working for 12 hours. And I do some additional works. So working in the college also, and then financial institution, some investment also. Why? Because I want to accumulate more. So I keep working more and more to accumulate more and more. I accumulate more, I come home, I feel tired, I turn on the television, and the moment I turn on the television, the TV says, your hair is wrong. Your face is wrong. Your eyes are wrong. Everything will be right if you go shopping. And then I go to the shop. I buy something to make my hair right. I buy something to make my face right. I buy something to make myself happy. Even the television says, if you want to be happy, buy this. So I go, I buy. To buy more, I need money. Again, I work hard. I come home, I watch television, I go shopping, I work hard, I come home, watching television, go shopping. It's a kind of a loop. We are going to take a break now. In the break, please have a thought on this. Am I caught in this loop? हाँ, आज तो हाथ वाला टीवी है. चलिए, we'll listen to some announcements.
There are few announcements. That's the reason I asked you all to wait. We start around 2 o'clock. And thank you, Bhaiya, for the session.
Good afternoon, participants. So the room cleaning is done. The keys you will get at the reception desk. We just have to request, whenever you leave the room, please make sure that the windows are closed, because whatever dirt is coming in, that is from the window. And secondly, please make sure that the taps are closed, because we found few taps which are running and due to which there's a water loss. Please make sure that you take care of this. Thank you.
Taps are not proper.
The taps are not proper.
What has been done?
In fact, I got a little obsessed with all my stuff. Have you ever wondered where all the stuff you buy comes from, where it goes when we throw it out? I couldn't stop wondering about that, so I looked it up. And what the textbook said is that stuff moves through a system from extraction to production to distribution to consumption to disposal. All together, it's called the materials economy. Well, I looked into it a little bit more. In fact, I spent 10 years traveling the world, tracking where our stuff comes from and where it goes. And you know what I found out? That is not the whole story. There is a lot missing from this explanation. For one thing, this system looks like it's fine. No problem. But the truth is, it's a system in crisis. And the reason it's a system in crisis is it's a linear system and we live on a finite planet. And you cannot run a linear system on a finite planet indefinitely. Every step along the way, this system is interacting with the real world. In real life, it's not happening on a blank white page. It's interacting with societies, cultures, economies, the environment. And all along the way, it's bumping up against limits. Limits we don't see here because the diagram is incomplete. So let's go back through. Let's fill in some of the blanks and see what's missing. Well, one of the most important things that's missing is people. Yes, people. People live and work all along this system. And some people in this system matter a little more than others. Some have a little more say. Who are they? Well, let's start with the government. Now, my friends tell me I should use a tank to symbolize the government, and that's true in many countries and increasingly in our own. After all, more than 50% of our federal tax money is now going to the military. But I'm using a person to symbolize the government because I hold true to the vision and values. The government should be of the people, by the people, for the people. It's the government's job to watch out for us, to take care of us. That's their job. Then along came the corporation. Now, the reason the corporation looks bigger than the government is that the corporation is bigger than the government. Of the 100 largest economies on Earth now, 51 are corporations. And as the corporation has grown in size and power, we've seen a little change in the government, where they're a little more concerned in making sure everything's working out for those guys than for us. Okay, so let's see what else is missing from this picture. We'll start with extraction, which is a fancy word for natural resource exploitation, which is a fancy word for trashing the planet. What this looks like is we chop down the trees, we blow up mountains to get the metals inside, we use up all the water, and we wipe out the animals. So here, we are running up against our first limit. We are running out of resources. We are using too much stuff. Now, I know this can be hard to hear, but it's the truth, so we've got to deal with it. In the past 3 decades alone, 1/3 of the planet's natural resource base has been consumed. Gone. We are cutting and mining and hauling and trashing the place so fast that we're undermining the planet's very ability for people to live here. Where I live, in the United States, we have less than 4% of our original forests left. 40% of the waterways have become undrinkable. And our problem is not just that we're using too much stuff, but we're using more than our share. We have 5% of the world's population, but we're using 30% of the world's resources and creating 30% of the world's waste. If everybody consumed at US rates, we would need 3 to 5 planets. And you know what? We've only got 1. So my country's response to this limitation is simply to go take somebody else's. This is the third world, which some would say is another word for our stuff that somehow got on somebody else's land. So what does that look like? The same thing, trashing the place. 75% of global fisheries now are fished at or beyond capacity. 80% of the planet's original forests are gone. In the Amazon alone, we're losing 2,000 trees a minute. That is 7 football fields a minute. And what about the people who live here? Well, according to these guys, they don't own these resources, even if they've been living there for generations. They don't own the means of production, and they're not buying a lot of stuff. And in this system, if you don't own or buy a lot of stuff, you don't have value. So next, the materials move to production. And what happens there is we use energy to mix toxic chemicals in with the natural resources to make toxic contaminated products. There are over 100,000 synthetic chemicals in use in commerce today. Only a handful of them have even been tested for health impacts, and none have been tested for synergistic health impacts. That means when they interact with all the other chemicals we're exposed to every day. So we don't know the full impact on health and the environment of all these toxic chemicals, but we do know one thing: toxics in, toxics out. As long as we keep putting toxics into our industrial production systems, we're going to keep getting toxics in the stuff that we bring into our homes and workplaces and schools, and our bodies. Like BFRs, brominated flame retardants. They're a chemical that make things more fireproof, but they are super toxic. They're a neurotoxin. That means toxic to the brain. What are we even doing using a chemical like this? Yet we put it in our computers, our appliances, couches, mattresses, even some pillows. In fact, we take our pillows, we douse them in a neurotoxin, then we bring them home and put our heads on them for 8 hours a night to sleep. Now, I don't know, but it seems to me in this country with so much potential, we could think of a better way to stop our heads from catching on fire at night. Now, these toxics build up the food chain and concentrate in our bodies. Do you know what is the food at the top of the food chain with the highest level of many toxic contaminants? Human breast milk. That means that we've reached a point where the smallest members of our societies, our babies, are getting the highest lifetime dose of toxic chemicals from breastfeeding from their mothers. Is that not an incredible violation? Breastfeeding must be the most fundamental human act of nurturing. It should be sacred and safe. Now, breastfeeding is still best, and mothers should definitely keep breastfeeding, but we should protect it. They should protect it. I thought they were looking out for us. And of course, the people who bear the biggest brunt of these toxic chemicals are the factory workers, many of whom are women of reproductive age. They're working with reproductive toxins, carcinogens, and more. Now I ask you, what kind of woman of reproductive age would work in a job exposed to reproductive toxins except for a woman with no other option? And that's one of the beauties of this system. The erosion of local environments and economies here ensures a constant supply of people with no other option. Globally, 200,000 people a day are moving from environments that have sustained them for generations into cities, many to live in slums, looking for work, no matter how toxic that work may be. So you see, it's not just resources that are wasted along this system, but people too. Whole communities get wasted. Yep, toxics in, toxics out. A lot of the toxics leave the factories and products, but even more leave as byproducts or pollution. And it's a lot of pollution. In the US, our industry admits to releasing over 4 billion pounds of toxic chemicals a year. And it's probably a lot more, because that's only what they admit. So that's another limit, because yuck, who wants to look at and smell 4 billion pounds of toxic chemicals a year? So what do? Move the dirty factories overseas, pollute someone else's land. But surprise, a lot of that pollution is coming right back at us, carried by wind currents. So what happens after all these natural resources are turned into products? Well, it moves here for distribution. Now, distribution means selling all the toxic contaminated junk as quickly as possible. The goal here is to keep the prices down, keep the people buying, and keep the inventory moving. How do they keep the prices down? Well, they don't pay the store workers very much, and they skimp on health insurance every time they can. It's all about externalizing the costs. What that means is that the real costs of making stuff aren't captured in the price. In other words, we aren't paying for the stuff we buy. I was thinking about this the other day. I was walking to work and I wanted to listen to the news, so I popped into a Radio Shack to buy a radio. I found this cute little green radio for $4.99. I was standing there in line to buy this thing, and I was thinking, how could $4.99 possibly capture the cost of making this radio and getting it into my hands? The metal was probably mined in South Africa. The petroleum was probably drilled in Iraq. The plastics were probably produced in China. And maybe the whole thing was assembled by some 15-year-old in a maquiladora in Mexico. $4 $4.99 wouldn't even pay the rent for the shelf space it occupied until I came along, let alone part of the staff guy's salary who helped me pick it out, or the multiple ocean cruises and truck rides pieces of this radio went on. That's how I realized I didn't pay for the radio. So who did pay? Well, these people paid with the loss of their natural resource space. These people paid with the loss of their clean air, with increasing asthma and cancer rates. Kids in the Congo paid with their future. 30% of the kids in part of the Congo have dropped out of school to mine coltan, a metal we need for our cheap and disposable electronics. These people even paid by having to cover their own health insurance. All along this system, people pitched in so I could get this radio for $4.99. And none of these contributions are recorded in any accounts book. That's what I mean by the company owners externalize the true cost of production. And that brings us to the golden arrow of consumption. This is the heart of the system, the engine that drives it. It is so important that protecting this arrow has become the top priority for both of these guys. That's why after 9/11, when our country was in shock, and President Bush could have suggested any number of appropriate things, to grieve, to pray, to hope. No, he said to shop, to shop. We have become a nation of consumers. Our primary identity has become that of being consumers, not mothers, teachers, farmers, but consumers. The primary way that our value is measured and demonstrated is by how much we contribute to this arrow, how much we consume. And do we? We shop and shop and shop, keep the materials flowing, and flow they do. Guess what percentage of total materials flow through this system is still in product or use 6 months after the date of sale in North America? 50%? 20? No, 1%. 1. In other words, 99% of the stuff we harvest, mine, process, transport, 99% of the stuff we run through the system is trashed within 6 months. Now, how can we run a planet with that level of materials throughput? It wasn't always like this. The average US person now consumes twice as much as they did 50 years ago. Ask your grandma. In her day, stewardship and resourcefulness and thrift were valued. So how did this happen? Well, it didn't just happen. It was designed. Shortly after World War II, these guys were figuring out how to ramp up the economy. Retailing analyst Victor Lebeau articulated the solution that's become the norm for the whole system. He said, our enormously productive economy demands that we make consumption our way of life, that we convert the buying and use of goods into rituals, that we seek our spiritual satisfaction, our ego satisfaction in consumption. We need things consumed, burned up, replaced, and discarded at an ever-accelerating rate. President Eisenhower's Council of Economic Advisors chairman said that the American economy's ultimate purpose is to produce more consumer goods. More consumer goods? Our ultimate purpose? Not provide health care or education or safe transportation or sustainability or justice? Consumer goods? How did they get us to jump on board this program so enthusiastically? Well, 2 of their most effective strategies are planned obsolescence and perceived obsolescence. Planned obsolescence is another word for designed for the dump. It means they actually make stuff to be useless as quickly as possible, so we'll chuck it and buy a new one. It's obvious with things like plastic bags and coffee cups, but now it's even big stuff. Mops, DVDs, cameras, barbecues, even everything. Even computers. Have you noticed that when you buy a computer now, the technology is changing so fast that in just a couple of years, it's actually an impediment to communication? I was curious about this, so I opened up a big desktop computer to see what was inside. And I found out that the piece that changes each year is just a tiny little piece in the corner. But you can't just change that one piece because each new version is a different shape. So you gotta chuck the whole thing and buy a new one. So I was reading industrial design journals from the 1950s when planned obsolescence was really catching on. These designers are so open about it. They actually discuss how fast can they make stuff break that still leaves the consumer having enough faith in the product to go out and buy another one. It was so intentional. But stuff cannot break fast enough to keep this arrow afloat. So there's also perceived obsolescence. Now, perceived obsolescence convinces us to throw away stuff that is still perfectly useful. How do they do that? Well, they change the way the stuff looks. So if you bought your stuff a couple of years ago, everyone can tell that you haven't contributed to this arrow recently. And since the way we demonstrate our value is contributing to this arrow, it can be embarrassing. Like, I've had the same fat white computer monitor on my desk for 5 years. My coworker just got a new computer. She has a flat, shiny, sleek monitor. It matches her computer, it matches her phone, even her pen stand. She looks like she's driving in Spaceship Central, and I look like I'm on a washing machine on my desk. Fashion is another prime example of this. Have you ever wondered why women's shoe heels go from fat one year to skinny the next to fat to skinny? It's not because there's some debate about which heel structure is the most healthy for women's feet. It's because wearing fat heels in a skinny heel year shows everybody that you haven't contributed to that era as recently, so you're not as valuable as that person in skinny heels next to you, or more likely in some ad. It's to keep us buying new shoes. Advertisements and media in general plays a big role in this. Each of us in the US is targeted with over 3,000 advertisements a day. We see more advertisements in 1 year than people 50 years ago saw in a lifetime. And if you think about it, what's the point of an ad except to make us unhappy with what we have? So 3,000 times a day, we're told our hair is wrong, our skin is wrong, our clothes are wrong, our furniture is wrong, our car is wrong, and we are wrong, but it can all be made right if we just go shopping. Media also helps by hiding all of this and all of this. So the only part of the materials economy we see is the shopping. The extraction, production, and disposal all happens outside of our field of vision. So in the US, we have more stuff than ever before, but polls show that our national happiness is actually declining. Our national happiness peaked in the 1950s, the same time that this consumption mania exploded. Interesting coincidence. I think I know why. We have more stuff, but we have less time for the things that really make us happy. Friends, family, leisure time. We're working harder than ever. Some analysts say we have less leisure time than any time since feudal society. And do you know what the two main activities are that we do with the scant leisure time we have? Watch TV and shop. In the US, we spend 3 to 4 times as many hours shopping as our counterparts in Europe do. So we're in this ridiculous situation where we go to work, maybe 2 jobs even, and we come home and we're exhausted, so we plop down on our new couch and watch TV, and the commercials tell us you suck, so you gotta go to the mall to buy something to feel better, and then you gotta go to work more to pay for the stuff you just bought, so you come home and you're more tired, so you sit down and you watch more TV, and it tells you to go to the mall again, and we're on this crazy work, watch, spend treadmill, and we could just stop. So in the end, what happens to all the stuff we buy anyway? At this rate of consumption, it can't fit into our houses, even though the average house size has doubled in this country since the 1970s. It all goes out in the garbage, and that brings us to disposal. This is the part of the materials economy we all know the most because we have to haul the junk out to the curb ourselves. Each of us in the United States makes 4.5 pounds of garbage a day. That's twice what we each made 30 years ago. All of this garbage either gets dumped in a landfill, which is just a big hole in the ground, or if you're really unlucky, first it's burned in an incinerator and then dumped in the landfill. Either way, they both pollute the air, land, water, and don't forget, change the climate. Incineration is really bad. Remember those toxics back in the production stage? Well, burning the garbage releases the toxics up into the air. Even worse, it makes new super toxics. Like dioxin. Dioxin is the most toxic man-made substance known to science, and incinerators are the #1 source of dioxin. That means that we could stop the #1 source of the most toxic man-made substance known just by stopping burning the trash. We could stop it today. Now, some companies don't want to deal with building landfills and incinerators here, so they just export the disposal too. What about recycling? Does recycling help? Yes, recycling helps. Recycling reduces the garbage at this end, and it reduces the pressure to mine and harvest new stuff at this end. Yes, 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 we should all recycle, but recycling is not enough. Recycling will never be enough, for a couple reasons. First, the waste coming out of our houses is just the tip of the iceberg. For every 1 garbage can of waste you put out on the curb, 70 garbage cans of waste were made upstream just to make the junk in that 1 garbage can you put out on the curb. So even if we could recycle 100% of the waste coming out of our households, it doesn't get to the core of the problems. Also, much of the garbage can't be recycled, either because it contains too many toxics or it's designed not to be recyclable in the first place. Like those juice packs, where they have layers of metal and paper and plastic all smushed together, you can never separate those for true recycling. So you see, it is a system in crisis. All along the way, we're bumping up against limits. From changing climate to declining happiness, it's just not working. But the good thing about such an all-pervasive problem is there are so many points of intervention. There are people working here on saving forests, here on clean production, labor rights, fair trade, conscious consuming, blocking landfills and incinerators, and very importantly, taking back our government, so that it really is by the people, for the people. All of this work is critically important, but things really start moving when we see the connections, when we see the big picture. When people all along this system get united, we can reclaim and transform this whole linear system into something new, a system that doesn't waste resources or people. You see, what we really need to chuck is that old school throwaway mindset. There's a new school of thinking about this stuff, and it's based on sustainability and equity. Things like green chemistry, zero waste, closed loop production, renewable energy, local living economies. It's already started. Some say it's unrealistic, too idealistic, that it can't happen. I say the ones who are unrealistic are those who think that we can continue with the old way. They're dreaming. Remember, that old way didn't just happen. It wasn't like gravity that we just have to live with. People created it, and we're people too. So let's create something new. There's a lot of information on this website about groups doing incredible work. Click around, get involved.
Hello? Yes. So can we have your reflections on it?
The video was very mind-bending, in fact I can say. What I think is, till now, we just believe that nature or earth is a never-ending treasure, but everything has an end. And everything that was shown in this may be just indicating that the results that we are getting of whatever we have exploited, all the things, we are getting it day by day, whether it may be drought, whether it may be floods, whether it may be tsunamis, or number of things. So what we take from the nature, we need to give it. At least we need to protect it, we need to conserve it. And overall, we need to reduce our needs. Because it's a fact that we believe in materialistic things, and we just try to go on collecting, every sort of stuff that we even don't need. Okay. So I think this needs to be stopped somewhere, and it's a good, it will be a very good initiative if we at least begin it.
हेलो गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन। मुझे लगता है ह्यूमन बीइंग को इतना ज़्यादा पढ़ना लिखना नहीं चाहिए था। नहीं, जॉब तो कोई ना कोई रहता ही, ज़्यादा पढ़ता लिखता नहीं तो केमिकल नहीं बनाता, ना वेपन बनाता, तो कहीं स्टॉप लगा देना चाहिए, मुझे ऐसा लगता है। दिस इज़ गोइंग टू बी ए, जैसे पाषाण एज और मेटल एज आया था, दिस विल बी कॉल्ड एज द डिस्ट्रक्टिव प्लास्टिक एज। जब कभी हमारे जाने के बाद 500, 1000, 2000 साल बाद लोग हिस्ट्री लिखेंगे, रिसर्च करेंगे, तो दे विल कॉल अस एज द एनिमल लिविंग प्लास्टिक एज। तो हमें इतना नहीं सीखना चाहिए था। तो ये इसके बहुत ज़्यादा साइड इफ़ेक्ट्स हैं। जो हो रहा है उसके हिसाब से इट इज़ नॉट ए बिगर डील टू डिस्ट्रॉय ऑल थिंग्स इन नियर फ्यूचर। मे बी इन 5 years, मे बी इन 15 years or 20 years, things may happen in a very sadistic way on earth. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है।
हमें बंद कर, मतलब हमें सीखना नहीं चाहिए, हमें सही सीखना चाहिए।
हेलो
और सही समझना चाहिए।
हेलो नहीं, केमिकल्स बैन होके फायदा नहीं सर। दे ऑलरेडी मेंशन द ग्रीन प्रिंसिपल्स। This is not the end solution. It's like there are 12 principles over there. मैं बोल सकता हूँ। There mentioned the green chemistry aspect over there, so we're supposed to focus on this now. Hello, am I audible? There was like two or three slides over there with respect to green chemistry. So green chemistry approach is one of the best solution over there, but yes, it related with everyone over there because now the technology is changing. So what we need according to technology, it's also most important. Green chemistry solution is there, but with respect to us, as we learn in earlier sessions, so the requirement is not going to fulfill for everyone. Yes, but we can minimize what is our requirement or what is our desire. So one of the solution will be there. Green chemistry aspect, yes, 12 principles are there. We can minimize the waste, but we can't like delete completely.
Hello, yeah. The film talks about sustainable development, and we are assuming that we are looking for Mother Earth, how we can sustain it for a longer time. And this history or this philosophy is being spread by people whose life is around maximum 85, 90 years, We're talking about Mother Earth whose life is in millions of years. So first thing, all of us sitting or living on this earth have to understand that our life is very, very minuscule as compared to Mother Earth's life, okay? So the exploitation that we do for our own satisfaction or pleasure, or whatever, it has to be in a sustainable way so that recycle, reuse, that particular philosophy can be used to sustain this earth. Thank you.
Yes. हेलो मैम जो ये लूप है एक्सप्लॉयटेशन ऑफ नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज और ये सब, इसमें कहीं ना कहीं मैंने अपने आप को भी इसका पार्ट कंसीडर किया है, मैं भी इसमें हिस्सेदार हूँ। दूसरा ये कि जैसे इसमें दिखाया गया है कि हम फिज़िकल फैसिलिटीज़ से हैप्पीनेस ढूंढते हैं, फिर ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा फिज़िकल फैसिलिटीज़ से और ज़्यादा हैप्पीनेस ढूंढते हैं, तो ये सब चीज़ें जो हैं और ज़्यादा नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज को एक्सप्लॉइट कर रहे हैं। तो अगर हम चाहते हैं कि एक हेल्दी इन्वायरमेंट बना रहे तो इक्विटी हम रखें, जितना हम ले रहे हैं उतना ही हम दें भी नेचर को, और ऐसे मेथड्स यूज़ करें जिससे नेचर कम एक्सप्लॉइट हो, जैसे रिन्यूएबल सोर्सेज हैं, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट है। और एक चीज़ और कि अगर आप चाहते हैं कि नेचर कम एक्सप्लॉइट हो तो आप जो रॉन्ग वे हैं उन्हें सपोर्ट करना बंद करें, तो कंपनीज उनका प्रोडक्शन भी बंद करेंगी। फॉर एग्जांपल जैसे कोई चीज़ अगर पेपर रैप हो सकती है बट उसे अगर कंपनी फिर भी प्लास्टिक रैप करके दे रही है तो आप वो चीज़ ना ख़रीदें, जो कंपनी उसे पेपर रैप करके दे रही है आप वो चीज़ ख़रीदें। तो जो कंपनी प्लास्टिक रैप करके दे रही है वो पेपर रैप पे स्विच कर देगी, तो उसका डिकम्पोजिशन भी आसान है। तो थोड़ा सा हम लोगों को ये सब चीज़ों से रिलेटेड अवेयर होने की ज़रूरत है। दूसरी चीज़ ये कि जो चीज़ आप जब तक वो पर्पस सॉल्व कर रही है तब तक अगर आप उसे यूज़ करते हैं तो आपको नंबर ऑफ़ टाइम्स उसे ख़रीदने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी और इस तरह से नेचर भी कम एक्सप्लॉइट होगा। तो जो चीज़ जब तक पर्पस सॉल्व कर रही है उसे तब तक यूज़ किया जाए, उसे बस एज ए शॉक में जल्दी जल्दी ना चेंज किया जाए। दैट्स ऑल, थैंक यू।
Yeah, the video clip, the name of the video clip was The Story of Stuff, and I would say, I would call it the story of cheap stuff, because the radio cost only $4.99, but that lady was surprised even to find the price at that level, because it is produced by cheap labor somewhere in Africa or India, I would say. And the production raw materials are produced from somewhere cheap land, and it is sold in US, and the product, the profit is coming back to some of the people who are hoarding and becoming richer. That is one thing. And also there is no planet B. The planet that we have is just one planet, and it is finite. And the entire video clip showed us that we need to be concerned about our planet, our environment, and it is very much connected to number of other things. Now we are facing the problem of global warming, and we call it global burning and water shortage and all these things, they are very much connected. And wake up call, I think, for all of us, as Fahad also said, ki plastic complete ban hona chahiye, and whatever we can do, our bit, we should do it. That's what I would like to say.
Ma'am, we have seen many stuff been extracted from earth, and also we are also in the same race with the invent or with the advent of electrical vehicles. Nowadays EVs are well in market. We are looking at the time gain now. There is no pollution when vehicle is going, but it has to be recharged somewhere. Electricity is needed, and that electricity is again generated somewhere. So we are not doing any help to the environment, because at the generation, the same time same coal is consumed and same pollution is going on. So are we really doing justice in the name of green energy, something like? If at all we are taking energy from solar energy and we are recharging our vehicles, that in that sense then we can say that at least we are using energy from green resources. But just to sake of I have my electric vehicle, I am not doing any pollution, so that is my gain. In this way it won't work actually. And again there we are using lithium ion batteries, and after every 5 years or 6 years we need to change the batteries. Now we all know lithium is a radioactive element. What we'll do with that huge amount of lithium once it will be discarded? How we are going to manage that lithium, that is also very important question. So the second question what was there, are we doing same thing what they have done earlier? Yes, we are doing same thing what they have done earlier, only we are putting some other wrapper for that. So it is the new bottle but very old wine, again we are using that. That's my take.
Ma'am, I think I would like to go question wise. The first one you said activities and efforts are made by the people. Reflect on your thoughts. Yes, if I'll little go back. If in the video they are showing, in US this thing started in 1950. In India, I could say started in 1991 after. When Manmohan Singh came with the concept of bringing the globalization in India, he started from that point. Here are two aspects of it. Although it provided an economic revolution in our country, in that sense, a lot of job opportunity created, everything happened. But on the downside of the fact is that, lot of pollution, lot of other things, lot of chemicals that came up in the air, health is getting affected, all things are happening. Now, if I reflect on my life, I remember in my childhood when I used to buy stuff. I used to buy stuff only on special occasion. Diwali, I'll get a new dress. I'm from Assam, we celebrate Durga Puja a lot. So I used to get 2 dresses during the Durga Puja. And one celebration we had used to have Bihu. So we used to have new dress in the month of April. So total 4 new dresses for a year, that is fixed. Okay, and if we get other stuff, if somebody is getting married or something. So dresses were fixed, consumption were less. Now, if I talk about my children, okay, in a month, I'm getting my salary, I'm getting new thing for. This is very common. We are showing our love in a very, packaged manner, I could say. What I'm showing, I'm getting toys, I'm getting something for them. Look at the crayons your children have. It's bucket full of. Look at the stuff they have, it's bucket full of. So if I want to bring the change, I want to bring the change at my home right now. Then only I can talk about others. I can talk about stuff, green revolution and everything government is doing. Now, if I talk about Pune city, one thing I want to point out, because most of my life I lived in Delhi. I never believed, to have a car in Delhi when I was walking even. Never thought of. Why? Metro was well connected. Transportation is so beautiful, I never felt like. But the moment I started living in Pune, I thought of buying my own car. Because I don't know how to drive a two-wheeler. My only option to buy a car and drive. Understand? So these things also we need to consider. As we accepted at our level that physical facility is required, minimum required, from move one place to another level, we need something. If we look at, every household had 3 scooters in Pune. It is also creating air pollution. one car, 3 scooters. That is also not an acceptable thing, right? So we have to look at every household in such a way if we want to bring change in our life. Now the video today, I promised myself I'm going to show my children how the loop is being created. Yes, I'm a part of the loop. I accept it first. Now how to change it? How to change it? Before buying anything, I have to ask myself, is this my need or my want? What is the utility of that particular thing that I am going to use it how many times in a year? If that can be borrowed, can it be done in such a way? So borrowing is something we have to actually create in our society in such a way that, if I need one pair of shoes for only for one occasion, is it there for rent for something? We have to create that kind of scenario and that kind of system. That is called sustainable living. That is called sustainable living. Jewelry we need for every occasion different one? No. We don't need it. It is just we want to look good. Now, next question is happiness. Yes, notion of happiness is wrong. Notion of happiness, what we are believing is, competing with the time, competing with people. Competing with people in that sense. Now it happens, I'm a part of the loop because everybody is wearing white legs these days. So I'm supposed to buy my white leg jeans. Otherwise, I'll feel like odd man out in that group. Now, what to do in that scenario? Now, this is a complete mindset of people. And complete mindset starts from me. I'm going to change it. Okay, whatever I am wearing, I am going to feel comfortable with that. I am not going to create a competition within myself whether I am going to feel lesser than others or not. No, I am equal. That's the mindset I am going to have. And this is what I want to build among children also, among students also. That's my promises. Thank you.
Yes, Naisheri. Yes, Didi.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm back here.
Yes, Didi. We were missing you.
I had an emergency meeting with drug controller. Emergency meeting with drug controller. We just got over and came. I have seen this video, story of the staff, and we all are part and parcel of this story. We all are there. Only thing is that now with the time we have to change. So we have changed with the recycling of these waste management and water conservation we are doing. And of course with green revolution also we are doing. But we need to change ourselves with the time. Now suppose I don't have a smartphone, so I am out of date. I am not with the time. I don't have anything on my mobile. I have to be there. Same with my laptop or my PC at home. I have to be with the time, so I have to change. I cannot work on these old systems because it will not accept my email or whatever content I need to work on. So I need to change. This is like a part of physical facility. Part of physical facility. Not that I am having 2-3 mobiles, one is for WhatsApp and one is for that and one is for watching Netflix and all, not like that. Simple. One phone, one PC, one laptop. You want to carry, you can carry it with you or leave it. Same is with everybody. And with the time you need to change. And of course we need, as sir said, we are using electric vehicles now and batteries have to be changed. Stations are updated here in Pune. You need to go and change the batteries and come back and then wait. Then again, all those stuff also has to be recycled. And in Pune itself, there is an area where all this recycling is going on. And I am a part of Rotary Club also, and Rotary is taking initiatives. And we are doing that, collecting all waste and recycling all this waste and putting back to the society whatever is possible from us. And as for green revolutions, we have already planted 7,000 herbal plants in area around 10 kilometers away from here. Those are all herbal plants, so that they can be used by the doctors and medicines can be prepared, and they will be back to the society, like for having good health and all. That's and ultimately we are responsible for ourselves. That is what I wanted to convey the message. Thank you.
During the video, at some point of time, one graph is shown regarding happiness index, and it is shown that till 50 it was increasing and then it has gone down. According to me, I know that Finland is the happiest country. They are indexing something with some parameter they are indexing. So there must be some points we can catch up from Finland also. How they are reducing it or how they are increasing their happiness index. This is related to this workshop, value education and happiness. Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. As the ma'am really said that we are too many crayons. Not only crayons, we are having lot much stuff. And one reason behind that, I found that something what I did not got at my childhood, I want to give it to my children. So blindly, when we go out, he says, I want this. Then we say, yes, okay. If you want, take it. So we have 3 bags full of crayons and pencils and all that vehicles, broken vehicles, everything. And that is true. Coming back to the questions, what are the activities and efforts made by the people shown in the slide? We are part of that. And what I think that we can have a small change with ourselves. Many things has changed in our life. First of all, we were having many wooden furnitures in our home. Now that wooden furniture has been replaced by steel furniture. But steel furniture, let it be any strong, 5 to 10 years it will discard. But if you see a wooden furniture in your house, I have one furniture in my house. It is something around 50 plus years. I mean, when I was small, it was there. Still, it is in usable format and properly using it. So, if it could be used for 50 plus years, then the cost for making green gases which you are making that furniture, it is less. So, if it is costly right now, but you can switch to it apparently. What are the true activities motivated by motion of happiness? Presently, we don't have time to spend with our children. So what we say that if you want something, at least giving, I am not able to give time, I will give money. Money in sense that I will give some physical facility or some eatables or something or crayons and everything because we are not able to give them time. Look at our age, when I was small, my father and mother, my uncle, auntie, my brothers, sisters, we were living together. We were having lot much time. We did not demand anything. Means we were having carom Sunday 1 hour per head. Means every children will have 1 hour of carom only on Sunday. TV also it was same. Sunday means full day TV it was. Each children will have 1 hour of his TV time. He should watch anything. And last takeaway from my reflect your own motions of happiness. What I decided a few years back that if I have one thing which I can use throughout my life, I will use it. So I started with my vehicle. I am using one Pulsar which I waited for nearly 4 years. Means I want to have a Pulsar, and my father said I will give Splendor. I said no, if you want to give me Pulsar. So in that conflict, nearly 4 years wait. Means I was for first year, he was going to give me Splendor, and when I went to last year, I think in April, May, he gave me Pulsar. So 20 years I am using that same vehicle. It is in very good condition right now also, and I think coming 20-30 years I will be using it. So if you can use that one vehicle for a full lifetime, you are making resources less. Means that will be much good thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yesterday, Umesh sir told us the basic human aspirations are happiness and prosperity. Since last 1.5 days, we are talking about happiness. So after watching this video, I would like to relate that video with the concept of prosperity. Because a true prosperous person knows how much he required, how much to produce, how much he is required, and he has the right understanding, and he will not exploit the nature. A true prosperous person will not exploit the nature. On the contrary, the person who is not having the clarity of prosperity, he is a deprived person and he will exploit the nature. So my takeaway from that video is, along with the happiness, there is a need to inculcate the philosophy of prosperity in each and every person so that he will not exploit the nature, which is as shown in the video. Thank you.
Ma'am, hello everyone. Nowadays what I think, we are adapting Western culture a lot. So celebrations are more. Nowadays we are celebrating 1 month anniversary. 1 month, every month we are celebrating something. And we are using resources a lot. 1 month celebration cake, engagement, roka, what not we are doing nowadays. And engagement anniversary, ceremony, I don't know what not. Yes, so and we are spending also. And the second thing, every one of us want home sweet home. So we have to buy. So builders are doing their job. If we are buying 2 BHK, now after some years 3 BHK, then 4 BHK. And businessmen, they are just buying for investment. Kyun kharida? Investment purpose. So builders are doing their job and resources are utilizing, exploiting. Now very basic thing, every morning what we are doing, I'm talking on recycling thing. Every morning we are cutting our milk packet. So how we are cutting? We are cutting the corner. So the whole packet can be recycled, but the corner is not. So somewhere we are wasting that a small, a tiny thing also from a milk packet. So there are so many small things that we are doing, we are exploiting natural resources from our house only. So we have to learn everything as an individual, then only we can make others learn.
Thank you. Yes, you're sharing?
Yes. Ma'am, what I can say after watching this video, ma'am, I am finding myself that I am trapped. With the West has started this thing, and currently I'm in my 30s. So I'm thinking ki okay. So what actually happened with us? If we are having no money, okay. Now the market is has offered us many credit cards. So okay, we have now money. Now media is doing their job. We are we are getting motivated from it. We are spending a lot. But what I can appreciate that this thing has happened with me at right time. So yeah, if I'll talk about the question, then most of them have already answered. And I completely agree with it. But I just want to share my views with. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the mic for that side? They have not spoken.
Hello. Hello ma'am, good afternoon everyone. I think is talking about, I think in India, across the globe, sustainability, green sustainability. Lots of conferences are conducted, lots of research is there. And I think rightly everybody says that it should be started from our side first, individual. Definitely, it's very much right. But I think ma'am, one point is I want to mention here. Here, I think 99% people are teachers. So I think the youth is in our hand, where we can, if we are giving the awareness in small activity, I'm not saying lectures or awareness program, because in my college I am the ISR coordinator, is Institutional Social Responsibility Committee, and I am the coordinator of that. So from the last 3 years we have conducted so many tree plantation, such kind of awareness session for the people in small activity during your householding work. जैसे मैम ने भी बोला कि how to cut your milk packs, separate it. Only the small act कि when your garbage is, you're throwing your garbage, please separate it. So and one case I want to share with you, ma'am. I'm also having one event in my college, that's Nav Durga, which is conducted during Durga Puja. So where we are talks about the unsung heroines. So one of my students represent one lady. Right now I am not allowing to use my mobile, otherwise I would have been given the detailed information. She is in South India and she is staying in jungle, and from the last 20 years her job is only she planted the trees and she just take care of that. So उसने jungle establish किया. मतलब अगर उसके साथ
और 10 लोग होते तो उसको शायद 20 ईयर्स नहीं लगते. तो लोगों ने जितने पेड़ कट किए, दैट्स ओके. आई थिंक शी हैज स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम हर ओन individual. Only she go, every day she go in the jungle, she planted, she take care of her trees and she come back. And she is staying there only. Her needs are very less. Only her motive is ki whatever the tree she has planted, she just want to give and nurture them. So I think such kind of activity or such kind of awareness, if we are conducting or just giving to our student, that this can be happen from individual level. I think हो जाए तो आई थिंक हम लोग चेंज धीरे धीरे ही सही बट ला सकते हैं.
Yes, ma'am. Hello. Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to say something that we are thinking that we after buying something we become happy, but it's not like that. We are becoming fool, and someone else is becoming happier than us. Just like we have seen last 3 months, someone is more happier than us by our money. Yeah, actually. And the second thing is that we can stop these things by being not greedy. We are greedy by the money, and we want everything to be cheaper. And if we go for the cheaper thing, then of course it will harm something. And that's what it is happening. And the last one thing, the sir said that we are educated, that's why we just harm our planet. And we have to be non-educated now. But I disagree, we have to become well educated to save it again. That's all.
Yeah, we need to define our education possibly. Yes, anyone else like to share?
Hello, ma'am.
Quickly. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. So all the thanks to all for sharing their concept. So I just stating in 2 to 3 lines. So unless and until social awareness is not there, this is one of the aspect. Means so many of you we are going to mall only. Why we are not purchasing the all the things from small shops? Because it is a fashion that going to the malls and bringing all this expensive. This is the first aspect. And another thing is that based upon the population in India, it is very much. So in spite of having in Pune city so many bridges and everything, there is no solution for the traffic. Okay, so unless and until we can drive the bicycle or carpooling, these concepts are there here, but they are just for saying कि carpooling and here, because Pune का population ही इतना बड़ा है कि in spite of having carpooling Ola, still it is not it is not possible here. So as per as our efforts means everybody wish are having the so rather than having lavish lifestyle, so we try to compress our daily needs. And another thing is that plastics. So unless and until India is not taking the next step that all the laptop parts, everything should be manufactured in India, we have to depend on the China for plastic and everything. So use of plastic, ban of plastic, it is just a saying, but many shops still I have observed, they are using the plastic bags here. So there should be strict ban or some strict law. Unless what they are doing, they are just going fine for the shopkeepers, and after that again the things are going on. And last but not least, for water saving, rainwater harvesting is a very good concept that we can apply at home. So these are the little aspect here. And trying to consuming the medicines, because in the market generic medicines are currently available here. So for छोटे छोटे चीज़ों के लिए सर दर्द कराई इसके हम जो medicines लेते हैं, so we have to be taking careful to save our life from the side effects of these medicines. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, one thing I forgot to say, these trees we have planted 7,000, but we have formed groups of our students, and every Sunday this group of boys, girls, they go there, they nurture the trees and they take care of them. It's already now 4-5 years now they have been taking care.
That's nice, Didi.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry.
Good to see so many sharings. And one thing I noticed that we are not talking about problems, and we all are, talking about solutions. So with this, can we conclude here as, if we assume that consumption is happiness, then you consume tasty food, We think that tasty food gives us happiness. Latest mobile, show off, all that gives us happiness. And if we assume happiness will come from abstinence, we abstain to own clothes as happiness, bunking classes as happiness. Like that, whatever our assumption or understanding about happiness is, we make a program accordingly. It's a matter of understanding happiness. It's not a matter of just focusing on the program or do's and don'ts. So we keep exploring this and just see the problems and do we have a solution for it or not. And can we have a holistic solution without right understanding? That is the focus of a universal human value education, right? That we need to understand the entire existence, right? And that starts with us, individuals. And that's where we're starting. So with this, yes, Bhaiya, shall we conclude the session? Yes.
Receiving that input, what happens? Let us say, for example, hunger. Right? Hunger is a sensation. This sensation of hunger is in the body or is in the cell?
Body.
Very good. So, body has the sensation of hunger. And you receive this sensation. You means who? Cell. After receiving this sensation, do you take decision of eating the food every time?
No.
Yeah, only till that sensation, or sometimes even you don't take decision of eating the food, the sensation is there, but you take decision of not eating the food. Does it happen? Very good. What does it mean? It means during fasting, at the level of body, that sensation is still there. Correct? But then the self has taken decision of not to read the sensation. Correct? So you don't feel hunger. If you pay the attention on the sensation, you feel hungry. If you pay the attention on the cold, you feel cold. But if you don't pay the attention on the cold, even in the winter, you don't feel cold. Have you experienced this kind of things?
Yes.
Have you experienced it?
Yes.
Right? So what does it mean? It means the sensations are coming from this body. Right? The sensations are coming in from the body, but then I have a choice to read the sensation or not to read the sensation. This pain, right? Pain is in the body or it's in the cell?
Body.
Body. Correct? If you don't read the sensation of the pain, will you become unhappy?
It depends on the self.
Yeah. What I'm saying, the pain is the sensation. It's a sensation in the body. As a self, if you don't receive that sensation, will you feel unhappy about it? No. Have you experienced such things? That there is a pain in the body, but I'm not paying attention. So I'm not feeling the pain.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Have you experienced it?
Yes.
Yes. Many times. Even since yesterday, there is a possibility that some of you may have been pain here and there, right? Maybe a knee, backache, or neck, but you are not paying the attention. So whenever you don't pay the attention, you don't feel the pain. The moment you start feeling the attention, you feel the pain. going to catch? It's not working. Who is going to catch this disease? The bodily disease, the body or cell? The self is going to have this disease, the bodily disease or the body? The body is going to have the bodily disease. The body catches fever. The body catches corona. The body has cancer. Do you have cancer? No. So can it be stable even the body has a cancer?
Depends on the intensity.
It's possible or it's not possible? It is possible. It is possible if I am able to see that I am not the body. The body got cancer. I am not. See what happens many times, I start perceiving myself as a body. मुझे बुखार हुआ, मैं जो रोने लग जाता ना, तो बुखार मुझे हुआ है या शरीर को हुआ है? किसे होता है बुखार? शरीर को बुखार होता है। तो शरीर को बुखार होने के बाद में मैं कम से कम अपने में स्थिर तो रह ही सकता हूँ ना। मैं अस्थिर भी हो जाता हूँ, even if I become uncomfortable, is it going to help the body? They say you are uncomfortable within, you are disturbed within. Can you see the effect and impact of it on your body? Yes. If the anger is going on within you, will you see that impact? Are you able to see the impact on the body? Yes. So if the self is in a harmony, it will pass the positive instructions to the body. And the body can recover faster than the self is in disharmony and taking care of the body. Correct? तो सुबह कोई क्वेश्चन था ना कि हेल्थ अगर ठीक नहीं है तो क्या हम हार्मनी में रह सकते हैं क्या? You can check. है ना? आप तो चेक कर ही सकते हो उसको. तो ये दोनों के बीच का अगर ट्रांजैक्शन अगर देखा जाए तो I generally say I am. So who this I am? It's me, the self. I want to live. Who want to live? The self want to live. This is my body. This is my hand. So whose hand is this? Self. This is the body's hands or the self's hand? It's a body's hand. So when I say it's my hand, which means it is the hand of the body. This is the feet of the body. This is the nose of the body. This is the eyes of the body. Correct? Eyes of the body. Do you see with the eyes of the body or do you see yourself?
We see ourselves. Self.
Who is the seer? The self or the body?
Eyes will see and sense the sensation.
Very good. Who is the seer?
Self is the seer.
Yeah, a simple question. Who is the seer?
Self.
To see, which means to understand. Who is the seer?
Seer is the self. The doer is the body.
Seer is the self. So do you see by the eyes of your body?
Yes.
So close your body and try to see. Close your body. Close your eyes.
Seer is the self.
Yeah, close your eyes and try to see.
Not possible.
Again, see what is in our
You are not closing your eyes. You are not closing your eyes. Do this experiment. Close your eyes and try to see. Are you able to see something or not? At least this little observations needs to be conducted, right? Before jumping on any sort of conclusion. Your eyes are closed. See that are you seeing something or not?
With closed eyes, we cannot see anything.
Okay.
Imagine. We can visualize.
Okay. Very good. Visualizing, which means what? Visualization, which means seeing, right? See, चलिए ठीक है, बढ़िया. पता नहीं, हम तो देख रहे हैं, है ना? हम तो ये समझने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि देखने वाला कौन है. Hey, I'm coming to that, right? I'm coming to that. We'll unfold each of these things slowly. Because देखने वाला कौन है पहले वो स्पष्ट हो जाए कि शरीर देख रहा है या मैं देख रहा हूँ. शरीर के आंखों से अगर मैं देखता हूँ तो कम से कम मैं जब मुंबई जाता ना तो लोकल ट्रेन में बहुत नर्वस हो जाता हूँ. लेकिन पता नहीं कोइंसिडेंटली each time I go to the Mumbai and travel by local train, I meet at least one person who is blind with the eyes and travel through that heavily loaded, crowded local trains of Mumbai बिना किसी को धक्का लगाए, या कम से कम जिसके शरीर की आंखें होती है वो जितने ज्यादा धक्के लगाते उससे कम धक्का लगाते हुए मैंने इन लोगों को ऑब्जर्व किया. अगर आपकी भी ऑब्जर्वेशन में कुछ ऐसी है तो है. I have seen the people who are blind by both the eyes and runs the shop, and you can't fool them. If you are giving them 20 rupees note, they know that it is 20 rupees. I see. Do I see only by the eyes of my body, or do I also see by the tongue of my body? Don't you say that, let me see whether it is hot, spicy, or not spicy? How do you see that it is salty? And you say, right? You always say that, let me see whether this is salty. What is the meaning of seeing? The meaning of seeing is understanding. I see, which means I understand. Let me see the water is cold or hot. So do you see the water is cold or hot by the eyes of the body or by the touch? So touch. Through touch, you are sensing the temperature of the water. So, at the level of material, all these sensations are there, the sensory organs are there, but these instructions goes to the self, and self draw the meaning of it. So, who is the seer? The self or the body? तो देखने वाला कौन है? मैं या शरीर? देखने वाला कौन है? मैं है या शरीर है? मैं समझ रहा हूँ, right? I am seeing it. When you look into the self, the program of the self is to live with continuous happiness, and the self has a program for the body. And what that program? To ensure the health of the body. So this physical facility is required for nurturing, protection, and the right utilization of the body. Is there any role of physical facility? What is the role of physical facility? To nurture the body, to protect the body, and to do the right utilization of the body. In short, to ensure the health of the body. Is there any other role of the physical facility? बताएं.
So to express.
Maybe a minimal gesture. I'll come to your house with a red rose, yellow rose, white rose. It's a gesture of a feeling.
वो भी सेल्फ का इंस्ट्रक्शन पे
हाँ.
जब तक
कौन से कलर का फूल लाना है, कौन सा फूल लाना है,
उसके इंस्ट्रक्शन के हिसाब से
फूल देना या नहीं देना है, ये सब कुछ कौन डिसाइड कर रहा है? सेल्फ या बॉडी? Who decides? So who is the doer? Very good. So the self is the seer, self is the doer.
Sensations are reaching to self. All sensations are reaching to self.
Yes.
To the body.
Yes.
That means the excitement was felt by the self.
Yes.
If you are getting something, you are getting the physical facility is more, you are getting excitement. And we are considering that.
Right. That is what is called the sensation, happiness from the sensation. Very true. So this is the only role of the physical facility. Is there any other role of the physical facility?
इसका मतलब ये आवास सिस्टम में थोड़ा नोट ज़्यादा होता है. बहुत जाती है आवाज़.
हमसे कुछ ना कुछ सुन रहे हैं, कोई ना कोई स्पर्श कंटिन्यूसली हो रहा है ना? हवा तो आ रही है, ये तो स्पर्श है ही. एसी की हवा आ रही है, उसका भी स्पर्श है, तो स्पर्श भी कंटिन्यूसली हो रहा है. लेकिन उन सभी सेंसेशंस को मैं पढ़ रहा हूँ या नहीं पढ़ रहा हूँ, तो क्या लगता है? आर यू रीडिंग एवरी सिंगल सेंसेशन, और यू आर paying attention on those sensations which you consider to be the most important, right? You are paying attention only on those sensations which you consider to be the most important. Now, why are you considering it to be the most important? Is it to ensure the health of the body or to derive the happiness? If you are paying attention on the sensations to ensure the health of the body, this is called guided sensations. But if you are paying attention, if you are considering the sensation as the most important to derive the happiness, then it becomes unguided sensation. So these unguided sensations become the source of the happiness, which is again a temporary source. It's not only temporary, but this is the reason if you try to continue with the sensation, it reaches to the state of an intolerable. है ना? Irritation, right? Irritation तक पहुंच जाएगा, पता ना? वो irritation तक पहुंच जाता है sensation. ठीक है? तो sensations यहाँ से आ रहे हैं. The sensations are going to the consciousness. ठीक है? For example, the sensation of hunger. ये जा रहा है consciousness पे. Now, who take the decision of eating the food or not to eat the food? Self. Body doesn't take the decision. Body has no capacity to take the decision. Can this slider decide? So this is also material, and the body is also material, right? So slider is not able to decide anything upon itself, by itself. Similarly, the body cannot decide. The functions of the body and the functions of the cell, this slider, the response of the body and the response of the sliders are same. This is also only recognizing and fulfilling is taking place. At the level of body also, only recognizing and fulfilling is taking place. So the sensations are coming from the body. If I am utilizing the sensations to ensure the health of the body, then it is guided sensation. But if I am utilizing the sensations for the self to derive the happiness, then it becomes unguided sensations.
सर वो स्लाइड पे लिखा था फिजिकल फैसिलिटीज आर रिक्वायर्ड फॉर प्रोटेक्टिंग, नर्चरिंग एंड राइट यूटिलाइजेशन ऑफ द बॉडी. सो मेरा सवाल ये है कि कैन बी यूज फिजिकल फैसिलिटीज फॉर कंटिन्यूटी इन हैप्पीनेस. टेक एन एग्जांपल, अगर मैं मेरी वाइफ को हर रोज एक फूल ला के देता हूँ तो शी विल बी हैप्पी. और लेडीज के बारे में तो वो अगर फूल मिल जाए तो 24 घंटे तो हैप्पी रहती है, अगले 24 घंटे के बाद एक और फूल. सो कंटिन्यूटी रहेगा जिससे इट विल रिफ्लेक्ट रिस्पेक्ट, ट्रस्ट. हाँ लेकिन नहीं फिजिकल फैसिलिटीज का मैंने यूटिलाइजेशन इस तरह से किया हैप्पीनेस के लिए. तो ये
ठीक है, करके देखिए, एक महीना करके देखिए.
हाँ, अलग अलग फूल दे देंगे ताकि बोर ना लगे.
हाँ देखो, एक महीना करके देखिए, दिन में एक क्यों, एक घंटे में एक एक फूल देके देखिए.
नहीं, दिन में एक चलेगा.
चलिए करके देख लीजिए, करके देख लीजिए.
थैंक यू.
सर आपने बताया कि बॉडी डिसीजन नहीं ले सकती, बट अगर मेडिकल साइंस या फार्माकोलॉजी अगर देखें तो कई सारे मैकेनिज्म्स बॉडी खुद ब खुद डिसीजन लेकर कर सकती है. सिर्फ ऑटोनॉमस नहीं, जैसा एक सिंपल बॉडी रिपेयरिंग मैकेनिज्म है या कुछ फॉरेन पार्टिकल अगर बॉडी में आता है तो बॉडी खुद ब खुद डिसीजन लेकर उसको सॉल्व कर लेती है.
ये अपने में कुछ कर रहा है नहीं कर रहा है, सेम थिंग है ना. ये स्लाइडर भी अपने में कुछ कर रहा है, इसके एटॉमिक स्ट्रक्चर तो कुछ कर रहा है ना. सर्किट इसके काम कर रहे हैं, इसीलिए तो चल रहा है ये. तो बॉडी में भी ऐसी सर्किट्स हैं, वो अपने में काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन कंसेंट सेल्फ का है या नहीं है उसमें. कंसेंट सेल्फ का है या नहीं है, आपको इसको थोड़ा सा ऑब्जर्व भी करना है ना. तो आप दिखाई देगा कि सेल्फ अगर डिस्टर्ब्ड है तो आपकी बॉडी के सभी सिस्टम्स के ऊपर उसका इम्पैक्ट होता है. डाइजेशन पे भी इम्पैक्ट होता है इफ द सेल्फ इज नॉट इन हार्मनी. तो इसका मतलब कहीं ना कहीं तो कंसेंट तो है ही, इन्वॉल्वमेंट तो है. और बताइए.
Sir, if you are agreeing on coexistence of self and the body, then probably if self is affecting body, body will also affect self. So it will go either way. But what should be our assumption or notion to start with this chapter? Whether we are looking coexistence or we are taking away self from body and then we are thinking. Because just now we have established that seer is not body, seer is self. So we have taken self away from body. If self is away from body, then body will not have any existence in that sense.
No, as long as we are talking about the human being, we are always talking about the coexistence. Right? We are talking about human being. So there is the coexistence of self and body. But then we are trying to understand who is the seer, who is the doer, who speaks, the self or body.
So that has to be coexistence, no sir? So both will do it.
Yeah, who speaks?
Thought process is self, medium is body.
Self uses body as an instrument.
Yes. See, this clarity, if it is there, that this is an instrument. So instrument cannot speak by itself. I am speaking. If I take the decision of not to speak, have you heard anything in the past 2 seconds? I have taken the decision. So you didn't catch anything. Microphone is here. Another microphone is here. So these 2 microphones, but if I decide not to speak, no voice has been heard.
But then sir, if in case of dumb person maybe, even if I decide that I have to speak something, but it won't be through the what we say mouth. He may do some gestures or something like body language, that is different thing. But it won't be through mouth. So even if I want to say something, but I don't have instrument to go for that. So that is also impact of coexistence.
Yeah.
No?
I mean, from 9 o'clock till 9:15 this morning, 15 minutes we realized the same thing, right? I wanted to use the microphone, but this system was not supporting. Correct? So the instrument is there. We are talking about human being, the coexistence of self and body. Instrument is there, but the instrument is not speaking. Instrument is a device to communicate. But then who is communicating? It's me.
I am communicating.
Right? The self is communicating. The self is speaking. Self is experiencer. Self is enjoyer. Who is enjoying? The self or the body? To eat gulab jamun, do you always need to have physical gulab jamun? You start doing this observation, you will find that without going to the shop, even without preparing the gulab jamun, without testing that physical gulab jamun, many times you enjoy the gulab jamun. Does it happen or not? Don't you experience the gulab jamun without having a physical touch and the test? So are you able to see that I am experiencer, I am enjoyer. The body is an instrument. If I have this clarity that the body is an instrument, then I looked at the body as an instrument only. Otherwise, what is the whole confusion? I start assuming that I am the body. So when I assume that I am the body, then physical facility, sensation becomes the most important things for me. Priority number 1. But if I have this clarity that the body is an instrument, I am the consciousness, then the right understanding and right feeling becomes the higher priority and the physical facility becomes the lower priority. I need this physical facility to ensure the health of the body. And I do utilize the physical facility for ensuring the health of the body. I want to live in harmony. And to live in harmony, I need to understand the harmony at each of these levels. Individual, family, society, nature and existence. So my program for myself is to understand and live in harmony. My program for the body is to produce the required physical facility, protect and right utilization of the body. So this is my program towards the body. So are you able to see that there are 2 different programs? The one program is for myself, towards myself, and the one program towards the body. So the program for myself is to ensure the harmony within. The program for the body is to ensure the health of the body. और क्लैरिटी के साथ में खाएंगे कि सुखी नहीं होऊंगा, है ना?
इतना तो बना सर, टेस्ट तो करेंगे।
टेस्ट करें। इशू क्या है ना, टेस्ट करें।
अब छोड़ दिया।
टेस्ट तो हम कर ही सकते हैं। भले हम बाहर नहीं खाए तो अंदर तो टेस्ट हो ही रही है ना?
गुलाब जामुन नहीं खाएंगे तो फिर रुक जाएंगे।
सर लास्ट टाइम जो अटेंड किया था यूएचपी, उसमें उन्होंने बताया था कि ये गुलाब जामुन का एग्जाम्पल, उन्होंने बोला था कि खाने को चखना है, चरना नहीं।
तो क्या लगता है, ये सेल्फ के तरफ बॉडी, सेल्फ के लिए बॉडी रिस्पॉन्सिबल है या बॉडी के लिए सेल्फ रिस्पॉन्सिबल है? Self is responsible towards the body. The body cannot take the responsibility, right? So the self is responsible towards the body.
Yes, self is responsible.
So who is responsible to ensure the health of the body? Self. The responsibility towards ensuring the health of the body, this responsibility is called self-regulation. Regulation. Sayyam. So the meaning of self-regulation is the responsibility to ensure the health of the body. Okay? That is self-regulation. ठीक है? How many of you have vehicles? Maybe two-wheeler, four-wheeler. Okay, good number.
It's like driving the vehicle. I'm sitting inside the car. And when driving on highway, I just feel like I am running. And if by chance the windshield cracks, I feel my windshield cracked. But it's not mine, it's car's windshield. If I get crashed, and I am okay, my body is okay, then I will say I am crashed, but my car got crashed.
Very good. And then, see, this is very interesting thing, right? If this cell phone, let us say this is a cell phone or slider, if this gets dropped by my hand from a height, will it going to have a scratch? There's a possibility, right? It may have a scratch, it may broke into pieces, one piece, two piece, correct? This is the material. Can the same thing happens to this material also?
Yes.
I can be in a harmony, right? But then what happens, even my cell phone has got a small scratch, I become unhappy for that for 10 days, 15 days, 1 month. And I keep trying. Just couple of years ago only I bought this cell phone. But it is a material, and the material is, in the material only recognizing and fulfilling is taking place. This is the basic law and the basic rule of the material. So the cell phone is following this rule, the slider is following this rule, the body is following this rule, correct? Can this be a permanent?
No.
You cannot make the slider permanent in time, because no material is permanent in time. It changes its form and the property, right? A seed can't be a permanent. Seed to sapling. A sapling is not permanent. Sapling to tree. A tree is not permanent. Tree to wood. The wood is not permanent. Wood to slide. Wood to soil. Are you able to see that it's changing? Similarly, the material is also not permanent. The material also changes its form. Material also changes its property. If I have this clarity, then even the cell phone get damaged, I can remain in harmony with it.
सर जैसे मैडम और सर ने कहा कि हम 10 से 2 गुलाब जामुन कर देंगे, तो अगर हमें सेल्फ की अंडरस्टैंडिंग ज़्यादा होती जाती है, ये राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग हमारी बढ़ती जाती है, तो हम नोटिस करेंगे कि गुलाब जामुन में कोई भी हेल्थ बेनिफिट्स है नहीं है सच, तो बॉडी के लिए वो ज़रूरी है ही नहीं। तो इस तरह से हम इस तरह की सारी चीज़ें छोड़ सकते हैं जो बॉडी के लिए पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से न्यूट्रिशियस है ही नहीं। तो मतलब इस तरह से हम बहुत सारी चीज़ें अवॉइड कर सकते हैं अगर हमारी ये सेल्फ की अंडरस्टैंडिंग बढ़ती जाती है।
बिल्कुल ठीक, बिल्कुल ठीक। देखिए हम ये इनटेक क्यों कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं? We are taking intake, right? intake in the form of food, intake in the form of water, intake in the form of air, sunlight. So this intake is to ensure the health of the body. If I get this clarity, then I will consume only those things which nurtures the body. Yes. तो मेरा वही क्वेश्चन था, इसलिए मैंने आपसे पूछा था कि हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर हैविंग द व्हीकल. तो ऑलमोस्ट 60-70% लोगों के पास में व्हीकल है ही. अगर आपको ये सूचना मिले कि let us say there are two different petrol pumps. The one petrol pump is 500 meters from your house and the other is 3 kilometers from your house. And you get this information, the nearer petrol pump sells impure petrol. Okay, where you will take your vehicle? The nearer one or the far one? 2.5 kilometers extra.
If someone is more conscious about health of
Extra petrol, 2.5 kilometers to go, 2.5 kilometers to come, extra time. Now you tell me where you will take the petrol vehicle. The far one. Why?
The vehicle will be maintained properly if we have an impure fuel. If there is an impure fuel, the vehicle might break down.
Okay.
The life of the vehicle will be lost.
Okay. So the life of vehicle can be increased with the pure petrol. Logical. Why you will take it to the far and not to the near?
Maintenance will be same thing, life of the vehicle. The vehicle will be moving properly.
Vehicle.
Get damaged.
Very good. So vehicle can move properly, there will be less maintenance.
Less.
So the less maintenance, the good movement of the vehicle, the life will be increased, and that is the reason I take the decision to take my vehicle 2.5 kilometers extra to fuel, to put the petrol. If I am so particular and careful about my gadi, how about this body? What about this body? प्योर भी है डाले, इम्प्योर भी है डाले, जो भी आते रहते डालते हैं, जितना चाहिए उतना भी, आवश्यकता से अधिक भी. So this feeling of responsibility towards nurturing the body, towards protecting the body, towards right utilization of the body, this feeling is called self-regulation. And to fulfill this feeling of self-regulation, we need physical facility.
सर एक चीज और मिली 2.5 किलोमीटर चलना भी हमें बहुत चलाना है.
Or quick question. Morning when we come back, we'll unfold lecture number 9, 10 and 11. So what we are talking is this self and the feeling of self-regulation, which means the feeling of responsibility towards the body for nurturing, protection and right utilization. At the level of body, there is a health. What is the meaning of health? The parts of the body are in harmony, which means the nose is there at the place of nose and the hand is there at the place of hands. It's in harmony, it's in order. And the body acts according to the self. I want to go to the college and the body is able to take me to the college. I'm healthy. Does it happen sometimes that you want to go to the college but the body is not supporting you? Right? So what do you say that? I'm not healthy. You send a medical leave, right? So you send the medical leave that I'm not healthy. So I want to go to the college. Many times, these college people think that you don't want to come to the college. So that is not the case. You want to go to the college. But the body is not supporting it. Which means the health is not there in the body. So at the level of body, health, at the level of self, is the self-regulation. Now let us discuss, this is one of the programs to ensure the self-regulation. One of the programs to ensure the health of the body through self-regulation, and there could be many other programs, many such programs. We can follow any suitable program. What is the most important thing when we ensure the health of the body? It's intake. Here, number one, the blank thing is there. It's intake and daily routine. Right? These are the most important things. What is required as an intake? Food, water, sunlight, and air. If you look into earth and its environment, okay, in the earth and its environment, what is there in the largest quantity? Air, water, or soil? Earth and its environment. Air. Very good. Our body is also made up of nature. So the maximum requirement of the body is air. And look at the instrument is so sophisticated. That's the reason, we are breathing. So what do we need to ensure the health of the body? Maximum we need is the air. So we are breathing. Are you breathing? Good. You are breathing. क्या कर रहे हैं? ब्रीदिंग कर रहे हैं, इसका मतलब इनहेलिंग, वेरी गुड, एक्सहेलिंग, क्या आप इनहेल कर रहे हैं तो ऑक्सीजन कहाँ तक जा रहा है?
Sir, then in this case, I am not breathing, no. Again, the same thing will be there. The instrument as a body is breathing.
Yeah.
Body is breathing. I may be only controlling the breath.
So I am controlling the breath.
I am controlling the breath.
Right? I am. So I have that control. I am breathing. Right? I have that control. I am breathing. So you are breathing, right? You are breathing, which means you are taking oxygen in, you are putting the carbon dioxide out. तो आप ऑक्सीजन अंदर ले रहे हैं ना, इनहेल ले रहे हैं, तो कहाँ तक ले रहे हैं ऑक्सीजन? लंग्स तक, बढ़िया. थ्रोट तक, बढ़िया.
It goes all over the body.
It goes all over the body, बढ़िया. चलिए ठीक है. Take 3 long and the deep breath and try to witness your breathing. Try to see that how long you can push it, where it goes. Just 3 long and the deep breathing.
Entire body.
कहाँ तक आप पुश कर पाए? कहाँ तक पुश कर पाए? मैक्सिमम कहाँ तक पुश कर पाए? चलिए डीप ले लीजिए एक बार वापस. जितना भी पुश कर सकते हैं उसको पुश कीजिए. और कहाँ तक पुश कर रहे हैं उसको देखिए कि कहाँ तक जा सकता है. हाँ, तो अब एयर जा रही है ना, यू कैन फील द, यू कैन विटनेस इट, यू कैन फील इट, राइट? कहाँ तक फील कर पा रहे हो, कहाँ तक आप उसको पुश कर पाते हैं? स्टमक, उसके नीचे वहां से पुश करने की कोशिश कीजिए गोस्वामी जी, स्टमक के नीचे पुश करने का कोशिश करो। देखो होता है या नहीं होता है? नहीं होता है, नहीं होता है। वेरी गुड, होगा भी नहीं, होगा भी नहीं। आप अगर उसको ब्रीदिंग को प्रॉपरली आप ऑब्जर्व करना शुरू कर देंगे ना, तो आपको पता चलेगा कि यू आर इनहेलिंग एंड दिस ऑक्सीजन गोज टू द नेवल पॉइंट। उस नेवल पॉइंट के नीचे आप उसको पुश नहीं कर सकते, वहां जाकर वो रुक जाता है। उसके बाद आप एक्सेल करना शुरू कर देते हैं, है ना? उसके बाद आप एक्सेल कर रहे हैं, वहां तक चले जाता, देन इट स्टॉप्स, राइट? उसके बाद आप एक्सेल करना शुरू करेंगे। इस तरीके से अगर आपने 3-4 सांसें लेकर देख लीजिए एंड सी दैट आर यू फीलिंग सम डिफरेंस एट द लेवल ऑफ योर बॉडी और नॉट। 3-4 प्रॉपर सांसें भी अगर आपने ली तो दिखाई देगा कि द अमाउंट ऑफ ऑक्सीजन विच इज रिक्वायर्ड फॉर द बॉडी टू एंश्योर द हेल्थ ऑफ द बॉडी, यू आर प्रोवाइडिंग इट प्रॉपर्ली. So when a small baby breathes, you'll find that the tummy pumps in and pumps out, pumps in and pumps out. Does it happen in case of baby, 2 months, 3 months baby, right? Why that stomach is coming up and down, up and down? Because the baby is breathing properly. But then we say that I'm so busy, I don't have time to breathe. And we just forget to breathe, right? Forget to breathe properly. Just by breathing properly, our body can be healthy. Because that is the maximum need of the body, the air, the oxygen. The second need is the water. So there is a lot of variations. Some people say that 3 liters of water, some people say that 4 liters of water. But yeah, you can test with your body that how much water you can consume, and then you can consume that adequate required water every day. Then it comes to the food. The food is to nurture the body, which means the nutritious content has to be the number 1 part of the body. Then second comes digestible, third comes testy, and the fourth is excretable. Are we preparing the food in the same sequence, or we are giving first preference to the test? टेस्ट को टेस्ट है, बस टेस्टी है, फिर वो डाइजेस्टेबल है, न्यूट्रिशियस है, वो मैटर नहीं करता, वो टेस्टी होना चाहिए. हाउ मेनी ऑफ अस नो द टेस्ट ऑफ भिंडी, नो द टेस्ट ऑफ पोटैटोज, नो द टेस्ट ऑफ ब्रिंजल, नो द टेस्ट ऑफ डिफरेंट वेजिटेबल्स? अदरवाइज क्या हो रहा है आजकल? ऑल these vegetables, they taste the same because all the masalas are same. And we want these masalas to make the food tasty. But then are you able to see that the nature has got its own taste? So the potato is tasty, the tomato is tasty, eggplant is tasty, lady's finger is tasty, all these food are tasty. The vegetables are tasty. I can test that natural taste of the vegetables and the fruits. And when it comes to the routine, like this is again one of the example, this circadian rhythm, lots of informations are available, which is the best time to get up, which is the best time to sleep. They generally say that, this is the best time to get up. Right? And then, this is a good time to go on the bed. So like between 8 to 10 o'clock, this is a good time to go on the bed. The time to raise is between 4:30 to 5:30. Even little before, much better. Otherwise 4:30 to 5:30. Why this is? Because if you are sleeping by 10 o'clock, then in the next couple of hours, you are getting into this deep sleep mode. Deep sleep mode, which means the body is going, you're putting the body into the deep sleep mode. Right? The body is totally in the deep sleep mode. Then this regenerations and the repairing of lots of systems and the functions of the body starts after, once the body is in the deep sleep, like the liver activations. Around 2 a.m. detoxifications in the kidneys. 3:30 to 4 a.m. in the morning, heart. Right? So these are the different timings. So many times you will find that the cardiac arrest comes in the early morning time, between 3 to 4 o'clock. Why? Because that is the time when the heart starts its repairing. Correct? और वो जो रिपेयरिंग करते वक्त अगर उसमें कुछ इश्यूज आ जाए तो अरेस्ट आ जाता है. तो बेसिकली ये अलग है ना, अर्थ स्पेस, अर्थ एंड वाटर, फायर एंड वाटर, अर्थ एंड स्पेस, अर्थ एंड वाटर, फायर एंड वाटर. So these are the different combinations. So all these informations are available. We can follow any kind of information which is suitable for our body, depends on our own body, and have some programs to ensure the health of the body. The next is labor and exercise. What is the meaning of labor? Labor, which means production of some sort of physical facilities. मेहनत जिसे कहते हैं ना, श्रम. करेक्ट? तो जैसे एक्सरसाइज के लिए जिम में ही जाना आवश्यक है क्या? क्या बिना जिम जाए भी एक्सरसाइज हो सकती है? जैसे घर में झाड़ू लगाए तो ये एक्सरसाइज है या नहीं है? बर्तन को साफ करें, ये एक्सरसाइज है या नहीं है? कपड़े को सुखाने के डालें, ये एक्सरसाइज है या नहीं है? अगर ये सारी चीजों को अगर देखा जाए तो दिखाई देता है कि ये सबसे भी एक्सरसाइज हो सकती है. राइट? तो दोनों काम होंगे, एक तो घर का काम भी होगा और एक्सरसाइज भी होगी. तो कम से कम इतना तो हो ही सकता है कि पति को खाना नहीं बनाने आता तो प्याज तो काट के दे दे, है ना? कम से कम इतना तो हो सकता है कि पति प्याज काट रहा है, पत्नी सब्जी बना रही है. वो अगर आपको कपड़े धोना नहीं आते तो हो सकता है कि पत्नी कपड़े धो रही है, पति सुखाने के लिए डाल रहा है. परिवार अगर है, परिवार अगर है तो परिवार की व्यवस्था को चलाने की जिम्मेदारी परिवार के हर सदस्य की है या किसी एक या दो सदस्य की है? अरे की है. राइट? तभी जाकर वो परिवार सुचारू रूप से चल पाएगा. तो हर एक सदस्य ने अपनी जिम्मेदारी ली तो उससे दो बातें हो जाती है. लाइक मेनी टाइम्स वी कंप्लेन्स अबाउट वी डू नॉट हैव टाइम टू स्पेंड विथ ईच अदर. देयर इज नो टाइम. Yeah, we can spend the time in the kitchen together. She is preparing, you can be there. You can prepare, she can be there. Both of you are there in the kitchen, spending the time also and cooking the food also. Correct? So this is labor exercise. Like this cycling, biking, walking, right? Jogging outdoors. These are all exercises. And in the story of stuff, listening to your takeaways, see, if my home and market is nearby, or let us say if I'm going outside, just 5 minutes from my house, 5 minutes walkable distance, can I walk? 10 minutes, can I walk? If this 5-minute distance is there, 10 minutes distance is there, I can walk, I can use cycle. It's for two reasons. Number one, that environmental issues, and number two, to ensure the health of the body.
Vehicles should be banned inside the cities. Vehicles should be banned inside the cities, only cycling.
I mean, why do we always need to ban things? Right? We can be the responsible for that. Why we always expect that government should ban plastic? Yeah, I mean, it's good that the government should ban the plastic. But that if I become the responsible, then I can follow it. Even if the government sets the rules and regulations, they ban, if they put the fine, but if I am not responsible, nothing is going to work. Nothing is going to work. The next is the posture for regulating internal and external organs of the body. So if you look into our body, functions and the circulations in the body is circulations, right? So what is the meaning of circulation? The circles, the chakras. अब उस बॉडी के चक्रास को जितना भी मेंटेन कर पाएंगे उतना बॉडी हेल्दी रह पाएगा, उस चक्रास को जितना ब्रेक करेंगे उतना बॉडी अनहेल्दी हो जाएगा, करेक्ट? तो आप मुझे बताइए कि अगर मैं ऐसे बैठूं तो ये चक्राकार पोजीशन है या चक्राकार पोजीशन नहीं है? नहीं है। अगर मैं ऐसा बैठूं तो थोड़ा चक्राकार पोजीशन है ना? अभी आप अगर देखे जाए तो हम घर में जनरली कैसे बैठते हैं? चेयर या सोफा। घर से निकले हम कॉलेज में, अगर बस से जा रहे, कार से जा रहे, मेट्रो से जा रहे तो कैसे बैठे हैं? ऐसे ही। कॉलेज आकर हमारे चेयर पे कैसे बैठते हैं? ऐसे ही। वॉशरूम में चले गए तो वहां पर भी कमोड ही है, तो कमोड पे भी बैठना ही है। सुबह से लेकर शरीर को जगने से लेकर शरीर को जब तक सुलाते तो मैक्सिमम किस पोस्चर में हम? यही पोस्चर में। अगर इसी पोस्चर में हम मैक्सिमम टाइम बैठेंगे, दैट्स द रीजन यू विल फाइंड दैट मेनी यंग बॉडीज आर कंप्लेनिंग अबाउट नी पेन। 15 साल का लड़का, 20 साल का लड़का, क्या है? घुटने दर्द हो रहे। क्यों घुटने दर्द हो रहे? भाई आप बेंड ही नहीं करते हो कभी घुटने को। अब घुटने को बेंड ही नहीं करोगे तो दर्द तो करेगा नहीं हुआ। नहीं, ये जितने भी बेंड्स है बॉडी के, रिस्ट वाला बेंड है, घुटने वाला बेंड है, वेस्ट वाला बेंड है, ये बेंड को कुछ ना कुछ तो एक्सरसाइज करनी होगी, तभी जाकर वो ठीक रह पाएगा। उसके साथ जो जितने भी हम चक्रा को हम बनाए रखते हैं, जितना भी बॉडी ऐसे रहेगा उतना बॉडी का सर्कुलेशन ठीक से होते रहेगा। ठीक, तो जहां जहां पर भी पॉसिबल है ऐसे बैठ सकते हैं हम लोग नीचे। अभी पता चला मैट्रेस क्यों डाली है, राइट? तो द मैट्रेस डालने के पीछे का रीजन थांगे सर, आपसे बात कर रहा था मैं ब्रेक में अभी, है ना? ब्रेक में मैंने बताया उनको, यहाँ पर सारे लोग आराम से लेटे थे, आराम से लेटकर एक दूसरे के साथ में बातचीत कर रहे थे, लेटे थे, है ना? लेटे थे, लेटकर बातचीत कर रहे थे। जब वो सेशंस भी चलता है तो देखिए आराम से पैर फैला कर बैठे हैं, बढ़िया है। मैं उनसे वही कह रहा था, क्या कह रहा था कि ये है क्लासरूम। हमारी जो क्लास में ना वो तो क्लासरूम होती नहीं है। आप ये एक्सपेक्ट ही कैसे करते हो कि बच्चा बिल्कुल ऐसे ही बैठे? अरे उसके शरीर में कुछ ना कुछ होगा। आपको भी लगता है नहीं लगता कि थोड़े 15-20 मिनट के बाद में पैर को थोड़ा सा स्ट्रेच करे, हाथ इधर उधर करे, वो बच्चे के शरीर को भी ऐसी कुछ अखड़न हो सकती है। उसके चलते वो अगर उसने पैर अगर फैला दिए तो फैला दिए ना, उसमें क्या बड़ा इश्यू है? ये है क्लासरूम। देखिए बच्चा कैसे बैठा है वो हमारे लिए उतना इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं होना चाहिए। वो सुन रहा है या सुन नहीं रहा है वो तो बहुत सेकेंडरी पार्ट है। हमारा पूरा फोकस कहाँ रहता है? वो कैसा बैठा है, पूरी तरह से फोकस कहाँ है? कैसे बैठा है। तो जैसे कंफर्टेबल है वैसे बैठे। मुझे तो ऐसी कभी कभी लगता है कि शायद हमारे जो मॉडर्न क्लासरूम्स है ना वो ऐसी ही रहेंगे हर जगह पर। धीरे धीरे ये बेंचेस क्लासरूम में से निकल जाएंगी या कुछ ही रहेंगे, कुछ चेयर रहेंगे और कुछ मैट्रेसेस रहेंगे, ताकि जिसको भी कंफर्टेबली बैठना है वो नीचे कंफर्टेबली बैठ सकता है, सो सकता है। वही तो बात है, क्योंकि हम वो सोचते हैं ना, वो हमारे इमेजिनेशन में चलता है। मैंने उसको काफी विटनेस किया है, ठीक है? तो बेसिकली ये जो जैसे शरीर है हमारा, शरीर स्ट्रेट है, ये बैकबोन सीधा है या बेंट है? तो बैकबोन अगर सीधा है तो उसको जितना सीधा रखेंगे उतना ठीक रहेगा। हमारे पैर कैसे, फ्लैट है या हाई है? हिप कैसा है हमारा? फ्लैट है। तो फ्लैट हिल को फ्लैट ही रखना चाहिए या उसका हाई हिल रखना चाहिए? ये है ना, ये छोटी छोटी बातें हैं। ये जितनी बातें हैं ना, उस बातों के ऊपर हम जितना गौर करेंगे, जैसे मुझे पता नहीं हाउ दिस इंफॉर्मेशन इज बेस्ड ऑन द फैक्ट, बट दिस इंफॉर्मेशन इज बीइंग शेयर्ड बाय वन ऑफ माय फ्रेंड हु इज गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट। उनका ये कहना था, जैसे हमारी एक बार ऐसी डिस्कशन चल रही, आजकल क्यों ज़्यादा सिजेरियन हो रहे थे, है ना, बेबी हो रहे हैं, तो काफ़ी अलग अलग रीजंस उन्होंने बताए। उसमें से एक रीज़न उन्होंने ये बताया था कि हाई हिल। मुझे तो समझ में नहीं आया, मैंने कहा हाई हिल का और सिजेरियन बेबी का क्या कनेक्शन है? तो काउंसलिंग करती है, तो उनके पास में अलग अलग साइज़ के हाई हील्स भी है। तो मेरे साइज़ को देखकर उन्होंने कहा कि उमेश, आप उस हाई हील को पहनकर थोड़ा सा यहाँ से लेकर वहाँ तक चलिए और ऑब्जर्व कीजिए आपके बॉडी पर क्या होता है। तो एक तो जब मैंने वो हाई हील पहन के व्हेन आई वॉक फ्रॉम वन कॉर्नर टू द अदर कॉर्नर ऑफ अ क्लिनिक, तो सबसे पहले मुझे दिखाई दिया कि यहाँ पर बहुत प्रेशर आया ना, यहाँ पर इतना प्रेशर आया था चलते वक्त। तो फिर मैंने बताया उनको कि मेरे एब्डोमेन के पास में कहीं ना बहुत ज़्यादा प्रेशर आए जैसी मुझे लग रहा है, स्ट्रेस लग रहा था, कंफर्टेबल नहीं फील कर रहा था। उन्होंने कहा कि दैट इज़ द प्लेस वेयर द वूम इज लोकेटेड एंड द मदर कैरी बेबी। अगर वो प्लेस अगर ठीक नहीं है, केवल हाई हिल के चलते उसके शेप में अगर खराबी आ रही है, तो सिजेरियन बेबी होने के चांसेस ज़्यादा होते हैं, बढ़ जाते हैं नेचुरल डिलीवरी के थ्रू। मैं वापस कह रहा हूँ कि मुझे पता नहीं ये इन्फॉर्मेशन सही है या सही नहीं, लेकिन उन्होंने शेयर किया था और मुझे
the cost or bill of the hospital will be around say 60,000 so. Women in cesarean, it is multiplied 2 times, 3 times, 4 times.
Correct.
So the billing of the hospital increases. So
this logic was also shared by her, and she said that almost 60% there is possibility of natural delivery, but then we don't do it. She said that we don't do it. As a doctor, we don't suggest it. Then I asked her, why don't you suggest, when it's a natural, so it should be a natural. So that logic, 3%, 300% extra cost.
Yes.
Okay. चलिए ठीक है. Then program number 4. The first is intake and daily routine. Number 2, the labor and exercise. Number 3, postures for regulating internal and external organs of the body. Number 4 is medicine. If this 1, 2, 3 is not working due to some environment and effects of the environment of the body, then the medicine is required. But then medicine की बात हुई तो do you always need to run to the medical store to get the medicines? There are a lot of medicines available in the home remedies. हमारा किचन ना बहुत अच्छी मेडिसिन है, तो वो अगर हमने सौंठ है, सौंफ है, जीरा है, हल्दी है, पुलाव है, बिल्कुल, लेकिन वो उसको हम औषधि के रूप में नहीं डाल रहे ना, उसको हम स्वाद के लिए, हाँ वही थोड़ा सा उसको अगर हम मात्रा समझ जाए और कब कौन सी चीज़ लेनी समझ जाए, तो बहुत सारी मेडिसिन है, मेडिसिन तो घर पे ही है, उससे काम अगर नहीं चल रहा है तो ठीक है, जो भी मेडिसिन हमें यूज़ करना है। और फाइनली ट्रीटमेंट। कभी कभी मैं ये लाइन पूछता हूँ, लाइन ठीक नहीं लगती पूछने के लिए, लेकिन फिर भी कभी कभी पूछ लेता हूँ, तो आज भी पूछ लेता हूँ, क्या लगता है जो मर्जी है उतना खाए, हजमोला से पचाए, या जितनी आवश्यकता है उतना ही खाए ताकि हजमोला की आवश्यकता ही न रहे? आज हमारा प्रोग्राम क्या है? आज हम खाते क्या है, खाते वक्त भी क्या कहते, कोई बात नहीं, एक सोडा पी लूंगा, और लिटरली पीते हैं सोडा, है ना। खाते वक्त भी कहते हैं कि कोई बात नहीं, मैं सोडा पी लूंगा, और खाने के बाद में एक बॉटल सोडा पी लेते। क्यों? डाइजेस्ट करने के लिए। लेकिन मेरे शरीर की आवश्यकता कितनी है? एक सिंपल सी बात है ना, पेट्रोल के टैंक में आवश्यकता से अधिक अगर पेट्रोल डाला तो क्या होगा एक्स्ट्रा? बॉडी के साथ भी ऐसी होता है, जितना हम एक्स्ट्रा बॉडी में डाल रहे हैं ना, सी बॉडी के ऑर्गन्स के ऊपर उतना एक्स्ट्रा प्रेशर आ रहा है उसको डाइजेस्ट करवाने के लिए। और टैंक से ज़्यादा अगर फिलअप हो जाए तो बहुत एक्स्ट्रा प्रेशर आता है, जिसके चलकर इश्यूज आ जाती है शरीर में। So to sum up what we have discussed in this session, number 1 is self is the seer, self is the doer, self is the experiencer, and the body is an instrument. So self is central to my existence. Correct? Self has the responsibility to ensure the health of the body, and this responsibility is called self-regulation. To perform the responsibility of the self-regulations, I need physical facility, and that is the role of physical facility. So why do I need physical facility? I need the physical facility to ensure the health of the body. Correct? To ensure the health of the body, there is the need of physical facility. And then we have discussed one of the example of program of Sayyam, how to ensure the health of the body. As I said, this is just one of the example. You can look into your body, your structures of the body, the prakriti of your body, and then follow some sort of program if you feel that you are responsible towards your body, and it is important to ensure the health of the body. So this much discussions we had. Any question? ठीक, इस ये जो क्वेश्चन है वो क्वेश्चन को अभी भी ओपन ही रखा है। क्वेश्चन क्या था कि सुविधा की आवश्यकता शरीर के नर्चरिंग के लिए, प्रोटेक्शन के लिए और राइट यूटिलाइजेशन के लिए है। इससे अधिक सुविधा की कोई आवश्यकता है? And in the morning we just had one line definition of the prosperity, that was the feeling of having or producing more than required physical facility. Correct? Now you can identify the need of the physical facility. Will it be able to do the correct assessment of your need? The correct quantification? आप में से कितना लोग खाना बनाते हैं घर पे? Sometimes. How many of you prepare the food? All the time? Sometimes? Okay, good. ठीक है, all time, all the time, sometimes, fine, है ना? Okay. कभी कभी बनाते हैं, हर रोज बनाते हैं, दोनों भी कैटेगरी के लोग हैं, है ना? लगभग इतने सारे लोग खाना बनाते हैं। आपके घर में अगर 5 लोग हैं और आप खाना बनाते हो, तो कभी ऐसा हुआ है कि 10 लोगों का खाना बना दिया आपने? 6 का बन जाता है, 7 का बन जाता है, राइट? कभी ऐसा हो गया है कि 3 लोग भूखे रह गए, एक आधा भूखा रह जाता है ना, थोड़ी सी रोटी कम हो सकती है, एक आध रोटी कम हो सकती है, आधी रोटी कम हो सकती है। ऐसा क्यों होता है? आपको पता है कि आपके घर का हर एक आदमी कितना खाता है, यू नो इट, राइट? उसके साथ आप वो कैलकुलेट करते हो कि कितना आटा लेना, कितना राइस लेना, कितनी सब्जी लेना, कितनी दाल लेना, तो कौन कितना खाता है ये आपको पता है। उसी तरह से जो शरीर के नर्चर करने के लिए, जैसे खाना इज वन ऑफ द थिंग, वाटर, सनलाइट एंड एयर, दीज आर द अदर थिंग्स टू प्रोटेक्ट द बॉडी। फॉर एग्जाम्पल क्लोथ, house, right? This is for the protection of body. For the right utilization of body, some instruments are required. I'm using this. Why? For the right utilization of the body. Sometimes, like this morning, it was not working, but my voice was audible. but I was not speaking. Have you observed it? When this was not working, I decided to keep silent, but not to speak. You know what? Why the reason? This is not the last workshop for me. This workshop is concluding on 24th, and on 26th, I am starting another 8 days workshop. Before coming here, just 2 days before I came here, I had that 8 days workshops in Kanpur. So many workshops happens one after another. I am responsible towards my health. I want to ensure the health of the body. So if it is not working, I thought, okay, keep quiet. See, so these instruments are required to do the right utilization of the body. Will it be possible to make a prosperity chart of your family? What does it mean? Let us say if there are 5 people in the family. Their age, 2 years, 20 years, 40 years, 60 years, 70 years, old people. Then how much this 2 years consumes? How much this 10 years consumes? For 1 day and a month. How many pairs of clothes are required for the protection of the body? How many cell phones are required? Do they require that cell phone or not? For example, 2 years baby, cell phone is required or not required? 2 years baby, cell phone is required or not required? I'm asking you again this question, the 2 years baby, the cell phone is required or not required? We are so confused people, right? The 2 years baby, cell phone is not required, which means don't give cell phone to the 2 years baby. It's not required. But we give it. So it is not the requirement of the 2 years baby. Correct? That's the reason I asked this question 3 times, whether it's required, it is not required. Required, it is not required. So similarly, you know, all these physical facility which is required for nurturing the body, which is required for protection of the body, which is required for right utilization of the body, this is one part. Number 2 part of the prosperity chart, out of this physical facility, how much is available with me today? So the quantification of our present physical facility. Then how much is available in the future? Will it be possible to do a prosperity chart of our family for 1 month, 2 months and 1 year? परफेक्ट फाइनेंशियल कैलकुलेशंस हमारी हो सकती है. इश्यूज कहाँ जाता है? Issue comes when I try to fulfill the need of the self by fulfilling the need of the body. इसका मतलब क्या होता कि फिजिकल फैसिलिटी से मैं अगर सुखी होने का प्रयास करूंगा, राइट? ये फिजिकल फैसिलिटी से अगर मैं सुखी होने का प्रयास करूंगा, तो फिर वैसे वो बता रहे थे, राइट? आई एम 30 years old एंड देन क्रेडिट कार्ड्स आर अवेलेबल. फिर क्या होता है लाइफ? The life becomes EMI. That's it. पूरा जो पर्पस होता है जिंदगी का, वो केवल क्रेडिट कार्ड को साफ करना, EMI को फिलअप करना. पूरी लाइफ उसमें निकल जाती है. See, कितनी, it's a so simple thing, right? कितने इश्यूज आते हैं. ये सारी चीजें हमारे फाइनेंस में पढ़ाना आवश्यक है या नहीं है? इसको पढ़ाए बिना तो हम फाइनेंस को पढ़ा ही नहीं सकते, लेकिन इसको ही नहीं पढ़ाते हम लोग. हम सीधा फाइनेंस को पढ़ाने लग जाते क्लास में. अगर ये ठीक से अगर नहीं हो पाया, जो नीड ऑफ द फिजिकल फैसिलिटी, द नीड ऑफ द मनी ही क्लियर नहीं हो पाई, तो हम कैसे फाइनेंस को पढ़ा पाएंगे? आज क्या हो रहा है? टू बिकम हैप्पी और टू गेट हैप्पीनेस, we are trying to accumulate that more and more physical facility. It's a simple logic. अगर income let us say 10,000 rupees per month है, expenditure 8,000 rupees per month है, तो आप EMI maximum कितना पे कर सकते हो? Maximum 2,000 rupees EMI पे कर सकते हो. अभी होता क्या है कि हमारा इनकम होता है 10,000, एक्सपेंडिचर है 8,000 और EMI हो जाती है 4,000। इनकम से ज्यादा अगर EMI अगर हो गई तो क्या होगा फिर? उस पर्टिकुलर लोन को रीपे करने के लिए अब दूसरा लोन ले लेंगे। ठीक, वो क्रेडिट कार्ड को क्लियर करने के लिए दूसरा क्रेडिट कार्ड है, फिर तीसरा क्रेडिट कार्ड है। लेकिन क्या इसके तरफ ध्यान है कि मेरा फर्स्ट और सेकंड क्रेडिट कार्ड की क्रेडिट भी बाकी है? वहां पर भी इश्यू, सेकंड में भी इश्यू। फिर जब क्रेडिट कार्ड के क्रेडिट को अगर मैं नहीं पे कर पाता तो उसके बाद में क्या हो जाता? फिर धीरे धीरे बैंकरप्सी, और एक स्टेज ऐसी आ जाती कि मेरा जो इनकम है जितना भी था वो भी चले जाता, और फिर ये भी हो जाता कि मेरे पास में जो गाड़ी है, टीवी है, घर है, वो भी चले जाने की संभावना बनी रहती। क्यों? कहां गड़बड़ होगी? फिजिकल फैसिलिटी इज इक्वल टू हैप्पीनेस। लेकिन जब वो इस बात की तरफ ध्यान जाता है कि दिस नीड ऑफ द फिजिकल फैसिलिटी इज लिमिटेड, अभी विदाउट डूइंग, दिस मॉर्निंग समवन सेड, हु सेड दैट यूटेंसिल्स को, हाँ, वेरी नाइस, ही आस्क्ड हिज वाइफ यस्टरडे कि अपने घर के नए यूटेंसिल्स को चेक कर लीजिए। सही बात है, केवल नए यूटेंसिल्स क्यों, पुराने भी अगर काउंट अगर कर लिए तो आपको क्या लगता है आपके घर में जितने नंबर ऑफ प्लेट्स है वो ज्यादा है या कम है? नंबर ऑफ स्पून, नंबर ऑफ फोक, इतना सब कुछ तो है ना। फिर हर एक साल के बाद में डिनर सेट क्यों चेंज करवाते हैं? हर एक साल के बाद में डिनर सेट चेंज हो रहा है। डिनर सेट क्यों चेंज हो रहा है? क्योंकि वो पुराने डिनर सेट से हमें सुख नहीं लगता। इतना सारा जो कंफ्यूजन है, एनवायरमेंट के ऊपर तो इश्यू है, साथ ही साथ आपका फिनेंशियल वो भी गड़बड़ा जा रहा है। तीसरी बात, वो नया डिनर सेट लेने के बाद में पुराने डिनर सेट का क्या करना, तो वो भी घर में बना रहता। आप अगर ये काउंट किया ना, हम में से कुछ लोगों ने लिटरली हमारे घर में कितने झाड़ू है उसको भी काउंट किया है ना, कितने डस्टर्स है उसको भी काउंट किया है, कितने स्पून है, कितने फोक है, और लगभग हम लोगों ने जिन्होंने भी काउंट किया, सबका कंक्लूजन यही निकला था कि आवश्यकता से बहुत अधिक हमारे पास है, बहुत अधिक। और इसी को जब वो फीलिंग आती है ना मुझ में कि आई हैव मोर देन माई रिक्वायर्ड, दैट फीलिंग इज प्रॉस्पेरिटी, उसके बाद में कोई भी ब्रांड एम्बेसडर आपको इन्फ्लुएंस नहीं कर सकता। अभी स्टूडेंट के साथ में बात हो रही थी और वो स्टूडेंट्स कह रहे थे कि इतना टेम्पटेशन आता है हमें जब मार्केट में जाते हैं, हम लोग पर्टिकुलरली मॉल में जाते हैं, वहाँ पर लिखा होता है कि बाय 1 गेट 3 फ्री। तब वो 3 की फ्री में एक तो लेना ही ठीक है सर, लॉजिकल है। मैंने कहा बिल्कुल ठीक है, लॉजिकल है, लेकिन क्या कभी आप में ये विचार आया कि वो जो बिजनेसमैन है वो आपको एक के बदले में 3 फ्री क्यों दे रहा है? क्या लगता है कोई भी बिजनेसमैन एक वस्तु के बदले में 3 वस्तु फ्री में देगा? लेकिन हमें नहीं समझ में आता वो, है ना, ये बात नहीं समझ में आती कि आई एम लिटरली पेइंग फॉर 4, आई एम नॉट पेइंग फॉर 1, आई एम पेइंग फॉर 4, बट व्हाट इज रिटन देयर दैट बाय 1 गेट 3 फ्री। लेकिन जब हम अपने में स्थिर होते, अपने भाव में स्थिर होते, ये भाव अपने अगर सहज होते, ये समझ अगर अपनी सही होती, तो इसके साथ में फिर ये सारे जो प्रलोभन है, इस प्रलोभन को हम ठीक से एनालिसिस कर पाते और देख पाते कि क्या ये ठीक है या ठीक नहीं है, और हमारे लिए जो सही डिसीजन है वो सही डिसीजन को हम ले पाएंगे।
आपने जैसे बोला कि हमें समझ में नहीं आता कि वो एक ही 4 वस्तु की जो कॉस्ट है, वो 4 क्लॉथ की जो कॉस्ट है वो हमसे एक बार में ले रहा है। तो सर ये ऐसा नहीं है, हमें ये बात समझ में आती है, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ में ये भी समझ में आता है कि हम 4 चीज़ों की कॉस्ट दे के सिर्फ एक ही चीज़ क्यों लें, फिर चारों ही चीज़ ले लेना। मतलब अगर हमें पता है कि 200 रुपये में 4 चीज़ मिल रही है और फिर भी हम एक ही चीज़ ले रहे हैं, तो ये भी तो अक्लमंदी का डिसीजन नहीं है।
देखिए, अक्लमंदी का डिसीजन तो वही होगा कि मेरे लिए आवश्यकता है या नहीं है।
सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट वही है, जरूरत।
सबसे जो अक्लमंदी वाला डिसीजन क्या होगा कि मेरे लिए आवश्यकता है या नहीं है। अगर मेरे लिए आवश्यकता है तो 4 क्यों 16 खरीदे, उसमें तो कोई इश्यू ही नहीं है।
सपोज एक ही की रिक्वायरमेंट है, लेकिन हमें पता है कि 200 रुपये में 4 चीज़ आ सकती है, तो अगर हम ऑफर में ले रहे हैं तो ये चारों चीज़ आ रही है, और अगर हम नहीं ले रहे हैं तो एक ही चीज़ 180 रुपये की आ रही है। तो मतलब लॉजिकली, मतलब हम जब 4 चीज़ ले सकते हैं तो 180 रुपये में एक ही चीज़ क्यों ले, ये भी साथ साथ में समझ में आ रहा है ना सर।
सही बात है। दूसरा कोई व्यक्ति उसको ये भी कहेगा कि कम से कम एक की आवश्यकता है तो एक लिया, तो जो 3 के लिए एक्स्ट्रा नेचर के ऊपर जो मैंने प्रेशर डाला वो नहीं डालूंगा, ऐसा भी कर सकते हैं, है ना। ये भी एक लॉजिक ही हो सकता है। नहीं, बात केवल ये है कि ये जो सुविधा की आवश्यकता को क्या मैं ठीक ठीक पहचान पा रहा हूँ, कितनी ले, कौन ले, कौन सी क्वालिटी की ले, दैट वुड ऑलवेज vary from person to person and family to family. There is possibility that my neighbor may have a need of a high-end luxury car. I may have a need of a two-wheeler. या vice versa. उल्टा भी हो सकता है, right? Quality, quantity may differ. एक 2 साल का बच्चा जितना खाएगा उससे बहुत अधिक 18 साल का बच्चा खाता है। तो 18 साल के बच्चे की खाने की आवश्यकता को भी अगर देखी जाए तो 2 साल के बच्चे से अधिक है। बात केवल महत्वपूर्ण यह है कि क्या इस आवश्यकता को मैं पहचान पा रहा हूँ कि सुविधा ये शरीर की आवश्यकता है और सुख ये मेरी आवश्यकता है। सुखी होने के लिए खुद में समझना जरूरी है और सुविधा के लिए कोई भौतिक रासायनिक वस्तु जरूरी है। मेरी जो क्रियाएं है वो निरंतर चल रही है, जिसको कल्पनाशीलता कहते हैं। कल सुबह के सेशन में हम लोग उसी के ऊपर डिस्कशंस करेंगे। शरीर की क्रिया को अगर देखी जाए तो टेम्पररी है। मुझ में जानने की क्षमता है, मैं मान सकता हूँ। शरीर में अगर देखा जाए तो केवल पहचानना निर्वाह करना हो रहा है। आई एम द सीयर, आई एम द डूअर, आई एम द एक्सपीरियंसर, आई एम द एंजॉयर एंड द बॉडी इज एन इंस्ट्रूमेंट। क्या हम इसको ऑब्जर्व कर पा रहे हैं क्या, ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात है। ठीक है, अभी हम ब्रेक लेते हैं। ब्रेक के बाद में ट्यूटोरियल को कंटिन्यू करेंगे। धीरे से कुछ इंस्ट्रक्शंस है तो इंस्ट्रक्शंस को सुन लेते हैं।
इसलिए हम प्रभाव सकता है। सुबह सेशन वही होगा, सुख है ना। सुख धर्मी है, हर मानव सुख धर्मी है। सुख मेरा स्वभाव ही है। मेरा क्या, हर मानव का सुख ही। मुझे सुख का परिभाषा भी हुआ होगा क्या हुआ परिभाषा?
राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग जरूरी है सुख के लिए।
टू बी इन हार्मनी, टू बी इन सिनर्जी। सिनर्जी कहाँ पे है? यहाँ पे जो लिखा हुआ है अंडरस्टैंडिंग, उसके बेस पे थॉट्स, उसी के बेस पे बिहेवियर। तो
self means it is here, it related to the decision making, and it is a correct answering of the
So you look into it again. So when you say self and body, self is not something different, it is me.
okay.
Sometimes you start thinking self is and his body. It's me. Self is I.
Yes.
I of the self of me.
major economics. So, the takeaway for today's session was that happiness is not on physical facet that you might be providing and you might be connecting. It is more on understanding what are your needs, understanding first self, and then on looking at what will be your happiness. It's without comparing with other people, without thinking about what is the other side. So it's not a competition. Either to be self-comparing, to be happy. Because you are happy once you are in harmony with yourself. आपकी जो भी दिखते हैं, जो भी आपकी कैसे हो, होता हो, respect हो. If you are okay with it, then you are good. Drive a car, or I don't drive a car. If you are not okay with it, you drive a car.
And if we can be that is helping us, then how much is going to help the students actually?
I am Assistant Professor from Sanjeevan Engineering and Technology Institute, Kannada. Before this workshop, or before today, my concepts regarding self and the body were not appreciated. But after today's session, I came to know the difference between the self and the body, between the needs of the self, needs of the body. Now, even after this, I also came to know about the different programs for the self-regulation, means to take care of the body, and that is the takeaway for me from today's session. Along with that, I have a question. Still, I'm in doubt. I would like to ask each and every participant. I have a few questions.
We'll take it up once the takeaways are over. We'll get up your question.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening all. I am Dr. Priya Antare from jspm College, Mumbai. So my today's takeaway is we ourselves is responsible for our health and as well as body. During the session, morning session, sir gave one example about gulab jamun. So we have to decide whether we have to stop at the second gulab jamun or fifth gulab jamun or 11th gulab jamun. So there is a phrase in Marathi, Ati Tethi Mati. So we have to draw a line where we have to stop so that it will not harm the body. So we have to take care of ourselves. So शरीराची खूप चांगल्या प्रकारे काळजी घेतली पाहिजे so that we can take care of ourselves. That is it.
I'm Dr. Jayant Kumar from Siddhanga Institute of Technology, Tumkur. Today, after taking today classes, I know that body and I self is different, and both needs are different. Self need is happiness, and body need is physical facility. But self I is responsible to nurture, protect, and right utilization of body. So I am the responsible. So I should, when use the physical faculty, I should know, I should take care of this, that I have to nurture my body. I should take care of this. And this is also called self-regulation, because self is regulating the body, and body should work properly. That is called health. So when I use the physical faculty, I will take care of it. Jai Hind.
कौन सा बच्चा क्या पकड़ेगा पता है. जैसे हम 60 लोग बैठे 2-3 से बात चली, किसने क्या पकड़ा पता नहीं. इतनी बातें यहाँ पे रखी हैं, किसी का ध्यान कहाँ पे जाता है. इसलिए तो रिपीटेशन जैसा लगेगा आपको कि एक ही बात है.
Thinks I'm a cause of destruction. So maybe I cannot expect the government to act, I cannot expect the society to act, but only thing what I can do from my end is I have to act. So
Good evening all. I am Jivita from Vivekananda College of Arts and Science for Women Autonomous. I am from Tamil Nadu. This is my first UHP and I belong to the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics. So my takeaway, I will just say
thankful for that. So this realization I really understood today. And also coming back to the environmental sustainability, before coming to this FDP, just before 2 days, just a simple part. In my college, I am the NCC officer. So as an initiative, I have 16 cadets because this is the first time we are raising NCC in my college. So we have banned all the plastics from the entire campus. We have done 2 to 3 small activities. So it's not a big contribution though, but it's an initiative. So we have cleaned the entire campus along with 16 plus my own students. So out of 108 students, we have completely cleaned the campus, and also we have like 5 canteens inside our institution. So we voluntarily went there and provided paper bags instead of polythene. That paper which can be recycled, and the speciality of the paper bag is if we put in the ground, a plant will grow. So we have made a small initiative. So I would like to say this. So we are, as a human, we are the ones who are responsible to spoil the environment, and we are the ones who are talking about it. So let us all be the change, create a change and awareness, and not that much, little changes we can prevent our environment to completely destroy it. So that is my thank you.
So this is Dr. Gauri from Sri Balaji University. I'm teaching management systems, MBA systems, and ironically I'm also a corporate trainer. Delivering sessions in communication as well as soft skills, and especially image building. So today, if I consider the entire session, there are 2 things I've observed. We were discussing during this session also, there were many things which were coming to our mind. Some of the phenomena they were talking about the kind of wastage or kind of shopping and all those things. I can easily relate myself to that. I was talking about their children. Over here, the story is opposite. My kids are telling me, Mama, it's too much, you should stop now. And in fact, when it comes to their shopping, it is because of the stationery and colors and everything, it is not them who is bringing such kind of stuff to the house, but the institution, I mean to say the school. And school is letting them to purchase such things, and that is forcibly. And in fact, I must say the same school is conducting certain such workshops, and they are taking them to Anand and other kind of places where they are planting trees because of the compliance or whatever it is. But it should not be considered as just a formality. It should be taken as a responsibility, I feel so. And now let me mention that shopping and our wardrobes, really they're overloaded, and we need to rethink about it. Definitely it will take some time to actually get adjusted to it, but it is something which is hammered today. Second thing is, happiness is being. It is not about becoming. Happiness is state of mind. If you can consider yourself conscious in your thoughts, you can be happy. But if you are running behind, like running after the things which are materialistic, you may never be happy. That is what I've observed.